See, okay, we're going live now. Sheldon, can you hear me? Can you hear me and Jeff?
Hey, Sheldon.
People will pop in and out. It's going to be one of those things, Jeff. You know how this goes. The message is something that most people probably don't even want to hear, but need to hear. All clear. Okay, good, good, good. So, anyways, well, let's get started here. Mike, that's me, Old Religious Utopia. Those of you who've been following me know about me. Most of you don't even know I exist anymore. I'm with a friend of mine, Jeff Mitchell. He's an author and has a very brilliant mind in my book, whatever that's worth. And he has a lot to share with us about understanding what we call the Bible, the 66 books of the Bible, and the clear message of what this, in particular, what the New Testament, was speaking of, who it was addressed to, who was the audience. That is in our circles, audience relevancy is very important. Understanding time statements and when this book was written to and who for. So we're now 2,000 years later, and there's been an awful lot of confusion that's been created that I believe deliberately through organized religion in order to exploit the simple and beautiful truth of what's in the scriptures. So with that, Jeff, thank you for being with me. Why don't you tell us a little about yourself in particular, and your book, and we'll go from there. How's that?
Well, where to begin? I guess I was so I'm 46 years old, and my whole life I've been really devoted to being a good person. Being a Christian. I never had a rebellious phase where I went and lived in the world and by worldly means. And so I've always, when I was 16, I decided. So when I got my driver's license, I decided to. The number one place I wanted to go was to church, and so that's been my mentality forever. I always felt guilty whenever I would do something wrong or lie, and so I think it's just my personality. I think it's the way God made me. That's what's been important to me, and so I became a Christian when I was 16. Got baptized for the remission of my sins according to the Church of Christ denominational doctrines. I thought that the Church of Christ was the true church, and every other church and belief and doctrine was wrong. I even remember very early on thinking or hearing about someone who left the Church of Christ, and I'm like, how could anybody leave the Church of Christ? They have all truth. But honestly, now looking back, I see that that's what everybody thinks. They've got it nailed down, and everybody else is wrong, but they're right. So I struggled with, some of the doctrines. In particular, Church of Christ teaches a lot of legalism, saying that, the way to please God is by, doing things right, going to church, getting baptized the right way. And I was seeing grace in the Bible. When I read, I saw grace and mercy, not legalism and obedience. But I mean, you see that in the Old Testament, but in the New Testament, I saw grace. And so while I was in the church, I would try to, I guess, get them to be more loving and gracious, and I just couldn't get it done. So I continuously, fought and argued with people about grace until they just wouldn't have it anymore. So they ran me off. And that's not one particular denomination. I went to several different ones. And so with me getting kicked around and, not being able to convince anybody of love and mercy and grace in the church, eventually I started developing my own thoughts and ideas and, studying for I always studied for myself, but Once you're no longer tied to a denomination, you don't have that pull to believe what they believe. And it wasn't long ago, just a few years ago, that I accepted the Trinity doctrine. But since I became, in the last few years, the last handful of years, where I no longer cared at all what anybody else thought that I should believe, and I started listening and studying and developing my own thoughts and ideas based on what I saw in the evidence. And it's amazing how harshly you can disagree with yourself with simply a change in the mindset. So, and I've been on TikTok for
Cognitive
not
dissonance.
even.
That's what you're talking about here. You're just experiencing the cognitive dissonance.
Well, yeah. So, especially if you go to church and you're around other people that are nice to you, and they believe a certain way, then you feel like, just to be accepted in the group, you agree with them too. They're nice people. All of them are nice people when you agree with them. But whenever you disagree is when you find out what people are really like.
When all hell breaks loose, figuratively
Right.
speaking.
Right. So that's really where I've been the last, I'd say, 5 years.
By the way, Ozzy Sue from Australia says hi to you, Jeff, and so does Sheldon. By the way, Sheldon, he himself was baptized into the Church of Christ, and ironically, in a way, I was baptized by an I guess, pastor of the Church of Christ. John Watson. Preterism.
I think I've seen him on Facebook. Yeah.
Yeah, he's in Indiana. He drove all the way up from what's the name? Indianapolis to baptize me a couple years ago. So how things change even in a couple of years. But go back to what you're saying. I'm sorry.
Right. So I guess I had always known about the 70 AD doctrine because I remember when I was young, someone saying something about it, and I was told to just brush it off. It's not important. It's just a crazy idea. And so I brushed it off and didn't think about it. I believe I have notes from 2012 where I was explaining why the 70 AD doctrine was wrong. And I still have those notes. And it's funny now to go back and read it and say, I was making all the same arguments that people that go to church and that are told it's not significant, brush it off, don't pay attention. When Jesus said, some of you standing here are going to taste death, and not going to taste death till you see me coming in my kingdom. Just say, no, that means something else. It doesn't mean what you think it means. Just brush it off. So I said the same things, but in 2017, there was a significant event in the constellations, September 27th, 2017, I think. And there were a bunch of people on YouTube claiming the end of the world and the rapture and the second coming of Jesus.
There was also a major solar eclipse that time. I'm bringing this up because Jeff doesn't really realize this, but our journey almost parallels each other in some ways. I started waking up around 2012 in my own way, and by 2017, I'm seeing the same things that Jeff is seeing.
Yeah.
And go ahead.
So I didn't believe in this second coming and rapture in 2017, but I was still listening to these YouTube videos. I was like, I don't think you guys are right, but it is extremely odd that that Virgo had Jupiter in her womb for 9 months, and that Jupiter was going to come out between Virgo's legs after 9 months, exactly on whatever Jewish holiday that was, Rosh Hashanah, I believe, the Feast of Trumpets. And I was like, man, that is really, really odd. I mean, that looks like a sign from God, and it matches up with Revelation 12:1. So I was like, I don't believe it's right, but it's certainly weird, and I'm going to pay attention and see what happens. And nothing happened. So I'm like, I said, if nothing's going to happen when I see the stars line up with what the Bible says and still nothing happens, I need to reevaluate. And 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 I did. So I started watching really Don Preston on YouTube.
Yep.
And I watched his debates, and then I listened to his morning musings, and
His cup of coffee.
And he just made more sense than this futuristic Jesus hasn't returned yet doctrine that everybody prefers to believe. And so then I listened to Don enough. You see, Don wouldn't answer my questions. I would make questions in the comments, and he would never answer or respond. So I'm like, well, what does this mean, or what does that mean? And he would just never respond. So I listened enough where I understood his perspective. I kind of already knew at least something about 70 AD because I'd already in 2012, explained why it was wrong in detail.
Right.
But Don, at least I listened to enough of Don's stuff to say, okay, I understand what his perspective is. Even though I don't understand all the details, I at least understand he's saying that 70 AD was the second coming of Jesus. Whether it was literal or visible or spiritual or, I could never get him to outline that, but or what it meant for our resurrection or their resurrection or all this stuff he just wouldn't answer. So I just started, with a new baseline, thinking that what, this is probably true. It makes more sense when Jesus said he was only sent to the lost sheep of the house of Israel, and when he told them that he was going to come back in their generation before they died. I was like, and then Paul says those of us who are alive and remain until the coming of the Lord will go up to meet him in the air. It's like everywhere you look, it was, they expected it. And this is what's amazing to me. Christians today even say Paul thought it was going to happen in his generation, but Paul was wrong. That's what they say. Jesus said that they were going to see it before he died, but they say Jesus didn't mean what he said. So you have to break free from the religious indoctrination. You have to be free to go wherever God leads you. And then it makes way more sense. You don't have to just throw stuff in the trash that makes no sense to you, or say, what everybody wants to do with Matthew 16:28, where he says, some of you standing here will not taste death until you see me coming in my kingdom. They just want to say, oh, in the very, very next chapter, it says 6 days later, that was the transfiguration, and that must be what he was talking about. And never mind that what you have just done is to completely negate Jesus' second coming altogether and say that it was just the transfiguration.
Which doesn't make any sense, because when you follow the scriptures, it's the next two verses is either 6 or 8 days afterwards.
Right.
The transfiguration from this message that he was speaking to his disciples. So that would mean that some of his disciples had to die during that 6 to 8 day period, which there's nothing that says about that. So
yeah, I mean, once you accept what it plainly says, you can hear when people are saying, oh, it must be the transfiguration. You can hear the desperation in their attempts to explain away something that they know is not true, but they just want to come up with some answer. You can just hear that their answer is wrong. But if you're predisposed to think that there's no way that Jesus could have already come like he said, because the church trains you to believe that when Jesus returns, there will be no more life on earth, or there will be no more evil on earth. So they say there's no possible way Jesus could have come back because there's still bad things happening on earth.
Well, yeah, it's true.
Oh,
First of all, before getting further, folks, Jeff's book is called "It Is Finished." He's got a YouTube channel. You can see that, and I'll put it once again in the show notes. And he's got some good videos to at least make you start thinking about stuff. How's it going, Chris? Yeah. So the thing is, what happened to me, Chris, is that in 2017, 16 and 17, it hit me like a ton of bricks, because if what I'm reading is, and there is absolutely no way that I cannot be reading this clearly. And what I'm reading, it says one thing. What organized religion from the Pope on down is saying something completely different. There is something seriously wrong here. Either I'm going back guano crazy, or I've been lied to, and not just me. Everyone has been. And this is, when that hits you, if you have any kind of conscience, and you have the capacity to read the scriptures clearly, and you're like, how do I deal with this? I mean, I went through like a 3-year depression. In which, it's just like, I don't know what to do. Of course, the more you study the stuff, as you know, the more things are unraveled. But anyways, so what we're talking about here is, folks, is this concept of some people like to label someone like me or Jeff as a preterist or a preterist, and so be it, whatever. But I honestly am saying, and I think Jeff is, in fact, no, Jeff is saying, is that we're trying to share it with that actually the Bible actually says, and to give some people some comfort and hope that you're not going crazy when you see this stuff, and there is light at the end of the tunnel. So you're seeing this stuff, you're reading this stuff, you're seeing this clearly, because it starts from the get-go, right off the gates, just about in the New Testament, and and to the very last 3 times that Jesus says anything, allegedly, in the book of Revelation, surely I come quick. You can't get around it without either becoming incredibly disingenuous. I think what happens too, Jeff, is that people get ensnared in their dogma and their doctrine. And I see this happen to numerous men and women who, quote unquote, have their own ministries, and they have they're afraid of the repercussions of backtracking and saying, you know what, I was wrong. I clearly was wrong. This is what it really says. Please forgive me. Let's try to understand this stuff. It's like there's an impossibility to be honest about it. It's like you're getting snared in this religious mindset, and you just can't break away. So,
well, and that's something that I've struggled with, and I still struggle with, is whether or not people are being honest. I like to think that people are being honest, that they are genuinely fooled, and that they don't know better, but yet it says it blatantly and obviously. And when you have someone point it out to you and say, what do you think Matthew 16:27 and 28 means? Jesus said he was going to return in the glory of his Father with his angels to bring rewards for everyone, and that they were going to see it before they died. And if, I think what an honest person would do at that point is say, that's a challenging verse. I know it sounds like Jesus is saying he was going to come before they died in their generation, but I just don't believe, based on everything else that I know, that could possibly be what he's meaning. So an honest person would continue that thought and say, if you think that Jesus is saying what it sounds to me like he's saying, then how could you help me redefine everything else that I know about what is supposed to happen? And I would say, I can help you explain all those things. And I have asked all those questions, and it makes better sense if you would actually listen to what I have to say. And it's even better news, because it means, the way I've interpreted it, John the Baptist said, behold the Lamb of God who takes away the sin of the world.
yeah.
Well, if you believe what John the Baptist said, then that he was saying Jesus was going to take away the sin of the world. If you believe that Jesus is the fulfillment of the promise to Abraham, that in his seed all nations of the earth would be blessed, then you no longer have to try to be grafted into Israel. You just know that all nations are blessed. If you look at Daniel 9, and it talks about the 70 weeks prophecy, and it says when the Messiah, the Prince, comes, he would finish the transgression and bring an end to sin. and atone for wickedness, which matches up with what Jeremiah 31 says about the new covenant. When in the new covenant, your sins and lawless deeds will be remembered no more. See, that's what the promises are all throughout, from beginning to end, that Jesus was going to change the world. He was going to change everything. He was going to pay for sins. He's the atonement for sins, which I have a problem with that now that I'm working on. But why Christians can't believe that Jesus actually changed anything is beyond me. They essentially are saying that Jesus did nothing in the first century except die and then be resurrected. But then he didn't affect our lives or our relationship with God at all. But yet what Paul proclaimed was salvation by grace, not by works, lest anyone should boast. And the reconciliation of all things in heaven and earth, Colossians 1:20 and 2 Corinthians 5:18 and 19. So if he reconciled man back to God, if he paid the price or the penalty, or he reversed the curse that Adam brought. You see, Jesus was the second Adam. Adam was the first Adam. Adam brought sin and death. Jesus ended sin and death. But see, what people say is, no, people are still dying, therefore he didn't accomplish his mission. You say, maybe you should reconsider what you think it means. Maybe it's not talking about physical death. Maybe it's talking about spiritual death or condemnation or separation from God. And then you can find all sorts of scriptures that actually agree with that. There is therefore now no condemnation in Christ. That the reason Jesus came into the world was to destroy the works of the devil. And Romans chapter 5 talks about the first Adam and the second Adam. And it says that Adam brought condemnation, but Jesus brought life. So it's really makes a ton more sense, and it's much better news because the result is that sin no longer exists, that we cannot be separated from God no matter what. But then you've got people that say, well, hey, that means that you can do whatever you want and still go to heaven. And so I'm going to go be a wicked, evil person. And Paul had to address that too. He says, should we continue in sin that grace may abound? Heaven forbid. How can we who have died to sin go on living any longer in it? And so Jesus said, I give you a new commandment, that you love one another as I have loved you. So that's what we're supposed to do, is to love, not to say, oh, we've been forgiven, so let's go be wicked. We've got a parable about that even. You know, the man who was forgiven of his debt that was so great that he could never repay.
Right.
Then he goes out and he finds somebody that owed him 2 cents, and he threw him in prison until he could pay. And then the master said, well, okay, well, now I'm going to throw you in prison until you can pay your debt. So we don't get set free from sin so that we can go be wicked and evil. We get set free from sin so that we can go forgive others and show love to others. That's how a father teaches his children. If a father is evil and wicked, and then the child is going to be evil and wicked. If the child is loving and merciful, or if the father is loving and merciful, then the child is going to be loving and merciful. That's the way it works. You know, you can't be wicked to your children and expect them to be good people.
No, it doesn't work out that way, does it? You know, yeah, there's causal relationship there. You know, it's this. I think it is a pure form of gratitude too. I think when you realize that what Heavenly Father has done for all of us, all humanity, and it kind of changes your perspective on people, on who they are. Really, they're not. You know, one of the things that changes, I think, for me at least, is what we can consider as our enemies. When we realize that the degree of the deception that all of us have experienced, I think you slowly develop some, and it's hard to do, and you have to go through some battles with inwardly and outwardly with others. It's you finally realize you realize we've all been deceived. We have. I mean, the truth has been there, hidden in plain sight, but through organized religion, through dogma, through doctrine. Um, I guess maybe in some way have demonstrating ignorantly a lack of faith in Christ and what he actually said did. Not realizing that, you know what I mean? I mean, instead of just reading what it was actually, because that's all we have to go by is these letters and the books, and either we believe what those words, those sentences actually say or not, and you will confront the proverbial and literal wall of the bare minimum pure misunderstanding to the purest of forms.
Well, and related to that, something that Christians and organized religions refuse to do is to read the Bible in context. When Jesus said, "I was sent only to the lost sheep of the house of Israel," they ignore that. They brush it aside. They say, "There's no way Jesus was sent to me, not to Israel. He was sent to me." They say Jesus is my King and my Lord and my Savior. But Jesus said, "I was only sent to the lost sheep of the house of Israel." And I struggled with that at some time too, but now I am perfectly content saying that Jesus is not my Lord. Jesus is not my King. Because Jesus in Hebrews chapter 2 says that he is not ashamed to call us his brothers. And that we in 1 John 3 says that we are all children of God. We are sons of God. Paul talked about it in Romans, I believe it's Romans 6 or Romans 8. He talks, but it's talked about all over the place about how we are children of God. You see, so Jesus even said out of his own mouth, and according to John 20, verse 17, he says, "I am ascending to my God and your God, to my Father and your Father." You see, Jesus said he had the same Father that I have. Now, just to clarify, Jesus was talking to his apostles, not me. So he didn't say, in 2,000 years, I'm talking to Jeff, you have the same Father as me. I'm deducing that, since the apostles were pure human beings, nobody even suspects that the apostles were anything other than regular humans. And I'm a regular human. So Jesus said that he had the same God and Father that his apostles had. And if you have the same Father, that makes you brothers. And that's what the Bible says, that Jesus is not ashamed to call us his brothers. Now, I believe Jesus was their Lord and their King. In fact, Pilate asked Jesus when he was going to, under trial, he says, "Are you the King of the Jews?" And Jesus said, "You say that I am."
Right.
Or you have said it, or I believe he's just saying yes. But, the Bible says, "So you said," or something like that. But so Jesus did admit to being King of the Jews. And so if you have a first century Jew that recognizes that Jesus was anointed, that's what Messiah or Christ means. If he was anointed by God to lead the Jews, even though he was not a physical earthly king who sat on a physical earthly throne in Jerusalem,
Yep.
he was still anointed. And that's what that word means. Every time you look it up in the Old Testament, the Mashiach, it's used almost exclusive. I think it's only used 38 times. And almost every time it's used, it's in reference to a Levitical high priest, but it's also used in reference to David, because David was the anointed king of Israel. So whenever God says you're the king, that's God saying, "I have anointed you." And whenever they anointed the high priest, they became the Mashiach, the Messiah. Or not, I shouldn't say it's a. They became a Messiah.
Because there's
Because
multiple ones throughout the Old Testament.
right, because there is no concept of one Messiah above all the rest. All it was there were different Messiahs at different times, which means they were different people that were anointed by God to accomplish a mission, whether it was the high priest or the kingship or whatever it is that Jesus accomplished in the first century. It was a mission from God. and he accomplished it. So he was victorious. He did what God wanted him to do. Jesus said, "I came not to do my own will, but to do the will of my Father who's in heaven."
Right. Now, do you feel that there's a possibility that Jesus not only was there to for the house of Israel or the Jews, but also that he did something? I'm just play along with me, Jeff. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Did he just? So let's go more. Did he do something to God through Jesus Christ? Do something for all humanity? What was that?
Absolutely. So that was the fulfillment of the promise to Abraham when he says, "In your seed, all nations of the earth will be blessed." You see, in the Old Testament, but here's something people don't understand either: is even in the Old Testament, uh, salvation was available to all people in the Old Testament, but there was no law, there was no direct communication apparently between God and other nations. God spoke and dealt with Israel. Uh, I almost said exclusively, but it wasn't exclusively because he used Egypt and Assyria and Babylon and Persia, and the king of Persia is even called the Messiah in Isaiah 45:1.
This is true.
Cyrus. And the Old Testament says that God is not just the God of Israel, but he's the God of all the world and all things in heaven and earth. So he was the God of all things, but God chose Israel out of all the nations to make a specific example out of them. And I think it was not really intended to be a good example, because the result of the relationship or the covenant between God and Israel was that they utterly failed. That was the point. And Paul even specifically says that. He says, "I would not have known sin if the law had not said, 'Thou shalt not covet.'" And he says the law was a tutor to bring us to Christ. And once Christ came, there was no longer a need for the tutor. So God used that old covenant as an opportunity to teach all humanity that you cannot be saved through law keeping. That's not the way God saves. Now, that's the way everybody wants God to save, apparently, but they shouldn't want that, because nobody can meet God's expectations of achieving righteousness through obedience to law. That's the whole reason that God created the law and made it essentially practically impossible to keep.
Well, it seems to me, Jeff, too, if you look at it in our day or since the first century AD, that anybody's attempt even to try to keep the law should demonstrate the hypocrisy of it and the realization that, actually, this is an impossibility for me to do in the first place. What do I do, God, Heavenly Father? What do I do? And this is where this hope comes in, right? And you realize that it's not that you can't. The laws that we're talking about the laws in the Old Testament. The law is written in our hearts today, right? Symbolically, figuratively speaking. In other words, I always knew that it was wrong to steal. I had to have a couple of lessons to have that reaffirmed to me as a child, right? And as time goes on, as we miss the mark and say, coveting, your neighbors, stuff like that, all these kind of things that the Bible warns us to not to do. We learn through experience, and also it's always in our conscience in the first place to do that. For the most part, unless you're created a different way, you're going to see that what you're doing, you're going to feel bad about it. You're going to feel like crap for stealing from people, from cheating on your neighbor with his wife or whatever, or on and on and on it goes. And so you just what we call a conscience. It's like when we talk about God's is within us, it seems to me that this is what is called a conscience today.
Right, so really all the 10 commandments, and this is something that I would like to get clarification on myself. because I mean, I think I have clarification, but it doesn't make sense still. You know, when Moses went up the mountain and he got the 10 Commandments from God, and the Bible says God wrote it with his finger. Uh, uh, the 10 Commandments are very reasonable. You know, don't lie, cheat, steal, kill, uh, you know, defraud your neighbor, and love God and love your father and mother. You know, that's all very basic moral stuff. The only one that is not really logical is the Sabbath day. You know, that's like a law that just comes up and says, well, why do we have to keep the Sabbath day? And, you know, Jesus kind of clarified in the new covenant, or not the new covenant, but the New Testament, because I think that's a key element. The New Testament is not the new covenant. We may talk about that in a minute. It was the end of the old covenant. He says he said man was not made for the Sabbath, but Sabbath was made for man. Yep. And I believe the point there is that 10, what is it? I think it's the third commandment, to observe the Sabbath day. Essentially, what Jesus was saying is God put that there so that you wouldn't work 7 days a week, so that you wouldn't have to work 7 days a week, but God wanted you to have a day of rest. But what the Jews had done is they had twisted it into a legalistic requirement and said you can't even pluck a head of grain on the Sabbath because you can't work at all. They turned something that was meant to be a blessing into a curse, and that was essentially the reason that God came and ended the old covenant in the first century.
To me, almost like a dystopic nightmare, to be honest with you, in which they just think about what it must have been like in Eastern Germany, you know, communist era during the Cold War. I mean, you think there was somebody, every other neighbor was a spy. That's a nice looking fan there. Every neighbor is a spy. Everyone's like narking on you, and it really was that way. I mean, that's the impression I get, at least, because you know they had the legal right to stone you to death if you broke these laws. And this doesn't sound like freedom to me. This doesn't sound like something that's very totalitarian and quite frankly oppressive, don't you think?
Oh, absolutely. And so, and that's what the situation was in the first century. When Jesus came on the scene, that's why in Matthew 23, you've got Jesus blessing out the scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, the whitewashed tombs, the brood of vipers, the the blind guides of the blind, and all that stuff. He said, all the righteous blood that's ever been shed on earth is going to fall on your heads in this generation. Essentially, and I've recently started making this analogy, Jesus was essentially Jonah. You know, Jonah was sent to Nineveh and told them to repent or perish. That is the exact same thing that Jesus came and preached. You know, right after it says that Jesus was sent to the lost sheep of the house of Israel, it says, and maybe I'm mixing up two verses, but it says, then Jesus went out and started preaching, repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. And he says, whoever believes in me, John 3:16, whoever believes in me will not perish, but have everlasting life. So everybody quotes John 3:16 at football games and you know, writing it under their eyes, and it's the most popular Bible verse in the Bible.
Sure is.
But yet it's not even talking to us, or it's not even applicable to us. And so Christians, so I was a Christian. So I was a diligent, faithful Christian for 25 to 30 years. And now I realize once you, if you read my book, you will come to the same conclusions, or you will at least have your eyes opened to understanding a new way where you have no fear whatsoever of condemnation from God. I have no fear whatsoever. In fact, I can confidently say that God owes me an explanation. God owes me love and mercy and forgiveness, because I have 3 children, and I do not expect my children to figure out how to make me happy with my life.
It's
I
true.
have children so that I can satisfy them and to meet their needs and to teach them how to be good people and all that. It's a father's responsibility to teach and train his children. And God is considered to be our father all the way through the Old Testament and New Testament. So if he created this world, he gave me life, he put me here, he's responsible for every good and bad thing that happens in my life. Then, and if he's supposed to be good, Jesus said, why call me good? There's only one who is good. It's my Father in heaven. So if God is good, like Jesus said he is, then there is not a remote chance that he is going to torture or punish anybody if we don't understand something correctly.
Yeah.
So my book will lead you through detailed scriptural references from start to finish, Old Testament and New Testament, prophecy fulfillment. I explain in 2 chapters. I've got 10 chapters, and in 2 chapters, it's just talking about the details of the book of Revelation,
Sure.
and what it means.
I just listened to that today again.
What, you listen to the YouTube channel?
Yeah. It's just so that people know on his Jeff's YouTube channel that you can listen to. He actually was generous enough to actually read the book in chapters. So
Yeah, so it's free. So you've got options. If you want to listen to it for free, you can do that. I've got it available on my YouTube channel. I've got it in a playlist. The playlist is titled "It Is Finished." That's the name of the book. You can buy an electronic version, which is only $3.99. Some of you in Australia or something, so I don't know what it is there, but in America, it's $3.99, and the paperback is $8.99. I believe that if you listen to some of the free readings of the book on YouTube, I believe you'll want to buy the book because you'll want to flip back and forth. You'll want to take notes. You'll even want to talk about it with your friends, or maybe even let your friends read it. But
we got a 5-star rating, so on Amazon, so it's just positive. That's pretty much nothing but positive reviews. So
right, and the only one that didn't give me a 5-star rating gave me an extremely positive, detailed review, but she put 3 stars on there for some reason. So she said it's a great book, it's full of scriptural references, but then she said, I just don't.
Part of it is, if people hear what you're actually saying and actually dive into it, this is going to be a very, listen, Christians talk about there's milk and then there's meat, and this is the meat, and this
Absolutely.
is not just something for the average person to be able to even handle.
Well,
Because,
so it is if you're not buried into church doctrines. So if you're not buried up neck deep in church doctrine, then you can handle my book. But the people that
common sense, good news, it actually is good news.
Right. So I believe anybody can handle it as long as they're not closed-minded and think that that their preacher is right. Because I am going to disagree with your preacher when you read this book. Your preacher.
This is an inevitable thing to happen too. If you seriously study the scriptures, you cannot have any other response to this or outcome, because you're just like, this is what it's saying. This is what you guys are saying. Someone's not right. Either you guys are right and you clearly are twisting the scriptures, or the scriptures are right and what they are actually saying. It's a choice that every person has to make, right?
Well, right. And so, I've also recently, it wasn't long ago that I thought the Bible was the infallible word of God. Now, I still think that there is a lot of things that are impressive about the Bible. Everything that I wrote in this book, I believe, is showing a consistent picture from start to finish. It shows a better understanding and explanation about all the New Testament events, what Jesus said, who he said it to, and what he meant, and what the book of Revelation was about. All fits together like a glove. So if somebody just wrote the Bible, or a group of people wrote the New Testament trying to come up with something uh, completely new and different, that was unfounded and not true at all, I'd say they were geniuses, because it fits together like a glove from start to finish. The problem is it's not what the church teaches. So
it's like it's almost like they turned it into a mystery school. And if you didn't study much about it, but these mystery schools where the inner circle knows the truth, but the outer circle, which is the laity, the general populace, doesn't know the truth. In fact, I'm pretty convinced that those 66 books were never, well, it's historical fact. They were never intended to be in our hands. They were only supposed to be in the priestcraft's hands, not in the general populace.
Well, and all of Paul's letters, you can make the point from the first verse of everything that Paul ever wrote that he didn't write it to us. He wrote to the church at Galatia, or to the church at Ephesians. He wrote to the Corinthian church and to the Roman church.
There's even a strong argument that it's not even, we call it scripture today, but remember, these were letters to a specific group of people. And always remember this. They're letters to a specific group of people. Letters, that's like me writing a letter to, say, my aunt or my sister or whatever, and having the whole world read it and say, this is scripture, when it was a specific message.
What is it? Is it 1 Timothy 3:16 or something like that? It says all scripture is inspired of God and profitable for reproof and correction. Well, that's not talking about the New Testament. It's not talking about Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, or Acts, Romans, Corinthians, Galatians. It's not talking about any of that. It's saying the scripture was the Old Testament scripture. In the first century, the scripture was the Hebrew scriptures. Now, you might say it was the Greek Septuagint or something, but it was our Old Testament. So in no way can you quote Timothy and say that he's saying that Matthew is inspired by God, because he just wasn't talking about that.
It's an improbability that that the book of Matthew was written before Timothy. It would have had to be after the fact, so there's no way he would even know about the book of Matthew.
Right. So, and so that, I mean, there are so many things that are strange, because we just a minute ago we were talking about how, what was I talking about? Is it talking about the inspiration of these books or whatever? But
we started out with this whole idea of this is not the literal word of God, and then we're going from there and expanding upon that as far as what I interjected was that like Timothy was actually a letter, or Paul's letters were to a specific group of people, not to us. They were not scripture back then. They weren't even technically called scripture. And I think that's, well, I'll just say it for my own sake. I just think that it's been kind of manipulative, and I think we can learn a lot from these letters to these specific group of people, are the first century Christians, but to say that they're infallible word of God, when we know anybody who's seriously done any kind of textual criticism, just reading the Bible even without it, you will find contradictions, and it's just the way it is. It's
and this
kind of men.
This is the virgin birth is the thing that really opened my eyes to the fact that the New Testament, particularly, is not inspired by God.
Will you hold on to that just for a second? I just want to bring up something too. So let's go back to this, because this is the whole thing. That just trying to bring this back, circle it around here a little bit. It talks about the Bible is supposed to be this kind of like this relationship with Heavenly Father, God, whatever the Creator, between a group of people, and to kind of explain the characteristics of God, what He did for us, how you and I can have a personal relationship with what we call as Heavenly Father or God. Is that correct? Is that what you're getting at?
Well, so I definitely think that there is enough historical and archaeological evidence to support the fact that there is some validity to the Bible as a whole. Both the Old Testament and New Testament. Jesus talked about the destruction of the temple, and if that was written, before the 70 AD, then that was a true prophecy, and it happened according to plan.
It might be the truest prophecy in all 66 books.
But well, I mean, so
that's how they read it. It's like it's the one thing that's, if you believe it was written prior to the destruction of the temple, then it's the most accurate prophecy that we know of. At least that's how I can see it in the whole Bible.
Right, but that's also a reason I think that scholars think that the Gospels were written after 70 AD, because they say, I guess because they can't believe that prophecy was so accurate. So they think that this must have been written afterwards, and they pretended like it was written before. I don't know for sure about that, but all I know is
I don't think anyone does.
Well, I think I can.
Many different scholars, and they're still debating about the Marcion, the Gospels, and the before or after. The truth of the matter is, I don't think it will always come down to this, Jeff. What do you believe and what your faith is in? Do you believe it happened before or after? And anyways, if it didn't happen after, does it really take away from the truth of the story and the message? Does it really? How do we know that?
Well, so I think I can make a really strong case that it was written before 70 AD, because if somebody wrote the Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, after 70 AD, let's not even talk about John, because Matthew, Mark, and Luke are the ones that have the Olivet Discourse. John doesn't have it. If someone wrote it after 70 AD and wanted to pretend like Jesus gave a prophecy about it after it happened, then that would have been the result or the outcome, or that would have been the narrative of the early church post 70 AD. It's like, oh, Jesus predicted the destruction of the temple, and it happened. So this is what he was talking about. You see, that's what the entire New Testament is about. But yet that's what Christianity denies. So the fact that they deny that Jesus was talking about 70 AD proves to me that it's not a fake prophecy, because Jesus prophesied it before it happened, and then when it happened, they didn't believe that's what he was talking about, which is mind-blowing to me. You would think that people who wanted to deify Jesus and say he was God or whatever that they want to say he was, that they would say he was a true prophet. He said what was going to happen, and then it happened, and he executed his wrath in 70 AD, just like he promised that he was going to do. But yet, the church fathers, this is why I don't believe anything that the early church fathers say. I don't believe anything that they say.
A lot of contradictions.
Because they were near and dear to the annihilation, the utter desolation of Israel, Jerusalem, the temple, and the Jews. And when you have this written documentation in their hands that they had, that where Jesus was saying that all the righteous blood that has ever been shed on earth is going to fall on your heads, you Jews, you scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, that the great day of wrath and judgment is going to fall on your heads in this generation. And then they couldn't even figure out that that's what it was talking about in the same century, just a decade after it happened. It's so mind-boggling that I believe God specifically blinded them and did not want them to see the truth.
It seems to me, and this is figuratively speaking, that the Rosetta Stone in the New Testament actually is what we're talking about. If you can accept the fact that it was literally about the first century and was really leading up to the destruction of the temple and around 70 to 73 AD, and that you can just accept that the prophecies that came out of Jesus' mouth, his disciples' mouth, Paul's mouth, everyone's mouth, that it was their expectation was all this thing was going to happen, and their world was going to end, their age was going to end, and you can accept that. You really believe. I think that really, it's like it's designed in it, and I know this is well, listen, I'm going to say it this almost in a supernatural, spiritual way. If you can accept what he really said, you're weeded out of the pack. You know what I mean? It's like it's almost those people who want to follow what Heavenly Father said and what Jesus did, and those who just want to follow the group, the empire, their masters, your human masters. I don't know if that makes any sense to you, but to me, that's clearly what's happened in my own life. As I have followed or believed in what Jesus said and did, and whatever Heavenly Father, how he used Jesus as a tool, as an instrument to set us free from basically religion or the rule of thumb, spiritual thumb of other human beings over us, that by him setting us free there, you become now the hermit, if you will. You become the shaman, figuratively speaking, this outside of the tribe, outside of the group. You're an outcast, because if you speak the truth about what we're saying, then this is things that are going to happen to people. First of all, a lot of people end up losing their faith in God completely. What we're talking about, it's not the intent, but that's what happens because of the cognitive dissonance and the fact that they realize somebody is not telling the truth, and so what they do is just throw the kitchen out, the baby with the bathwater, right? You know what I mean? And so, it's human nature to do this. It's very hard to discipline your mind to weed out what possibly could be true. What is my faith in that book, and what is it not?
And so I've definitely wrestled with, what am I going to do when I come to these new realizations that the entire Christian religion is wrong? And I mean that honestly and sincerely, and unfortunately, that every single Christian denomination from top to bottom, all 45,000 are wrong. Because at their core, they exist for the purpose of denying what the Bible says in the New Testament. That's why they exist. They exist to say that Jesus hasn't returned yet. They are waiting for Jesus to return. They're waiting for him to execute judgment, to have this day of wrath, this great tribulation. When Jesus said that when they saw the abomination of desolation and when they saw Jerusalem surrounded by armies, know that these are the days of vengeance, which all things that are written will be fulfilled. When in Matthew 5, Jesus said, I have come not to destroy, but to fulfill the law. And he says, not one jot or tittle will pass until all things are fulfilled. But yet in 70 AD, the entire Jewish system passed away. There has not been a Jewish animal sacrifice in a temple for 1952 years. And Jesus said not one single thing, not a single jot or tittle will pass away until everything is fulfilled. Now,
you think about how ironic that is, Jeff. That's like one of the few things that has standed this long in the history of mankind. Think about it. I mean, and the profoundness of it, it's at any given time during the 2,000 years, if it wasn't legit, if it wasn't true, if there wasn't something supernatural, spiritual about it, they easily could have been reinstated. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that if they just would have,
for sure, right. So, and I don't even think that the Dome of the Rock is on the temple where the original temple was. They say we have to build it in the same place, and I've always said, why? Just build it down the road. Who cares? God,
look at the Old Testament. How many different times was the tabernacle moved? How many different locations? It doesn't matter.
So I think there are some scriptures to support that there was one specific place where a lot of things happened where, and so where they want the specific location to be exactly the same, but yet there's evidence that the Dome of the Rock is not even where the temple was, but that's where Fort Antonia was in the 1st century. It was the Roman fort. The Roman fort was way bigger than the temple. The temple is because they held 10,000 troops or something in the Roman fort. You could not fit 10,000 people in the Jewish temple. So the temple was not in that massive fortress that you see today. In fact, they've excavated the original east gate of the walls, not the temple, but the walls of Jerusalem, and it's underground in modern day Israel. It's not so people think that that the walls that you see over in Israel today are the same walls that were there before, but they found the gates and it's underground. It was the whole city was buried when it was destroyed. They knocked it down, or they covered it up, or buried it and built on top of it. And so I think that they could have rebuilt the temple, but they've tried a few times, and there were these miraculous occurrences that shut them down. There was fire shooting up from the earth. They tried to rebuild it. I forget if it was in the 3rd or the 8th century or something. They tried to rebuild the temple on 2 or 3 different occasions, and there was some weird things that happened, like fire shooting up out of the earth and killing people trying to lay foundations for the
Problems
temple.
with snakes all of a sudden. Yeah.
And so I think that they know about that, and that's why they want to talk about building a temple, but that's all they're going to do is talk about it. Because if they really wanted to, they would have already done it. And they know that they've tried a couple times and they got their faces torched or whatever. And so they're scared to death to even try it.
Well, if this is true, then it shows some reality of prophecy, and there's something supernatural. God,
right?
Father. There is actually.
So the first temple was destroyed in 586 BC, and then within 70 years they had already rebuilt the second one. They went away to Babylonian captivity for 70 years, but then in 70 years they had the full authority of the king of the world to go back and rebuild their temple. So they had it rebuilt in like 70 years, or they at least started rebuilding within 70 years.
Right.
So God allowed them to rebuild the second temple, but God has already prohibited the rebuilding of the third temple for longer than Jewish temple worship ever existed in the history of mankind. It only existed for less than 1,000 years total. From David to Jesus, you had the first and second temple. There was only 1,000 years. It's been 1,900 years without any temple since then. So if anything is true, you'd say God does not want a Jewish temple in Israel today.
Right. Well, it's clear that something, and can you think about the actual influence that the Jewish community has in the world today? They certainly have the capacity physically to build a new temple. And they've had it for a long time, and still it's not happening. So either this is another layer of mind control, or this is something that demonstrates the power of God and prophecy. And this leads back to, okay, there's a lot when you read the Bible, you study the Bible, you're going to see all sorts of contradictions. Things don't add up. And yet this person, whoever, we don't even have that much information about Jesus, but somehow that name and it's more than just mind control. It turns out it has some kind of supernatural power, and that what he truly prophesied about, what didn't come to pass and still is, which is it just goes over everyone's head. The power of that, everyone's waiting for something to happen in the future. Everybody wants this world, this place to end, because all they see all the evil in this world, and but they just like, listen, if you really believe, it's part of the good news. I mean, he actually was the most amazing prophet yet. If you think about it, is historically speaking, what he prophesied did happen. If you believe in that, and
Yeah.
then
And so this reminds me of the dilemma of, we talked earlier about, is the Bible the infallible word of God? So there are things that I still see from start to finish, Old Testament and New Testament, that seem to have a clear and supported, evidence, both historical, archaeological, logically, and there are some things throughout that still seem to resonate truth to me. In fact, a lot of things resonate as truth to me. But yet there are things in both the Old Testament and the New Testament, to me, mostly in the New Testament, that are highly sketchy. Uh,
it's
and
been massaged, it's been manipulated.
and uh, so people would ask me, how can you possibly believe anything in the Bible if you think that there is even one thing that's not true? I was like,
well, my faith is not in the book; it's in the story and in the message. It's in the message of
well,
Heavenly Father and what He did through the Messiah, Jesus Christ. That's what I meant.
but it's the same thing. It's the same way that we treat every other book. When you pull up an anatomy textbook in college, are you telling me that there is no possibility that there is anything in the anatomy book that is wrong? If you look at the anatomy book and says, what is the appendix and what does the appendix do? I don't think anybody really thoroughly understands what the appendix does. There are some things they say, well, it helps in the immune system. Some people would say that it's as a part of evolution. It's something that used to do something but now doesn't do anything.
It's worthless.
And you can look at different things, and you want to tell me that they have a perfect understanding of the intercellular workings, that there's no possibility that they will ever learn something new about the human body and explain it in more detail or more accurately in the future, that the anatomy books from 50 years ago are just as accurate and consistent as the anatomy books of today or 50 years in the future? No. So you read every single book the exact same way. You say, this is the best information that whoever is writing this had at the time. They may be right, they may be wrong. But when you compile all what the Bible says, if there's a contradiction, then you just evaluate the contradiction and say, what makes more sense? And the great example is the virgin birth, because most people have no idea that Deuteronomy 22 says that if any man lies with another man's betrothed virgin, then both the virgin girl and the man who lay with her should both die, and you should put this evil away from you. So that is exactly what happened according to Matthew chapter 1 in the virgin birth of Jesus. The narrative is that God took Joseph's betrothed virgin before they were married, and God got her pregnant. Now, whether he lay with her or not is irrelevant, because God still took another man's wife and got her pregnant one way or another. And the Bible, the law of God in Deuteronomy, says that is evil, and it's logically evil. If anybody goes to another man's wife who is a virgin, who is betrothed to him, and you get her pregnant, of course that's evil. You don't go take another man's wife and get her pregnant before he marries her. That's evil. And there is only one testimony in the entire Bible. Paul never said it. Peter never said it. John never said it. Nobody ever said there is no prophecy. You see, people want to say that Isaiah 7 was about that, and it's not. So when you read Isaiah 7, you see that it's about Ahaz and enemies that were coming against Judah in 700 BC or 600 BC or whatever year it was. And he says, before this child who is born to the virgin is old enough to say father or mother, the two countries that have come against you will be carried away in the plunder to Assyria. And then the next chapter, there's a child born. He says, call him Maher Shalal Hashbaz, because it means quick to the plunder, quick to the spoils, quick to the plunder, or something like that. Because before this child is old enough to say father or mother, your enemies will be carried away in the plunder to Assyria.
Right.
So that was about that child, not a future child 700 years in the future, that had nothing to do with Ahaz and his enemies, because that sign was to give Ahaz and the people of Israel a sign that God was still with them, that God was going to protect them from their enemies. So when you have a law in Deuteronomy that says it's evil to take another man's wife and get her pregnant before he marries her, and you have logic that says, of course that's evil. You don't take another man's wife and get her pregnant. And then you only have one testimony, and anywhere, Old Testament or New Testament, that says, oh, God got Mary pregnant before she married Joseph. What I do is say, what is the overwhelming evidence here? You've got a law against it. You've got logic and reason that's against it. And you only have one testimony that says that it actually happened. So I say we should throw that out, that is a lie, that it did not belong there. And it was put there by somebody who was trying to make Jesus be something that he wasn't, to say that he was some heavenly creature who grew in Mary's belly. If somebody is growing inside a woman's belly, that means he's a human. Why would, if God was going to send some angel from heaven, why would he make him grow inside a woman's belly for 9 months? Makes no sense.
Well, there's multiple reasons for why they would inject that, but the biggest thing is that there's only, if you follow the train of thought in the Bible of having two or more witnesses, you only have one. So you have to ask yourself, this one, which is Matthew 1:25. Is that what it is?
Yep, Matthew 1:23 to 25.
You can base your whole idea that Jesus was, God, then where the whole rest of the Bible is actually not really saying that. It's saying something different. He's saying he was a son of God, like you and I are. He was his tool, an instrument of God. He was son of man. He was a human being. He was used by God for a very divine and righteous purpose.
Right, just like Moses. In Deuteronomy 18:18, God told Moses, I will raise up a prophet like you from among your brethren, and he will speak the words of God, and people will hear the words of God from him. I believe Deuteronomy 18:18 is talking about Jesus. Now, it could have been talking about any prophet. It could have been talking about Isaiah or Daniel or who knows, just some Israeli prophet. But if it was talking about Jesus, then in order for Jesus to fulfill that, he had to be an Israelite like Moses. Not some demigod or God come to earth or God in the flesh, because that's not what Moses was. It says he's going to be like you. But let me make one before we get away from it, because I do believe that Matthew is the only testimony that says that Joseph did not have sex with Mary until after Jesus was born. You see, Luke is the only other possibility for this birth narrative at all. It's the only other possibility. But Luke does not say that Mary did not have sex with Joseph until after Jesus was born. Matthew is emphatic, saying that absolutely she never had sex at all until after Jesus was born. Luke just says that the angel came to Mary before she conceived, while she was a virgin. And so she was a virgin when the angel came to her and said, in the future, you will conceive and bear a son and call him Jesus, not Emmanuel. It don't even talk about Emmanuel in Luke. It talks about Jesus. So you can read the Luke birth account, and if you're not predisposed to think that it's talking about a miraculous virgin birth, then you can read it and it makes sense to say that she talked to the angel while she was a virgin, and in the future she conceived and bore a son.
This is true. You see that there's a lot of trying to appease or placate different uh, groups of people in those stories, possibly Mohammedans, Jews, other people that were is Platonic religions, with this whole idea of the virgin birth thing, because it's something that was spread out throughout the Roman Empire. There's multiple different cultures that had some form or another of it. So if you it's well, some people like to generalize and say they're paganizing the Christian text, but I don't think that's fair in its own right. Somebody mentioned here, we don't have to point out anybody, but they say, laughing, he says, "Oh yeah, my wife's a witch." Now I think this is important to bring this up because this goes back to the good news. I'm going to ask you: does Heavenly Father give a crap about whether someone's a witch or not?
Well, I mean, obviously, my perspective is that even Ted Bundy and even Satan himself has been reconciled to God. Colossians 1:20 says, all things in heaven and earth were reconciled to God by making peace through the cross. So I would say being a witch is not something that we should dabble in, just because I don't see the value in trying to do whatever it is that they do.
Well, here's the thing too: is don't judge too much about it's a label once again. Just like preterists, and so a lot of people that say have been falsely accused of being a witch just because, they dabbled in herbal medicines or they understood, whatever, and then it's been universally used over and over again to demonize people. So I just, would also have to define clearly, what kind of, let's say, witchcraft and sorcery or whatever you're involved in, right? Because it's I got a feeling because that the person who said this, Sheldon, I don't think that she's a bad person or doing anything that's really evil.
Right.
She's not casting spells. I don't get the impression that she's casting spells on people trying to ruin their lives and
right. making voodoo dolls and poking them with cans and trying to cause people to have heart attacks or something, So that would obviously be something that would be negative. If you are trying to do something that will harm another person, no matter if it's witchcraft or just plain wickedness, trying to trip somebody walking down the street, or shooting randomly in somebody's house, that's bad and you shouldn't do it. If you're looking for herbal medicines or something like that to help you and your family, then there's nothing wrong with that. But I would say even those people who are doing wicked things, the Bible says that Jesus atoned for wickedness. That's Daniel 9:24.
So eventually every human being is going to be reconciled to God somehow, some way.
Yes, and I believe God owes that to us. And people are offended by that statement because they say, "Oh, God doesn't owe us anything." I say, "Yes, He does, because He is the Father of all, and if He is love and if He is good, then the only way to make things right for all the bad things that we see happen every single day on this earth is for Him to have something better than what we currently see in store for us in the future." Now, we could still be reconciled to God right now, but yet God has not given us that eternal inheritance or that reward. He could say, I want to give people 70 or 80 years max to live on a world where there is a lot of darkness, because I want them to see darkness so that they can recognize the difference between darkness and light. So they see the difference in good and evil. And you could tie this into the Garden of Eden and say that the Garden of Eden is still alive and well today, in that humanity prefers to have the knowledge of good and evil over life, because it's like we want to know what it's like to do something wrong. We want, we have a desire to do.
Well, part of the problem is that
things.
we've been shoved into this dualistic system of night and light, that day and night, darkness and light, good and evil, and obviously that's part of what we're designed to do, is experience it somehow, some way, right? So it depends on how extreme. This is a natural segue into this whole thing about predeterminism. How much free will do we really have in this realm? What do you think? I mean, I have a good idea what you think, and in fact,
I think you know. I think you know what I believe, but
this is for the audience and anybody hears in the future. So.
Right. So I don't believe in free will in the slightest bit. I believe that the Bible teaches. So we talk about future projects. So I have written one book. It's the one I have. It says, "It is finished. Believe the unbelievable." It's about preterism and universal salvation,
right.
Universal reconciliation. The second book that I have started, but I just barely got started, is going to explain who God and Jesus are in the Bible. The fact that Jesus is not God, I'm going to demonstrate that, and I want to write it as if it is a guidebook. So, and I'm going to have an index in the back of it. Whenever somebody says, "Well, what about John 1:1?" Well, you can go to the index, and in the order that they appear in the Bible, you just go down and find John 1:1. It'll say that's on page 200, and so you flip to 200 and you read about John 1:1. And so I want to do that for every argument that there is about Jesus is God, because I don't believe Jesus is God, and I don't believe the Bible teaches that Jesus is God.
This is going to be a very hard pill for the vast majority of people who call themselves Christians to accept.
Yeah, I know. So
we have
the things that
it's a very important thing to bring up, Jeff. I recognize the value of what you're doing, because there is a separation from Heavenly Father and what is Son of Man, a Son of God.
Right. Jesus. So I know that my audience is not Christianity, because unless it's somebody who's coming out of Christianity, because Christians are going to hate everything I have to say. And just for the record,
my discovery, Jeff, is that if you truly believe in what Jesus said, your number one enemy will be people that call themselves Christians.
They really don't believe anything that Jesus said. Jesus said that he was the Son of God. And they say, no, Jesus, you're God. You're not the Son of God. You're God. So they disagree with Jesus on every front. Jesus said, I speak not by my own authority, but I say and do only what my Father commands me. And they say Jesus was equally God and had the same authority as God. So they oppose Jesus on every front. And it's amazing to me that they call themselves Christians, and yet they call Jesus a liar on everything that he ever said.
And if there's any way to figure out how to present this, Jeff, in a way where it's just, listen, this is not about religion. This is about an honest reading of the scriptures, honest critical thinking, critiquing of it. And, it's in the end, it's your faith and what you want to believe in. But I mean, it's sometimes belief, and especially tradition, or many times tradition in one's belief causes more damage than good, and they don't even realize it till it's too late.
Right. So my second project is describing who God and Jesus are in a detailed argument format. And my third project, if I ever get through the second one, is going to be about free will. That's what we were talking about, is free will. And so, the world, here's the reason why people hold on to free will, because that's the only way they can explain the darkness. They say, why do bad things happen on earth? They say, well, God is good, and God only does good things, so God can't be the cause of all the bad things that happen. So it must be man's free choice that causes all these bad things. So whenever, I guess whenever a child dies to cancer, how is that the child's fault or the parent's fault? If a child dies to cancer, that's God. I mean, God could have healed him, or God
ultimately, at the end of the day, This is what I say is, it's just the whole idea, the captain of the ship, right? The CEO, the fall guy is ultimately it's the head of the ship, right? They're
Right.
responsible for it. So God is in the end, and people say, "Oh my gosh, how can you say this? You're being so how can you talk this about God?" And I'm like, well,
Right. It's blasphemy.
how can it possibly be blasphemy if you say that God is all knowing, all powerful, and who's all who created this and created everything, then and put everything into motion, and you start to realize how limited at best your free will is. I mean, there's so many things that happen in everyone's life that no one would ever choose in a million years.
Right. Right.
That was imposed on you anyways. Who allowed that to happen? Because
Right.
God is this all powerful, or this spirits, God, the creator God. If he really, he could change things. Apparently doesn't want to change these things.
Well, and so my life story is what really affirmed my lack of belief in free will, because I told you my whole life I've always studied the Bible, gone to church, wanted to do what's right, uh, and want to do what pleased God, or obey the rules and regulations, and I went to school, got a degree, got a master's degree, got a certification, got a good job, but yet I was still unemployed. I quit one job, uh, thinking that I had another one lined up, but this job was so stressful I couldn't stand it anymore. So I quit, and I was unemployed for 2 or 3 or 4, I forget how long, several months. Uh, and it was a great period of horrible distress. And then I thought God rescued me from that, but then shortly after that, I went through another horrible workplace uh, event where they were laying off people, and they had targeted me to lay off, so they were harassing me and trying to push me out, and so I was unemployed again for well, no, I wasn't unemployed that time. That time worked out okay. It was still stressful, but then a time after that, the next job I got after that, I lost that job, and through chaotic events, and was unemployed for at least 6 months there. So I've done everything that I could possibly do. I went to church. I prayed. Uh, I studied my Bible. I abstained from doing wickedness and evil. Uh, and God multiple times caused me to lose a job through chaotic events. And uh, so it's like these things were out of my control. It's like, God, I don't want to be unemployed. I don't want to be unemployed and stressed out, moving across country with a pregnant wife, and all these things that I had to go through. And I was being a good person, going to church and praying the whole time, and yet all these things still happen. And these things are minor compared to what a lot of people go through. I know just recently a 16-year-old girl who who played on my daughter's volleyball team, who she was in a car wreck after I think they went to church. They drove to church on a Sunday, and she was riding with her 16-year-old friend, and it was raining, and they slipped off the road and hit a tree. And this 16-year-old girl had a head injury, laid in the hospital on life support for a few weeks with people praying for her, and all that, and she died. And so you want to who are you going to blame for that? Whose fault? Whose free will? I guess what you would say is, well, hey, it's the free will of the driver to drive too fast or to lose control in the rain, and it's all her fault. Like, are you telling me that these people who just went to church and they prayed for God's safety and security and protection and blessings, that as soon as they left church, she goes and wrecks into a tree and dies? So, and you want to blame it on the driver instead of God? So, uh, to me, God is sovereign. God is overall. God can stop anything, or he can make anything happen, or he can allow anything to happen, however you want to word it. But there is nothing that happens in this world, in my view, where God does not have the ability to intercede and overpower any situation. So if it happens, it was God's will.
Yeah, it has to be. If you believe in God, I mean, you have to come to terms with this. It's, it's one of the things that you and I talked about. You're the one that really kind of persuaded me to this realization of our predestination and that they're really and you got to take religion out of it completely to understand it. This whole thing. You'll hear all these like the Calvinists and all these other approaches to uh, predeterminism and all that. But the fact of it, if you just reflect on your own life and life around other people, and look at your course of your own life and things that have happened, like in my own life, and the vast majority of things that actually happened in my life, I never would have chose. As far as they were outside of my realm of influence. And so some people talk about how you have a life script from the moment before you even come here. I don't know how you've heard about this. And here's the thing, I have been like, since you and I have been talking, I've been looking into like near-death experiences, out-of-body experiences, reincarnation, taking a second look at it. I never really took it seriously, but since if we are honest about the Bible and how it actually comes from a Near East or Eastern culture, it has nothing to do with although it influences Western culture severely. We're talking about a different culture that was heavily influenced, regardless whether we like it or not, even from China, even from India. There's elements you can see. There's an impossibility that it wouldn't happen, with the Silk Road and everything else, and exchange and commerce. There's no way that these other outside cultures would not influence Israel and the Bible, right?
Right.
Whether one believes in reincarnation is not important. It's the fact that the vast majority of the world does, and that there seems to be inferences, subtle inferences, when we talk about you and I, we have this conversation before, and actually influenced you to make a video, and that's about John the Baptist and Elias. Well, maybe it's symbolic, maybe not, but let's remember that these
Wait
people.
a second. I didn't make a video on that, did I?
Yeah, you did.
Did I?
Yeah, you don't remember now? You give me credits. Oh, and thanks to old religion dystopia.
Well, I remember making a video, but I don't think that was about reincarnation, was it?
No, it's not. I'm putting my spin on it now about this whole thing and we've had this conversation that there seems to be. You can eat this. This is the problem how the scriptures are written. There's subtleties in it, then in which knowing how other people and cultures believe and think,
right?
They can see it one way or the other. You see it one way, and I can see another way. What I'm saying to you is that for thousands of years, multiple cultures and the vast majority of people actually have and do believe in reincarnation, whether it's supported in the Bible or not. That doesn't matter.
Right. I hope it's not true, because I don't think I would enjoy reincarnation. Now, if reincarnation allowed you to fully remember your previous lives and to correct the mistakes or to try something different or whatever, then I would say, okay, sure, we can deal with the hardships. And let's say if you get cancer and die early, then you get a new life, and you don't die early the next time, and you get to live a long life. So, well, that would be okay. I guess I could deal with the bad stuff as long as. But the fact that you do not
remember, you have a memory.
Remember what your previous lives were, I would say it serves no purpose. I would say that would be eternal hell instead of eternal life. Because
here we go, man. And I just wanted you to think about this because you brought this up too, and you made videos about this. But hell is on earth, and what if? And in many cultures, see, okay, and what if? Okay, Yahweh and what Jesus did is that key that gets us out of this reincarnation continuous loop, right? We're stuck here in this hell. And the only way out is to have faith or abiding faith in what Jesus said and did and what Yahweh and, the God of the Bible, right? By focusing on that, that is the key that eventually gets us, that maybe that's the way God actually reconciles us. I know it sounds bizarre, right? But if you think about it, okay, so there's a thing that's floating around right now, and it's called reincarnation, soul trap matrix. And that the only key out of this matrix is getting honest, accepting God in his sovereignty, and believing in the good news. And by doing that, that's what eventually leads you out of this trap. And maybe that's the way God reconciles all of us. I know it sounds bizarre.
Well, so the problem that I would have with that,
It's floating out. It's floating.
so I could certainly accept that. I could accept that version of hell way better than I could accept this, place of torture where souls go for all eternity to be punished. There's not a remote possibility that is actually true. But I could at least accept the idea that if you don't get things right in this life, then God just lets you be reborn and you try again. But the problem with that is that you're saving yourself. So you have to keep trying over and over until you get it right. So that puts all the responsibility on you to figure out how to do it right, and it gives no glory to God for saving you from the darkness. You see, I believe that God saves us completely independent of whether we come to the knowledge of truth or not. That's why, 1 Timothy 4:10 says that God is the Savior of all men, especially those who believe. So if those who believed in the first century, if they believed that Jesus said, when you see the abomination of desolation, don't go to Jerusalem, but go to the mountains instead.
Right.
The ones who believed, they escaped the wrath of God. But Romans chapter 11 says that all Israel would be saved, even the branches that were cut off and the wild olive branches that were grafted in. He says even the branches that are cut off will be saved, because he says all Israel will be saved in this way. When the deliverer comes from Zion, he will take away their sins. So even the people who rejected Jesus in the first century, that's why Jesus said, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. So the Jesus of the Bible, not the Jesus of Christianity, but the Jesus of the Bible, taught in mercy for all people, even those who crucified him and killed him. So that's the problem I have with that. Even the milder version of reincarnation is still putting all, and this is what people like to do in general. This is why they like free will, because they can blame human errors on being the result of bad things that happen. And they can say, oh, I'm going to heaven because I've made the right choices and I've learned the truth, but you're going to burn in hell because you have not learned the truth like me. And so that creates a prideful attitude that says, I'm right and you're wrong. And what the whole Bible narrative, the New Testament, what Jesus came to do was to serve and to humble himself. He says, what he gave the parable, he says, when you go to a wedding, don't sit in the front choice seats, because if someone comes in after you who is of higher, station or nobility or whatever, then they're going to embarrass you and tell you to move back to the back. But he says, rather, when you come in, you sit in the humble seats so that they will exalt you in front of others and put you on the front in the place of honor. So we are supposed to learn humility and servitude, and God shows mercy and grace, and he's the one who saves us. That's how God is good. If God puts the onus on us to save ourselves or to come to the right conclusion, then I would say that God is not that good.
I tell you, when you go down this road, once you open up the Pandora's box through preterism, You have to address these things. At least that's how I see it, and a lot of people have to as well. Or you get stuck in. Sheldon says 100% of religious people that have NDEs, that's near-death experience, says come back spiritual and drop the religion. Diesel from New Jersey says this is hell right now. Why else would you need saved from it?
Yeah.
Maybe spirits stuck here with us now are those damned to hell.
Well, so we could talk about that. You know, that's going to be a hot topic.
Let's go for it.
You know, so you know, it's been a long time since I talked to Derek Jester, but we had an eternal falling out. But
Well, if it wasn't for Derek Chester, so I brought it up, and people have, if you go back in my videos, and I actually attempted to interview him, and thank goodness it was a bad audio because actually in the process I met Jeff, and I've had a more intelligent, more insightful, and more reasonable conversations, not so one-sided. And good luck, Derek. Good luck.
right, so my perspective about spirits and demons and all this spiritual realm stuff, I believe in a spiritual realm, but I believe that God has separated the spiritual realm from the physical realm in the age that we live in today. Now, maybe some of this stuff happened in the first century. The Bible, you know, the New Testament says that these things happen. It's possible that when they talked about in the New Testament about these people that were possessed by demons, that they just had illnesses. That, you know, someone could have had seizures, epileptic seizures, and they thought that was a demon when it was actually just a physical abnormality of some sort. And when somebody, you know, if somebody's foaming at the mouth, they could have had rabies or something, and they called it a demon. But or there's the possibility that it actually was demon possessions and things like that. But you know, Daniel 9 says that it would that Jesus was going to change everything. He's going to bring an end to vision and prophecy. And 1 Corinthians 13, you know, talking about the end, he says, where there are prophecies, they will fail, where there are visions, they will cease. And when that which is perfect has come, that which is partial will be done away with. And so I've always taken that to mean, because in the Church of Christ, this is my background, we didn't do any speaking in tongues, we didn't do any miracle healings, or it was not sensational or charismatic at all. It was pure intellectual. That's the way I've always been, is just an intellectual studier, not a spiritual feeler.
It's more like I would call it more like book learning, book knowledge, right?
Yeah, it's about
I noticed that a lot of people
logic and reason, not emotion or feeling.
Come into preterism, they soon or never did have much experience with the quote unquote spiritual realm, or these multidimensional realms that possibly, well, for those of us who, like myself, who actually, I know this is complete different than what I believe. I know there's something else, and so do hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of other people today, and for the thousands of years. So there is something going on. Whether it's properly labeled demons or not is another thing, or aliens, or this other stuff. But I've had, you know, my real life encounters and experiences, and I've talked to numerous other people, and I noticed that these people are not hampered by religion, and so they have this opportunity to see a fuller side of the creation. I just want to say that. So
right. So you have to admit that there's at least the possibility that people perceive things differently, or that based on your perspective, you attribute things to spirits or demons when it could be a logical or reasonable explanation. You know,
one of the things, though, you're assuming is that it's not logical. to actually there might be some multiple interdimensional beings. I mean, quantum physics and everything else is demonstrating over and over again that there are parallel universes, and there's no reason to think that these things cannot somehow, some way, entities can go back and forth. This is something that's it's happened and has been accepted generation after generation after generation after generation in every single culture in the world. So it can't solely just be logical. Perspective certainly has a big part of it in how we see things, but it's a fascinating to study, to look into, because it's like it takes you down a world where you're just like, oh, this is a world I never really looked into seriously. And of course, just like every other topic, it's a landmine full of misinformation, disinformation, and confusion until it's just like what you went through when it came to your journey with Christendom and the Bible. We both had this similar experience with the Bible, right? Well, what we saw at one time, as we studied and learned and researched, we realized it said something completely different. And we realized that 90% of the people were wrong about what they were saying. So there's always that, I would just say, don't throw the baby without the baby with the bathwater on this topic, because I know we both come from scientific backgrounds, the same similar background, environmental science, right? And I just think that it's my experience. I don't think I know I was wrong, and I know a lot of other people that I was hanging out with and were wrong too, as far as, oh no, this was something in the past and there's nothing going on. Listen, you bring it up, we all bring it up. God, this dualistic creation, created good and evil. It's not just us, and there's no reason to assume that it's not just that's it. And if God is infinitely powerful, what's to say that there are not parallel universes and they're not interdimensional beings that we call spirits and demons and whatever, which maybe they're just not the same ones that are addressed in the Bible.
So I came home in this room that you see me sitting in right now. We came home one day from just going out to eat or something. And when I pulled in the driveway, I could see that the light in here was going on and off. Actually, it was dimming and coming on, and I think I can dim it. Let me see.
Right.
But it was going on and off and dimming, and I was like, "Holy cow! How is that light doing that?" I didn't even know how to make it do that. I didn't even know the light would dim and then come back on, and I tried to make it do it then, and I couldn't make it do it. So there's something weird about it. But so most people would think that their house was haunted. I don't know about most people, but a lot of people would think that their house was haunted. There was a ghost in the room, and he's flickering. He's affecting the lights because it was making the lights do something that I didn't even know how to make it do. But so I considered the possibility that there was a human being in here doing something. So I was at least concerned about that. But I walked straight down here because I knew that there's a remote. Here's the remote that turns the light and the ceiling fan on. I knew there was a remote that did that. So I was like, that remote must be caught under something or something, because that's the only way I can imagine that would happen. And it had fallen off the table, and it was pinned between the wall and the table. And so it was just going on and off, cycling through. And I lived in a house by myself for a few months at one point in my life. And I was moving after only a few months because I guess I found a house to buy, I guess, or maybe it was another house to rent. I can't remember. But I was moving only after a few months. And my neighbor came and saw that I had just moved in. We had never really met, but I was already moving back out. So he came by as I was loading all my stuff in the U-Haul. He says, "Why are you moving so quick?" I was like, "Oh, I found another house to rent, or I found a house to buy or something." And he's like, "Oh, well, I was wondering, did you ever notice anything strange in this house?" I was like, "No." He said, "Well, somebody died in this house at one point, and the people who lived here before said it was haunted." And I had lived there by myself for like 3 or 4 or 5 months, and I never noticed anything. And he thought the house was haunted, but yet I lived there by myself for 5 months, and I never saw anything weird happen. Uh, so I have never experienced anything in my life that could be attributed to demonic or spiritual influences. Now, I have seen God answer prayer, so I've prayed to God and God has made himself known, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, really negative energies is what I'm talking about. And I've just never seen it happen. And I can quote scripture to support the fact that those things ended. 1 Corinthians 13 specifically would be where I'd go to say that this stuff happened.
That the scriptures are specifically about that group of people at that given time. And just could it be possible, just as we're, as Christians, we made a mistake by blanketing saying,
hang on a second. You're really muffled now. I can barely hear you. What's going on?
I don't know. Can you hear me now?
Well, it still sounds muffled.
This is not good. Let's see.
Sounds like you're talking into a barrel. And I haven't been looking at these. I mean, I've glanced at the comments here and there, but if anybody has asked, oops.
Okay, that was great. Can you communicate? Sheldon, can you hear me? Can anybody hear me? Is it really that crappy? All of a sudden happen? Something happened. Isn't that interesting? We start talking about the spiritual thing and everything goes to hell. Yeah, there's no spiritual thing. So. You back there? Let's see.
Yeah.
Can you hear me at all? Or is it still crap?
It's still bad, but I can hear you. It's just bad quality.
I wonder what the hell happened. Maybe it's something spiritual.
Maybe.
Well, go ahead with your point, because anyways, we want to hear you, so I'll figure it out.
Well, I'm back in, right? Because I accidentally left. I was trying to look at the comments and I hit leave and it just kicked me out real quick. So that leave button, it means what it says.
You're in, yeah.
So this is the reason why I attribute everything, whether it's UFOs, it's possible that UFOs are real. There's a possibility that this is not even that's not even spiritual, but there are actually aliens out there. But if space is as big as they say it is, and if there's not a remote chance that we could ever have any interaction with anything outside of our solar system.
How's this, Jeff? Is this
better? Yeah, you're back now. What happened?
Somehow it got disconnected and I couldn't figure out that it was disconnected. Okay. I had to push it in harder. So
right, yeah, you're back now. So there's a possibility that aliens exist, but the way it works, where all these people see these mystical things and they make videos about it, just like they do Bigfoot. You see, I don't believe Bigfoot is real.
You're talking about me right now, right?
Well, I don't know. I don't know for sure, but
yeah, we haven't talked much about it. But yeah, I have my own encounters, and I do make videos about it. In fact, I just had a 6-hour live last night, specifically talking about Bigfoot. So, but the Bigfoot's it's not a hairy ape thing. So, but that's another story. You go ahead. By the way, like I said, it doesn't matter to me if you agree with me on this or not. You know what I mean?
So I believe that people like to fantasize about Bigfoot and the Loch Ness monster and all that stuff. It drums up tourism. It drums up tourism over in Arizona, Area 51, to talk about aliens. So they've got a whole theme park about aliens, and they make money off of it. So these things are So I've never seen it. I've never seen a UFO. Now I see other people that I don't think are crazy, that say they see stuff, but just because you see something doesn't mean that it's an alien in a science defying uh, aircraft. It could be a laser. It could be uh, a light show. It could be a drone. It could be all sorts of things that we don't know what it is. But
Yep.
if I was an alien, why would I fly around just to scare people and then not ever do anything? Uh,
That's right.
and so,
Well, there's
so
always the possibility that it's misinterpreted, and maybe it's been exploited, and maybe it's more, because I hate, and just like Christianity, this as well in the scientific community, that there are those who are legit in their pursuit of the science and the scientific method, and quite frankly, from my own observation, they are the minority again. It seems like the minority is always those that pursue the truth, as you have done in the Bible. And most people are, they follow that paycheck, and they're willing to put a blinder on a lot of contradictions and crap science. And so there's no reason to think that when there's crap, excuse my language, but I'm not going to say, yeah, it's crap. Television is crap. Mainstream media is crap. Most of the stuff that we see on television, as far as the History Channel, and it's called Animal Planet and all that kind of stuff, for the most part, all of it is, it's based on a truth, and it's embellished and distorted and lied. So who's to say that what we're saying as UFOs, remember, it's unidentified flying objects.
Right. So it is a UFO. I mean,
but
if you don't know what it is.
Right. We just don't know. We're figuring out what it is. Right. But it's not, it's clearly not as usual. I mean, you've been on this planet long enough to realize that there's a whole bunch of nonsense and crap in the mainstream media. Right. And popular culture is what they call it. Right. And, for a buck, people will say whatever. And, also if, intel, the use of, propaganda and mind control is always, it's a very important part of all cultures, all facets. So, from my observation, when it came to what Bigfoot is, and you find it on television, it's like 180 degrees different. I mean, it comes to UFOs, 180 degrees different. There's a story they want you to know, but then if you start really looking into it and you have your own experiences, you're like, yeah, there's something really weird going on that's probably is explainable, but it's not being explained to us for some damn reason. Kind of like the full fact that Jesus showed up in 70 AD, and 99% of Christendom hides that fact, or doesn't even know that fact, because they don't bother studying the scriptures.
Right. Yeah. I guess 99.9% I would more closely agree with. Right.
Yeah, you are the exception. That's why I grabbed it, And
yeah. So I just feel like for Bigfoot, for example, if there were actually a species of ape-like creatures or big humanoid creatures that lived in the woods, we would find a dead one somewhere. We would see footprints instead of, there would be too much. If we can track down a deer, then we should be able to track down a gargantuan
here's a better
humanoid.
Argument. If there was actually a Bigfoot, we would make a cage strong enough to house a Bigfoot, and we'd all be seen at the zoo right now, right?
Right, exactly. We would have one in a zoo. So that tells me all about there that they don't exist, or we would have one in a zoo.
Or could there possibly be that it's a false narrative, and what the mainstream media is trying to tell the general public what Bigfoot is a distortion and a lie, and that it is not anything close to that?
Well, so I absolutely believe that. But what are you saying? Are you saying what are you saying that it really is?
From what I can tell, it is some kind of interdimensional spiritual type of being that can come in and out at times into this realm and go back into the other dimension. Because remember, a dimension is what of time and space, right? And so it's just one of those things that somehow, some way, can actually manifest and has association with this creation. I mean, it's like
Right. But then
this
if that's
go ahead.
if that's the case, then these things are popping in for the sole purpose of being mystical and invisible and unseen. So they pop in just to let one person see it, but they can't get a good enough video on it. Then they pop back out. So I just don't see the purpose or reason behind it. So I just don't think
that's a very good question. What is the purpose and reason behind it? So, but I can tell you, for me, and this is going to sound extremely bizarre, and I wasn't intending going down this road. You brought this up. You started with the Bigfoot thing, and maybe you didn't know. One of the reasons is that I believe so strongly in the name of Jesus is because of my experience with quote unquote Bigfoot, which I saw 15 feet in front of my face, along with other people. So are we all hallucination?
Well, maybe it was a guy dressed up and walking around. That's what he usually is. If you see a humanoid creature in the woods,
you tell me a guy that's 9 foot tall, and not only that, it walked through a tree, didn't go around a tree, and it was extremely fast.
Well, were you smoking marijuana that day?
No, but I wish I did. I sure wish I was.
Well, see,
and by the way, this is a universal thing that's happened to tens of thousands of people, and our voices are slowly now coming to the surface. Just kind of like when you think about preterism, and just think about the truth about what the Bible says. I mean, there was always those people who knew about it, but it was hidden knowledge. It was in that inner circle, right? And slowly, in our generation, we are the extreme minority, but people like you writing books about the preterist point of view and how Jesus already showed up in 70 AD, and you can prove it over and over and again. It was in the Bible.
Right.
There's also other people that are coming out of the closets, as you will, and saying, hey, listen, this is really what happened to me too. I realize you guys think it's stupid. I realize you think we're foolish. We've been made fun of for all our lives, but we're we're saying, no, this is what really happened, regardless.
Well, and so all I'm saying is I don't believe in Bigfoot. I don't believe in aliens. I don't believe in ghosts and spirits and demons. I've never seen it. I could at least quote some scriptures to say why I don't believe in demon possessions and stuff today. But could I be wrong? Sure, I could be wrong. I mean, I may see something today or tomorrow that totally changes my perspective on things. But
and by the way, and actually, I like this. Actually, I really like having this dichotomy right now, because it's quite reasonable where you're coming from, Jeff. Honestly. I mean, honestly, unless you're an experiencer, there is no way in hell you can you prove to somebody else something that you feel, this experience.
Right. And so me in particular, I don't believe anything that anybody says. I believe people.
You shouldn't. That's what we've learned, right?
Right. That's what this whole book is about, is that Christianity, I believed in the Christianity stuff for 30 years. And then I realized that everything that they taught me, practically everything they taught me, was a lie. So it's like, I'm not going to believe anything anybody says, even if I think that you're a nice person or that you have good intentions. I'm like, it's possible that, someone with good intentions who is a nice person who has just the wrong perspective. And so until I see am convinced myself, then I just don't believe.
No, and you shouldn't. And you have a reasonable, rational, critically thinking perspective of mind, and you should be exactly where you're at. So I don't see anything wrong with that. I'm not. We talk about it. I'm not asking anybody to believe me. I could care less. You know what I mean? Because
I think what you want is, you wouldn't want me to think that you're a crazy person. So I think that would be what you would.
Jeff, if you did, it still would be your choice, right? What could I do about it? When it comes to reputation,
right? But I don't. I don't want people to think that I'm a. Even about this predator stuff, I don't like it when people say, "Oh, you're insane. You made up your own stuff. God. There's no way that that's true." So I'm like, that makes me mad. When I'm fully convinced that I'm right, and you want to mock me and say that I'm insane or lost my mind or there's no possible way that I'm right. It's like, it's not fun
Well,
to be on that end.
it's time to part. That's what happens, right? And this is what happens. What I've discovered in my journey and other people's journeys in pursuit of the truth, that it's slowly marginalized you from the masses, from the group. You become marginalized. You become pushed out, and then you have to make a decision. I think this is part of this journey. I think this is really part of the journey of the pursuit of the truth, and how much, there's the phrase is, I'm the way, the truth, and the life, right? The truth. What does that exactly mean? If we start to reflect upon it in a more philosophical way, well, the more honest you are, maybe with the message of which the Bible actually says about Jesus, which seems to be, you're like, you and I, my perspective is like we're one out of 100,000 people that call themselves or did call themselves Christians. And I'm being generous in that, you know what I mean? And so isn't that always the way, though, with any kind of progress, is the person who thinks outside the box usually is marginalized, only to find out a generation or two that person was actually right. But that's this is the price of life, it's prices of the pursuit of the truth.
Yeah, I
How
figure
much do you love the truth?
after I die, this book will probably be the best-selling book on the shelves. But while I'm alive, I'll sell one copy a month.
Oh, yes, it's the way it is, isn't it? I mean, how many other times? How many you hear it all the time? Famous artists, right? You can just name them. You can just name famous artists, famous scientists, inventors, on and on it goes, who did something that's so significant in society and culture, and they're not getting any credit until years later. Some historian says, "Oh yeah, this person actually wrote that book. His name is Jeff Mitchell. He wrote this whole book." Oh,
but I've realized that you've heard of the guy Max King, right?
it's 11:11. Yeah. Max. Oh yes, of course. And I have never read any of his stuff, just like most people.
So he wrote a really thick book, like a really thick book.
I know.
I've never read it. I've heard people talk about Max King a long time ago, like he's an insane guy who believes in the 70 AD stuff. He's the guy who started the whole thing. So I would say that Don Preston probably learned preterism from Max King. He probably read his book, and that's where he got his ideas from. So I think Max King was highly influential in this preterism stuff, but I never read his stuff. I didn't even read his Wikipedia page until fairly recently. And then I read some of, went to a website or something that described his book. Me and Vanilla Gorilla were looking at this, I believe. And I was like, holy cow. Apparently Max King was a full preterist who also believed in universal salvation. And I think that's what his thick book is about, which is probably identical to what my book says, except my book is small and you can read the whole thing in about 4 hours. But his book is really big and you'd probably need 25 hours or something to read his book. But I think we say the same thing. So
I think it's an inevitable thing, and I do hope that we do more of this, Jeff, because I value you as a human being and in your insights. I didn't just gleam onto you and just become some kind of cockroach or parasite. You know what I mean? I was like, it takes a long time to find somebody that has the capacity to articulate the positions that you have, and I also recognize it takes a lot of discipline and effort to be in the position that you're in. And so I do value it. And it just, blowing smoke up your derriere. It's actually the truth. And so, I hope we do this more because, it's like preterism, understanding it more. It is the key that unlocks the door, Pandora's box, to universalism, to predeterminism, to if you've been hoodwinked you know, in the church, where else have we been hoodwinked? So it leads into all other different aspects, and it does actually, although it might make you socially a misfit, intellectually it's freeing. And basically that's where we live our lives anyways, between our ears. And it really doesn't matter what anybody else thinks about us, unless they're doing something physically to us. It doesn't matter. And we're in a precious time right now in history where a man like yourself and I, or anybody else, can actually have some semblance of the freedom of conscience and intellectual exploration. That's not totally depend, you know, because you know how it is. I was in the environmental science field. You're in that. You're also in the corporate setting and higher learning setting. You know, you're in this institutional corporate setting, and you know as well as I do that there's only so much freedom of expression in those places.
Right.
And you know, your boss only wants to know so much of what your opinion is, right? And the rest of the world is too. So to have these opportunities, even though we might come from different backgrounds or similar backgrounds, or see things dramatically different from the spiritual realm or not, I don't think it's that important, because I think we can learn from each other. And you know, it's not you know, it's not a religion to me. It's, if there is anything, it's the pursuit of the truth, knowledge, right?
Really, I think it's our individual walk, that we don't have to be a part of a group or an organization to walk the path that God sets before us. A lot of people find comfort in being in a group because then you don't have to lead. You see, I like the position of leadership. I don't want to follow anybody anywhere. I would rather lead myself into a pit than follow a bunch of people to the promised land, to be honest with you. So that's just who God made me. And so if the crowd is going this way, I'm going to deliberately go another way a lot of times, because I like to cut my own path. And I feel like if people would stop following that group of people down that road, if you would just give my perspective, just entertain my perspective long enough to read the book or listen to it on YouTube, and give a critical examination of it, then I believe that it will lead you to a place of more peace and harmony between you and God that you could never get in the church.
Oh, you can't get it at all. You just don't get it. It's an illusion. It's what you get. You get emotionalism. You get the false security group.
When I was in church, I would go to Walmart and I would look at every single person in Walmart and say, "You're going to hell. You're going to hell. You're going to hell. Every one of y'all is going to hell. I'm the only one going to heaven." And hey, and that's a miserable life to go around thinking that everybody's going to hell but you.
Isn't it frightening to realize how malleable and pliable the brain is, and how easy we are to be indoctrinated, brainwashed into believing things that, you know, and I think, you know, this is the thing about critical thinking, and a lot of critical thinkers and a lot of people who start questioning their reality would go even further than you, Jeff, and I, right? Would even to the point, there's no God, there's none of this stuff. I don't want to hear any of this stuff. Right. Or they might just go 180 degrees and say, "Oh, I'm going to be a Satanist," and who doesn't matter. There are people out there that respond to this and say, well, if it doesn't matter, then what does it matter if I do some violence to somebody else, or violate somebody's life? And all that? But saying that it's the price of the truth. It's a weeding out. It is part of that. You know, the interesting about the parable of the wheat and the tares, it is applicable in our lives. Although it was not specifically about us today, it was about them. It's still, that truism is applicable today. That pursuing to one's best ability in all humility and honesty what is the truth, you will be sifted like wheat from the tares. You literally, intellectually and socially, it actually manifests that way.
Yeah.
And I mean, and you know that, and you have your own. And by the way, I think that's probably even more important truth than most people are willing to embrace. You know, it really is an extreme. It's a truism in life. It's, you know, so. But we've been doing this for a couple hours. I do want to keep this up, and let's get back to the stuff and talk more. Maybe if you're willing to do it, we can go in more detail and in depth through the 10 chapters of your book.
Sure. Yeah.
And, you know what I mean?
And I think this is more enjoyable than live TikToks, because you get so many people that want to just get in and to fight and argue and complain and distract and detract. That's why I don't go live on TikTok very much, because it usually turns into a negative environment. But like this, you know, as long, you know, you can disagree and be respectful. And if TikTok was like that, I would go live over there more often. But
well, we've known each other how long now, Jeff? 7 months?
Well, I'd say a year, but it's been a while.
I didn't start TikTok until June, and so I learned, I met you through Holy Roller Eddie in June, and then eventually in your Discord, and had the conversations. And so this is actually the longest you and I have ever had a chance to talk one-on-one. I don't know if you realize that.
Right.
Usually I say, if anything, a sentence, and then everyone goes run to the races. You know what I mean? But but I think this is important. I find it enjoyable. I value your perspective, and I think that you have a sharp mind, and I think that you have a perspective that's valuable, especially when it comes to, because it's clear that you didn't just read the Bible once, and years studying this to come. It does take. It takes multiple times reading the New Testament just to come to the preterist position, for most part, unless you're really, you know, maybe you've already developed your critical thinking already, and you would see it right away. But most people are blinded by religion, so it takes time.
It's definitely. I have been you see, that's been my perspective the entire time for the 30 years. I would listen to what they told me I should believe in church, but I never believed anything they said because they said it. I would approach everything from a critical thinking standpoint and say, is that true? Can I prove it through the scriptures? And so, you know, early on, I didn't have a real strong foundation and knowledge of the scriptures, but as time progressed and I was challenging everything they said, I was coming up with things to fight or argue against what they were teaching. And
you know what you were doing? You were setting yourself free. How do you set yourself free? Through honesty, with critical thinking. And you did set yourself free. As hard as that may seem, it's a burden to be free. I mean, it's personal responsibility, right?
Yeah, I think it's my personality, because, you know, I'm a Leo, and I think that means something. You know, Leos are the king of their world, the king of the jungle, and Leos are leaders. And so whenever someone else is standing up in the pulpit preaching, I'm like, dude, I'm not in your pride. I live my own life, and I've run my own world. And if I want to believe what you've got to say, then it'll be because I made the choice, not because you told me. So,
Leo, is that August or is that?
Yeah, August. Yeah.
That's very interesting. My son's birthday is in August 16th. I'm a Capricorn, so that
means you're a nerd, is what that means. Capricorns are nerds.
I'm a son of a bitch. You know, what do you call those things? A goat, half goat man? You know,
yeah. Well, it's a goat fish, I think.
It's a goat fish, subhuman, or whatever it is. It's not even human, is it?
No, that one's not. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting that a guy that was such a scientific background would even throw that in, Leo. But there you go. There's always tradition, and and who knows? Maybe there is some absolute truth. Have you ever looked into astrology much?
Yeah, I've been looking at personality assessments for I would say it's been about 6 or 7 years now. I've been looking at this, not horoscopes. I don't look at fortune telling or anything like that, but I do look at personality. And there is absolutely something to it. So, if you believe in Bigfoot and I don't, I'm telling you, I believe in zodiac personality assessments. If you don't, then that would be something I believe in. You don't
know enough about it just to make a decision.
Well, I could prove it to you if
more than
because
interest.
well, so all you got to do is go to the internet and do a search for birth chart. Just do free birth chart.
Okay.
And there'll be all sorts of options. The one that I usually have been going to lately is called Just Astrology Things, I think is the name of the website. Just Astrology Things. And if you punch in your date of birth, the city where you were born, and the time of day that you were born, then you can read about your personality and you will be floored about how accurate it is. Now, most people who are non-believers will say, that's generic, that's true for everybody. But it's not, because if you read it in a group of people who are different and you read all 6 or 8 people in the room, they're all going to be different and they're all going to be spot on to describing the personality of the person you read.
Your birth certificate have the date, the time you were born?
Yeah, your birth certificate will have it, yeah.
I don't remember when that was, so
yeah, so look at your birth certificate.
What I can see so far, it says you're a dullard. You're stupid. Yes. Okay. No. Yeah, I love to look into that. And so you've been doing this for. See, isn't this when you have conversations like this, you always find more interesting things about that person and just let it flow and be respectful. I don't even think I'm not thinking respectful. I'm actually interested in what you're having to say, Jeff. So, but this has been a fascinating conversation. To maybe sometimes to deviate from, because you know how I want to say demanding, but it's also a little bit it wears you down studying the scriptures and realizing things of what's going on. You know what I'm saying? It does wear you down. I mean, at least it does for me. I mean, I've taken a break. Unfortunately, what happened was whatever you were doing in Discord, it made it more difficult to follow you whenever you're having these conversations. And so because of that, it helped me to start looking at different things again. And then by December, I realized that there's like a handful of people on TikTok that are really worth even interacting with. The rest of it is just, after 6-7 months, and I'm not being I guess I'm being judgmental, but I'm being honest too. It's like there's about a handful of people that I've met in the 7 months on TikTok that I could actually have an intelligent conversation with.
I know what you mean, because that's the reason why it's hard for me to go live on TikTok, is because it's just stupidity out there. People believe in ridiculous things for no reason, and you can tell them, you can show them in the scriptures that Jesus is not God, but they will deny it over and over and say, no, I know Jesus said that, but he didn't mean it. That was only when he was in the flesh. It's like, okay, well, why don't you believe what he said when he was in the flesh? So
Sheldon says my wife is August 16th, her birthday, just like my son. His is August 2nd. Sheldon says I am a Leo, and the Chinese zodiac, I don't know if you know what he's talking about, and a Cancer in the sidereal.
So when you do your birth chart, it gives you your sun sign and your moon sign and your rising sign and your, where Mercury and Venus and Mars and Jupiter, and it'll tell you all the stuff. Because when you say you're a Capricorn, what you mean is your sun was in Capricorn. But
My birthday's 2 days.
the birth chart tells you all the interacting components, not just the sun. And so that's why you can have two Capricorns that are really different in a lot of ways, is because they will have some things in common, that they're both Capricorns, but their other signs are going to be different, which gives them their different personality.
Right.
So,
I also noticed that for me, just on this conversation, looking back, there's been some of my strongest relationship friendships with people that were apparently were Leos because they're August birthdays.
well, Leos, I say Mary Poppins must have been a Leo, because Mary Poppins said she was practically perfect in every way, and that's the way Leos think. You know, Leos think that we're practically perfect in every way. So,
My ex-wife, not my son's mother, but my ex-wife that I met in England, she was half East Timorese and half Portuguese. She spoke 7 different languages. She was a very interesting little woman that spent time in the UN and all that kind of stuff, and she was Leo.
Leo's a good sign. We're a little bit arrogant. That's our downside, is we're arrogant. So, but
There's nothing wrong with that. It's better,
well, we back it up though. So we're arrogant, but we back it up. So
this feels like this is about time to wind down. But thank you, Jeff.
yeah.
And so let's do this. And I'm serious. You know, I mean, I don't know, whenever, maybe in a couple of weeks, in a month, and we'll do test.
Yeah, I was thinking I need to come up with a better background, and I need to dress up next time and make it look more professional instead of sitting here in my pajamas.
Well, you know, you can get one of those cheap green screens. Do you have those, or for your children?
Well, I don't know how to apply it to this.
Well, what it is it's like a green velvety background. You put it here, or is there something right behind me? There's like it's just something you did, and it's like a frame that you with tripod legs. Cheap. It costs $50 for my son. It's my son's, and that's the background. And then what you do is you just you'll have like you'll create an image, you know, with whatever software you have and whatever you want on it, and that and it will show up in the background behind. It's really simple. And if you want me, the first thing you have to do is get this thing, because it's called, and you look it up. It's called, just look up green screen kits. And then
that sounds like too much for me, but
anything from $8 to like the $50, it's not that expensive. So.
Well, I have enjoyed the conversation, and I couldn't tell how many people you had in here, but I know you've had these couple of guys that were commenting the whole time. I believe they've been with us the entire time.
I don't understand this, because like yesterday when I did my first one, it turns out that there's like 70 people so far viewed it, and I don't think it gives me an accurate read or on who's liking it and who's following it. It doesn't seem to be synced up right, because
but hopefully even this will be posted on YouTube, right? So it'll continue to get views in the future.
Automatically it would be in the live section. And by the way, too, I should bring up that me, Vanilla, and a few other people arranged an awesome debate between 2 people I respect, one being Jeff and the other one being Alvin
Israel.
And there was a great discussion or debate, which actually was one of the most respectful debates I've ever seen at that level. Usually, at any level, really, when it comes to Christians, to be honest with you, I think it was one of the most respectful debates I've seen, period. I'm even talking about the ones I've seen on YouTube with high degree theologians. Even they seem to descend into ad hominem attacks, but you guys didn't do that.
I think the only thing that would have made our debate better is if we had talked about our positions a little bit more on the front side, and I'd said, in your rebuttal, I want you to address this thing, and then in my rebuttal, you want me to address something. So if we had directly addressed what each other thought their strong point was and why you disagree with what I think is true, then it would have been better. But since our rebuttal period was not really a true rebuttal, I believe that was what the limitation was on the debate.
Yeah, there's always round two. And if you, how much of this astrology do you actually know? Honestly,
Well, I know all 12 zodiacs, and
you're a teacher, and if you really know what you're talking about, I'd love to have you come back and teach us what you know, what you talk about. Because I have never delved into this stuff.
well, I know more than your average Joe, but I'm not an expert either. So we could come back and have a show exclusively about just reading your birth chart, for example, or we could read yours and mine both, and we could see the difference between yours and mine.
Or we
and,
can also have some of the people that are watching this come on and have them, they can
right, because you know, as long as you know the date, the location, and the time, then you can get your full chart, and you can read it. You just read it off the web, so it's just right there, readily available, and it's amazing. Now there'll be some parts it's like, well, I don't really identify with that, but there'll be other parts.
Sheldon's asking if you are familiar with gematria, and yes, Sheldon. Once again, Jeff has a book, and it will be in the description. It already was on YouTube, but I'll put it again. So there'll be a link to it if you to order.
So the only thing I know about gematria is just what I've studied in relation to 666 in the Book of Revelation, and how in Roman numerals, for us a V equals 5 and a I equals 1 and I equals 3. So essentially, that's the same way with the Hebrew and Greek language. They had numbers associated with letters, and so somebody's name, if it said IVI, then you'd say, well, hey, that's 41 or something, and so that's all I really understand about gematria is the way that they used letters to represent numbers, and you could use that code that way.
Yeah, I've studied it a little bit, but there's a guy, God, what's that? Hubbard? What the hell is this guy? You guys read of Zachary Hubbard? I think that's what it is. Anyways, there's gematria or something other. I pay attention to that a little bit. It's he's more in the conspiracy theory side of things, but it's still interesting. Well, I don't know. I don't know how truly accurate gematria is. To be honest with you.
Well, and something related, even in my book that we have right here in chapter 3, it's titled 40 years. So there is something that is consistently in the Bible about 40 days and 40 nights, 40 years. So 40 is used very commonly, and so numbers in a different way carry symbology throughout the Bible also. So 7 is a number of completeness because you have 7 days in the week.
Right.
6 is the number of man because man was created on the 6th day. So there's a lot of number associations in the Bible too. I don't know if that's what you call gematria or if it's just that 666 type stuff, but
gematria is usually the use of numbers associated with letters. So like
right.
that. If you have the numeral value of each letter, it will add up to something, 33 or 66 right. or 11 or and then it whatever. Well, that's one of the things about you only have 26 letters in an alphabet, right? So you can only some be common anything, but I did find it interesting. Like you said, 40 years is a generation, either between 30 to 33 AD, which lines up with 70 to 73 AD, which is pretty damn close to how everything, the timing of when it's fulfilled. Even that the separations. And then there's a 6-year period. And you can go on and all that stuff. So anyways, Jeff, thank you. And I'm dead serious about that astrology thing. I have no idea about that.
Well, it would be fun. It'd be fun to just talk about that one time.
That's totally foreign to me. I'm serious. I mean, my mom did it. But my mom, you know how parents are. But there was no. My mom was doing it, and therefore I didn't want anything to do with it. Right? You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
and usually it was it doesn't matter. But it would be interesting now to see how that he uses personality as astrological personality charts.
Yeah.
Now, that's something that would be. It's probably there's probably millions of people doing it, and it's another part of another
Well,
subculture
so
that
you can they've got all these personality tests that you can take online, and you can answer 50 questions, and then it'll tell you that you're an INFT or whatever, whether you're introvert or extrovert or whether you're, but the zodiac sign does it with only 3 points of data: your birth date, your location, and your time of birth, and it tells you your personality with 3 points of data, and with an amazing accuracy. So,
yeah.
it's
You know, is
crazy.
there any way to tie that in with the astral theology that's embedded in the Bible, and particularly the New Testament? Is there?
Yeah. Well, I think that all this stuff came from Babylon, and Daniel was the head of the magicians in Babylon. And
Sure.
when Jesus was born, the Babylonian the wise men from the east came in saying, "Oh, this star tells us that a king was born." And yet Daniel was the head of the magicians in Babylon, so he probably told them something about the stars that gave them the clue to go. Now that's even if that story might be completely false.
You never know. You're never there, so no one will ever know, right?
Right. So, but if it's true, I would say it probably originated from Daniel, the Babylonian wise man.
Yeah. I truly believe there's a lot of things that are embedded in the scriptures that is the more and more you study it, the more so there's layers of understanding, and there's a lot of things that are embedded in there that lead you to go down this path and that path to understand more fully what might they've been suggesting. You know what I mean? I mean, there's so many coincidences, and Jesus died at 33. There's 33 vertebrae in your spine. It goes on and on and on. You're like, there's probably something more that they're suggesting that meets the eye. That doesn't actually, to me, at a superficial level, people will read stuff and say, "Oh, this can't be true. This is just plagiarism. This is just, stealing this from that and the other." And this is talking about astrotheology. This is not talking about a human being. He never existed, or he did. This whole concept of mythicism or historicism, that Jesus, if he's real or not. I think these are valuable things to discuss, but I don't think it's the big. There's always a bigger message. It's the way they wrote that book. I mean, we've mentioned this before, and about it's like people. I guess it's hard to fathom, but just think about the 100 smartest dudes, and not just in your town, but throughout all Western civilization, gathered together to help compose, translate, arrange, massage the scriptures, right? And it just didn't happen once. It happened over and over again, right?
Yeah.
And so you have this layers of brilliance if you're able to see it. But it takes time. It really does. It takes time.
Well,
You just
let me tie in the zodiac stuff with something that we talked about earlier, so we prove that it's not completely unrelated. You see, I said I didn't believe in free will. I believe that God is the potter and we are the clay. And I saw somebody saying in the comments they didn't mess with zodiac stuff because, some people think it's voodoo or whatever. But what it means to me is that, because I told you that with only 3 points, you have a full, in-depth personality assessment based on your birth date. So to me, what that does is it indicates that there is a design built into this creation, and that you are not whoever you made yourself to be, but you are who God made you to be. And so whether you were born as a premature baby or a late term baby or whatever was ordained by God, because God wanted to create you to be whoever you are based on what God can demonstrate through the stars and the planets.
Yeah.
So, so that's how it ties in. So I don't believe it's mysticism or occult or anything else. I believe it's just the way God designed this creation. It's not random, and you don't create yourself. God created you.
Well, a lot of times they hide or conceal the deeper truth of something through the labeling and like mysticism or occult. It's hidden secrets, hidden knowledge.
Right.
When but yeah, I mean, there's clearly a connection with the zodiacs, the stars, and this place and us. And they say they were made from stars, the stardust. Maybe it's just maybe it's not even real. Maybe it's just symbolic. But regardless of the fact, there seems to be this strong connection with the zodiac and the movements of the stars and what's going on here. So I mean, this is something we go into deeper. So
Yeah.
and they just I never can tell if you're getting tired because you always are yawning. So I don't know.
Well, so I think I'm a little bit tired, but I think also just sitting up in this chair this way.
No, but ever since I've known you, you're always yawning. So I've known you.
I think
it's
something whenever I talk on a live like this, I think I'm just not. I have a deviated septum and I can't breathe very well, so I think this position just makes it where I have to catch my breath. But also, it's freezing down here, and the heat is. I just realized the reason it's so cold down here is because the heat is not actually on. The light is on, but the heat is not. So I'm about to freeze down here as well. So,
well, thanks for persevering, and we'll talk to you soon, brother.
Yeah, it was a good chat. Talk to you later.
Okay, man. You take care, man. Let's see what I do here. So that was awesome. That was Jeff Mitchell. If you can see, it's Jeff Mitchell. He's an author of a book called It Is Finished. He is a guy that's studied many years studying the scriptures and actually faced his demons and is willing to break free from the mind control of Christianity and try to follow the truth instead of religion. I have a lot of respect for him. It's interesting. First of all, Sheldon and oh gosh, should I be saying your name or not? Billinger family. Tell everybody your name again. So, anyways, I'll just say Mr. Billinger. Which is, by the way, he's been on my show. So, what I was thinking of doing, if you want me to keep on carrying on, there is this is from Sasquatch Chronicles from like 2 or 3 years ago with Tim Renner and Joshua Chushin. And they did a book where the footprints end. Anyways, it just kind of ties in with this conversation, which I didn't expect it to go in this direction. I was hoping it would, it didn't matter what I was hoping. I was kind of just going with the flow. I know Jeff well enough to know that I think you can go in many different directions. But anyways, this is about Bigfoot, fairies, UFOs, cultural, how this is not just North America, but as something throughout the country. I think it'd be the woman in white. This tall woman in white that's always associated with quote unquote Bigfoot and orbs and the big feet. This woman that has like these clown foot shoe. Actually, the way they did it. In fact, I'd love to get that book, and it's let's listen to that if you guys are interested. Are you guys interested in listening to something more? Because if you are, I'll share it. If not, I'll end it. You want me to keep going? I think you're saying yes. Absolutely, absolutely. Do you guys want me? Do you want me to keep going? Yes or no? If you want me to keep going, yes or no? I need a yes or no. Okay, sure. All right. Sure, Mike. Who gives a care? Let's do. Okay. I think it'd be worth your time, and it's not something to, I'm not trying to impose anything on anybody, but I do believe it's an interesting tie-in, and I just actually found this video. I probably listened to it before, but I didn't think much of it. Now, Tim is from Strange Familiars. He actually interviewed me, and he unfortunately he edited half of our interview. Fortunately, I recorded it on my end, so you can hear the whole conversation on my channel. Saying that, let's listen to this, and then that way I can take a break and walk away from here and use the restroom and stuff like that, since we've been going at it for a good 2 hours and 45 minutes. And I think I'm only allowed 50 or 60 hours a month to live stream. Oh yeah, by tomorrow as well, if it works out. Jared from Sasquatch Confessionals, is that what it is? He's going to join me around this time Saturday night, and it should be an interesting perspective conversation. So anyways, check this out.
Oh yeah, just don't call me late for dinner.
Yeah, welcome to the show, Josh. I really appreciate you being here, man. And
It's an absolute pleasure. I'm a long-time listener, and this is, as I was mentioning to you before, like this is like the last item on my podcast. Long-time listener, I haven't spoken yet, so thank you for having me on here. It's really a pleasure.
yeah, no, the pleasure's mine. Thank you again for coming on. And we're going to talk about your guys' book. I bought it off of Amazon. I know I could have gotten a free copy, but I don't believe in people giving away their work for free. So I wanted to get my own copy. And actually, I was just telling Tim and Josh, I love the book. I love the cover. It's called Where the Footprints Ends, High Strangeness, and the Bigfoot Phenomenon, Volume 1, Folklore. The little I've read into it, just because I haven't had a chance to really sit down and read the whole book, I was really impressed with it, guys. It's very well put together. Who wants to start? What made you guys kind of write this book together?
Well, I started it, and I looped Josh in because Josh had just finished writing his last book, which was about alien abduction and the changeling phenomenon in fairy lore. Night, there you go, Josh. A little plug for you.
Appreciate it.
And I had just begun the idea for this book, and I knew I wanted to write something about all the strangeness that kind of goes along with Bigfoot. I didn't quite know how I was going to do it, but I knew I needed help. I knew there was so much there. Very shortly after getting into it, I knew there was so much there that I was going to need help. Josh and I have been on several podcasts together. Have we met? I don't think we'd even met by this time, but we've been on different podcasts together, and we've had email exchanges, and I sent him my books, and he'd sent me his books. I liked his writing, and I knew it was somebody I could trust to put their heart into the project. So I asked Josh, like, you want to climb on board on this? And thankfully he agreed, and it changed, definitely. It's a different book in a better way that now that Josh is involved. I was going to write it more as almost as an encyclopedia of weird stuff associated with Bigfoot, like, A is for Albert, which B is for whatever, C, W is for witches, G is for glowing eyes, etc. And Josh really had a kind of a different angle he brought to it, and I think it ends up being a better book for that. So I'm glad we sort of changed the format. But there was just so much weird stuff, Wes, that it can't be ignored.
Yeah, I agree. Josh, what kind of weird stuff would someone find in the book? Watch. What kind of odd things have you come across that you thought, what, we need to put this in the book?
Well, there are some things in the book that I wanted to address that have always bugged me, as someone who believes that there is an objective reality to things like the Sasquatch phenomena. I still really do sympathize when people talk about not finding a body, people talking about, there not being anything that we can really call, proof with a capital P. So there are certain things that always sort of like made me really question the physicality of this, and things like cloaking, turning invisible, shape-shifting, being bulletproof. So what we really tried to do, Tim and I, is to sort of take a look at this Sasquatch phenomena through a bunch of different folkloric lenses in this volume. So while there's not dedicated chapters per se to things like bulletproof Bigfoot or, Bigfoot phasing through fences and stuff, they're nested within these different chapters. But what became apparent is that there are certain traditions, certain modalities of thinking that just really haven't been explored in terms of the Bigfoot phenomena. You look at the most attention that Bigfoot has gotten, and it's typically from people who are proponents of the flesh and blood hypothesis, the idea that Bigfoot is some sort of undiscovered relic primate. But whenever those individuals who are proponents of that try to look at the folklore, they tend to just focus on Native American folklore, and it's problematic for a number of reasons. Number one, they're just looking at North America, and number two, they tend to treat Native Americans as like some sort of monolithic giant culture, and that's just absolutely not the case. So what Tim and I think we really try to do is not only give each tribe's lore its own voice, but also look at it through the Western European wildman tradition, which I don't think anybody had really put their effort into. And looking at that tradition through almost like a Jungian lens of like a collective unconsciousness archetype. Like, as a human being born on planet Earth, you have certain archetypes that are embedded in your psyche, and one of those is the wild man. And the number of congruencies that you'll find between the outliers, the odd things in Bigfoot sightings and that are really astounding. So in this book, which is just mostly focused on that folkloric aspect, we look at sort of window areas. We look at looking at Bigfoot through more of a poltergeist lens, looking at Bigfoot through a fairy folklore lens, or looking at the little people lens, which is one of my specialities. Looking at Bigfoot through the alien contact experience, looking at it through a ritual magic experience, looking at it through this witch archetype of Western Europe, looking at it through basically the ghost archetype. I mean, there's an entire tradition of hairy ghosts, and then again, something that I never would have put together, this idea of this connection of women in white, the archetypal women in white, and the Bigfoot experience. So volume 1's about folklore. Volume 2 will come out later this year, hopefully, and that's more focused on like actual evidence. But this is just saying, look at all these different other traditions that are describing similar things to Bigfoot, these creatures that jump on houses and slap the sides of the walls, and they make knocks in the forests, and they're hairy, and they have glowing eyes, and they do all these things that Bigfoot do, but they're not Bigfoot. So it really became apparent after working through this that, for me at least, that Bigfoot is yet another sort of cultural lens through which we try to describe a lot of these paranormal phenomena, at least for me. And I know there are going to be plenty of people who disagree, but some of these similarities are really strong, and they're difficult to ignore, I think.
Yeah, and like I was telling you guys before we came on air, I think that Sasquatch is very physical. I think that, it obviously leaves tracks, it craps, you can see trace evidence of where it's been. But that doesn't mean that there isn't odd things that go on. I haven't gotten to the section yet of Woman in White, and I wanted to ask you about that, Tim, because I know you and I saw Ape Canyon. And, when people first come into the start investigating, kind of researching, looking things up regarding Sasquatch, they'll come across Ape Canyon. And if you read Fred Beck's account, I mean, to this day, I could be in Ape Canyon in about an hour and a half, 2 hours. I could be in the middle of Ape Canyon, and it's called Ape Canyon. But the part of the story that most people don't pay attention to was what Fred wrote when he was recounting that story, and he talks a lot about a lot of weird things that went on, more than it just being an ape. But no one ever addresses that. But if you read the rest of what he wrote, he talks a lot about a lot of weird things that went on up there.
Absolutely.
Tell me about that section, the woman in white and the Ape Canyon, and you can address the Ape Canyon section if you want.
Well, the Ape Canyon thing falls under the women in white section because it has a women in white connection, at least by name. And Fred Beck, he was one of the miners that was there. And everyone who's into Sasquatch has heard of Ape Canyon, I think. A lot of people have read about it. If you buy a book that's a general survey of Bigfoot, it'll usually have some mention of the Ape Canyon story, And every Bigfoot book I've ever read makes it sound like a guy shot at a Bigfoot, and then a bunch of Bigfoot came back later that night and attacked the cabin, and that was pretty much it. But Fred Beck was one of the miners who was there. and he has a far stranger story to tell. And I have a quote from him in the book, which I absolutely love. And he says, "First of all, I will say that they are not."
Sorry about that. First of all, they are not. Hey, man, if you want to join me, wants to join me, I'll tell you what I can do. I can invite. I know that Sheldon, he can't. But my other brother, he can. If you want to join me or listen to this and comment, that would be cool. This is the link, and you're more than welcome to join me. So here we go.
Not entirely of this world. By they, he meant the Bigfoot. I know the reaction we experienced as these beings attacked our cabin impressed many with the concept of great ape-like men dwelling in the mountains. And I can say that we genuinely fought and were quite fearful, and we were glad to get out of the mountains. But I was, for one, always conscious that we were dealing with supernatural beings, and I know the other members of the party felt the same. So there's a lot of what Josh and I have begun to call weird washing in the Bigfoot community, where they take these stories and they cherry pick the parts that make them seem most like natural animals, like apes in the woods, and they throw out all the weirdness. So with Red Canyon, it started when these guys saw a giant, what they called a giant Indian spirit, a Native American spirit, which told them to follow a white arrow through the wilderness. They found the way the spirit, a woman who they called Vanderwhite. They described her, but they said she was, they named her Vanderwhite. And then they followed this arrow onto the mine, which they named the Vanderwhite Mine. They named it after this female spirit they had. While they're there, before any of the stuff that everybody knew about with the shooting the Bigfoot and the attack later on, they number of weird things, including strange sounds coming from the ground, like a rhythmic kind of drumming. They find 2 footprints in the middle of the sandbar. They said it's just an acre-wide sandbar. There's just 2 footprints on the middle. They could not figure out how the footprints got there. One of the other miners, not Fred Beck, but one of the ones that was with them, said it looked like they picked something up and dropped it down and picked it up again. There was and a port. So these happen in poltergeist experiences. Things just appear or disappear. But he had a pencil appear in his hand. He said he knew it was at his house. He needed a pencil, and a pencil appeared in his hand out of nowhere. So there's all this strangeness that goes along with this case that's just been washed away, and you never hear about it. I know when we were talking before, Wes, you said one of the first things you brought up when I was talking about the book, you're like, have you read Fred Beck's Ape Canyon account? I was like, yes, I have, absolutely. It's amazing. But this Woman in White chapter, I'm going to blame Sasquatch Chronicles for this, Wes. This started with it's the We Need Help episode that I think myself and the fans usually just call the Two Brothers episode. And they were seeing a number of Bigfoot creatures and having the very typical stuff with Bigfoot slapping the house and climbing on the roof and doing all that. But then you gave an update on a later episode. And you said you've never seen this really weird woman, this like hag-like woman who's walking around the neighborhood. She's tall and she's wearing white and she's wearing shoes that are like they're too big for her feet, which is a very important detail, by the way. We'll get into that. And some people in the Sasquatch Chronicles, the forum, started saying, oh, you know what? I've seen a weird woman in white. I drove down the road and I saw Bigfoot then. I thought, well, okay, that's weird. Now that more than one person is reporting this. So I started just on my own, kind of keeping track. And I met with a witness. I think I mentioned it on Strange Familiars once that I was kind of interested in this idea.
What's going on, Brandon?
And a Bigfoot witness said, hey, I'd like to meet you to a forest where I had a couple encounters.
So how's it going, man?
So far so good, and doing my research as usual. I've been doing a lot of it lately, and it's been helping me out a lot, calm my nerves down a lot more, help me to keep track on what's really more important other than the other garbage.
What exactly are you talking about?
There's been a lot of weird activity going on in the house where I'm at right now, and mostly due to my sister's husband. And when I talk about garbage, there's been a lot of stuff going on in the house. I'm not sure it's because of the activity or whatever. But I
Well,
lost my
tell me
train of
more
thought.
what's
Shoot.
going on. This is kind of ironic where we're going with this tonight. So. But why not? Let's go for it. You know, we're live, so what
All
the
right.
heck? Let's do it. So, and I'm so sorry if I
So,
forgot forgetting your name. I forgot. Like, I know Brandon. I've talked to him and how many times? Several times. They interviewed him, and I'm calling you Mr. Billinger, and I'm like, what's his name? What's his name? What's his name? And then
it's Bellinger. It actually sounds more like bell ringer when you think about it.
Bellringer. Yeah, I didn't even say your last name wrong as always, but
Hey, you're fine. A lot of people get it wrong all the time.
yeah. I know.
So,
So tell me what's going on. You say you got some weird stuff going on in your house. So,
right. So over the past couple of days or whatever, there's been weird stuff going on. It's not really my house, but it's where I'm at for now until I get things situated out, which hopefully will be very soon. There's been a lot of weird stuff going on. I keep seeing weird apparitions. The good thing about it, though, is they stay away from me. But the funny thing is about this fish tank, and there was like a weird gray alien face literally carved out of the freaking algae. And I'm like, last time I checked, algae can't do that. So why does it look like a alien gray face? And I've seen a gray before, and that's a gray. That should not be in a freaking fish tank.
huh?
And I have people sitting here ask me, were you up in the middle of the night? I said, yeah, but I was in bed. I wasn't walking around. And I found that pretty weird. And there's like shadow people. I saw 2 so far, but this one, he was bigger than me. I look on the ceiling, he was against the ceiling, he was bigger than me.
When you say you saw a shadow, well, first of all, let's going all over the place here. So fish tank. Now, one of the things that I've seen with people that use water as a form of like as a scrying mirror, and a lot of times people film things. Unless I have filmed things that look like entities and spirits in fish tanks before. So you've seen this as well, and it looked like a gray. Tell me what you mean exactly. Give us a little more detail.
In what way? If I could be bold to ask that.
Okay, let's start with eyes.
The eyes, they looked almond, but slightly more like they're about to close, but not. And then had like a little bit of like a slit mouth. And when you look at it, it looked like its mouth was moving. I'm like, that's not normal. So I went ahead and I scrubbed that thing. I took a picture before I scrubbed it off. I'm like, nuh-uh, I'm getting rid of that. That was creepy. I already saw a gray once. I was not prepared to see another one.
Well, yeah, I've done that before. I mean, back in 2007, 17 and 18, I had all these some most bizarre images that I filmed that freaked me out so badly. I just got rid of them. I was afraid I was conjuring things up. It's a little too much for me, for my liking. So,
right.
So it had almond-shaped eyes. And what kind? You said a mouth is moving. Was it just like a slit? Did it have teeth?
It had a slit mouth, but you could see it move. And I go like, I didn't know they could move because you think with that size of a mouth, they wouldn't be able to move it that much. But it did. And I'm like, I don't know what you're trying to say, but quite frankly, I don't care. I want you gone.
This is interesting. You've had this kind of experience since I've known you.
Yeah, like time I saw the Squatch and I called you about that, I'm like, oh, what's going on here?
Oh yeah, when you were out in the woods.
Yeah, when I went to go do that trip, I never went back there though. I mean, I meant to, but I didn't, and I've been trying to go back there.
Well, you gotta follow. Sometimes you gotta follow your gut instincts because if you're not feeling it, there's no point of forcing it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But then again, sometimes the best way to deal with your fears is to face it. To face what's going on there. So going back there, I mean, if I am right about my understanding and my theory, what's going on, they're always been there. they're not going to go anywhere. They're not going to. It's not going to change. You understand?
Right.
So regardless of the fact that they're there or not, it's kind of like here's kind of like, okay, Steve from howtohunt.com, although there's a lot of things that are red flags for me personally about him and what he's up to. One thing is certain, it seems to me that what he does, there's some value to it, especially when you're facing their fears, going into the woods and saying, listen, I know you're there. I don't mean to cause you any harm, but I'm going to enjoy my life regardless if you're there or not. You know what I mean? I think sometimes we unintentionally allow these things to have more power and influence in our lives than are necessary. Does that make sense?
Right. Yeah, it makes sense. Absolutely.
And so, I mean, but then again, if you're going there to search for them, to look for them, then they're going to know that, and they're going to be entertaining that. So,
Right.
so it's up to you what you're up to. So, I mean, what I guess the question I would ask you is, why are you afraid to go there?
I'm not really afraid to go back
I mean,
there.
that's a wrong way of even saying it. Why are you concerned about going there?
Because I wanted to make sure that was actually what I saw happen. But the one thing that really got me curious about, like what was going on at that nature center, was the trees. There were a lot of trees back there. I counted about like probably maybe 10 at least. I don't really know. And there was no way a bulldozer went through there, because if a bulldozer or something like that would go through there, it would have to knock down other trees along with it, making like a path. There was no path that was left. All these trees look like they were pushed down with the roots pulled up.
Huh.
And I'm like, that's not normal. And these were big suckers too. These are big friggin' trees, and the roots were just pulled up. These look like they were pushed. But there's no way they'll get through without knocking the other ones down, making a path.
Do you did you guys have a storm or anything like that during that time?
No. I always check the forecast too. There was no storm. That's what I found weird. I'm going like, okay, there's no storm. So what gives?
Well, obviously something with certain X amount of power had the ability to do that, right? And
Pretty
it
much,
seems
yeah.
seems clear to me that these entities have the power to uproot these trees, kill these trees, and so the question is, why are they doing it? What's the intent? What's the purpose for it? What's the purpose of actually uprooting these trees, killing these trees, and eventually making tree structures?
For
Why?
me personally, it feels like it's more like a warning saying, hey, you're not wanted here. Get the hell out. There's something else I was going to say too, because I don't think any other ape can do that. But I'm not going to sit here and call these things apes, because honestly, these things are supernatural. These things are something that we ourselves cannot even.
One thing we can't say for certain is that anything that looked like an ape actually did it. One of the things I've discovered of my own research is because no one's ever seen, outside of one video that I know of from, doesn't really matter. What's his name again? Anyways, the one shadowy looking figure that's throwing pole vaulting a tree, I don't know, 30, 40 yards away or whatever it was. We really don't know if it's solely something called Bigfoot, Sasquatch, whatever, that's uprooting these trees and dislocating them, throwing them yards away, and then eventually turning them into tree structures, right? So no one's actually seen anything that actually looks like an ape or a Sasquatch that has built it. So we have no idea what it's actually doing. It could be some kind of entity that looks completely different.
For me personally, I go ahead and call them the giants, basically. And here's my reason. when I started looking at scriptures, and I even started looking at the Mormon stuff, I'm like, okay, well, the Mormons, they got this kind of wrong. They try to say, like, Cain, after he killed his brother Abel, that he was turned into some kind of hearing man. I'm like, what the? Okay, back up. There's something wrong here.
When did they do that? Because I was an ex-Mormon. I'm an ex-Mormon, and the mark of Cain was black-colored skin. It was they blamed that was mark of Cain. They really did. It became a memory when I was on my mission, and we were baptizing a lot of people from African countries that migrated to London, England, and they would just get off the boat. And these guys, they baptized them in droves. I always had an issue with it. I thought it was wrong. But they would baptize these guys in droves. Most of them would leave the church within a half a year, which is a good thing for them. But once they find out that the mark of Cain was the fact that it was people that were, of darker melon skin, color.
Melanin, yeah.
But you're saying that it's. Well, I don't know. Where did you hear that they were black and hairy?
When I went on this one quest to try to find out, because I was looking up Sasquatch is a demon and stuff like that, because there was one report I remember, and it was actually from a video. I don't know if you can even find it anymore because it's been years. But I came across this one thing. I'm like, okay, what do Mormons have to say about this? Because when I looked on Google, that was the first thing that popped up. And then I'm looking at it, like, what type of crap is this? Because it made no sense. It didn't align with scripture. And I'm like, okay, that I'm gonna get off of here because that made no sense. But I had another friend. We weren't talking about the Sasquatch subject, but he's a former occultist like I am, and he dealt with stuff like kind of what I did, like werewolves, vampires, things like that. And I came across some few things, like they had a picture of a Sasquatch and they had like 1st or 2nd Timothy, where it said, in those days, they'll give heed to seducing spirits and stray away from the faith. And that's true, because there have been people who said, they had telepathic communication with these beasts. And those taught them something different. Like, there's one woman who said, they're aliens from some kind of planet called Enuva. And I'm like, okay, I feel like there's being fables being made here. Because one of the things I've learned, especially when it came to the so-called alien phenomenon, when you listen to their story, be sure you listen very carefully, because here's why. They will change it. They'll change their story. They'll change, oh, we came from this, and then, oh, we evolved here from Earth and this and that. They'll always change their story. They always been doing that. And I've listened to this, like, okay, what are you trying to hide? And then, I don't know if I even talked to you about this when I came on your show, but when I started to do more research about this, and for one, I want to make sure you folks know this, there is power in the name of Jesus Christ. When you say
it's true.
Jesus Christ,
it's true.
they will.
This is true.
They'll scream bloody murder and run for the hills. There is one story that I know, and I don't know the guy's name or anything like that, but there was a story, like supposedly he was working for Area 51. Now, I know it's getting off topic, but this is just an example. He dropped something, like some kind of folder, and when he looked up, there was this gray staring at him in the face. He was freaking out. His heart felt like it was going to bust out of his chest, and he muttered underneath his breath, Jesus. And we use that pretty much like a name in vain sometimes, because I don't even know why we do it. And these things screamed and took off running down the hall. And he's sitting here scratching his head, going like, what did I say? There's been multiple accounts that whenever you say the name of Jesus Christ, they'll run for the hills. And they'll say to you, well, there's no way you can stop this or that from happening from these creatures, whatever. No, that is a lie. I've seen it firsthand. And these things, they will run. And if you are close to the Lord, they'll even stay away from you. I've seen this too. And if there are people who are not close to the Lord, those are the targets that they're going to go for, because they're easy targets. But when you're up in the faith, you're not going to be an easy target. They'll be like, oh crap, we can't get him.
Or, my experience too is I think it's part of the journey of walking with the Lord, as you say, or having abiding faith in Christ, and that it's some, like I've noticed that sometime around the 5-year period of your journey is when you will be challenged some way or another spiritually, like that. It doesn't have to be specifically 5 years, but just generally speaking, around the 5-year period.
Mm-hmm.
And so, so many people who actually do believe in Jesus are still challenged. And one of the things that I've learned, this is one of the reasons why I strongly believe in the name of Jesus, is because, it's like it seems to be something that a lot of people are practicing. There's this echo or something going on. This is weird. There's those who say practice divination, dark arts, shamanism, and all that. They have like I guess rites and rituals that take on different people, and particular people that openly profess and believe in the name of Jesus. So that you have this, you invite the spiritual warfare, whether intentionally or not.
Absolutely.
That doesn't, that's just part of the journey. It doesn't make you a bad person or you've been doing anything wrong. It's just, if anything, is you're doing something right. It's pretty part of that learning curve that's necessary. You have to have your own personal battles spiritually to realize that spiritual warfare is real.
Mm-hmm.
So,
100%.
One of the things is when you realize that the spiritual realm is real, that you are, it's part of the experiences to I think it's like I always say, once they know, the game is on. So you're going to have the experience one way or the other, and it comes in many different forms, and it will happen more than once in your life. And it's like a lot of people will try to blame you or say you're doing something wrong, when it seems to me that actually you might be doing something right by having these experiences.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So anyway, let's go back to what you're going through.
Go ahead.
Go tell us more about what you're going through.
One thing I also want to go ahead and I want to answer a question that Sheldon had. Are these actually evil beings, or do we assume that they are? For me personally, I want to say that they are evil beings. One example for this, there was a former Area 51 worker who was working at Area 51, and he was let go on a medical discharge. And there was no way he could have faked this, because you could tell he was genuinely scared. You probably have to go through probably 50 years of acting in order to get this right, probably, who knows. But he was genuinely scared. And this was on the Art Bell show during 1995 or 96.
The very famous one, the one of the what's his face? The worker calls in and says that they're have evil designs. They want us all to be in cities and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. He goes like, what we're thinking of as aliens, art, they're extra-dimensional beings that an earlier precursor of the space program made contact with. And I actually do encourage people to check that out for themselves, because I don't want them to take my word for it. Especially when I try to do like Bible study or whatnot, when I try to make videos about this stuff, I say, hey, look, don't take my word for it. Do your research, because I actually want people to understand, hey, look, I'm not making this up. If you don't believe me, please look it up for yourself.
Yeah, maybe I can find it online. Usually there's Art Bell Area 51 worker calls in.
Mm-hmm.
51 worker calls in. Maybe we can listen to it. It's a classic, and I think everyone's heard it.
I should think so.
I wonder, is this the one? Let's see. I have to get some stupid commercial.
I mean, yeah, when people have ads, I understand they're trying to make money, but can you like do that after the video is done?
To my Area 51 employee line. So we didn't do that, so we'll do it tonight. This should be interesting. It is your chance. Feel ready to sing.
Area 51.
Yeah, that's right.
Here we go. Is this it?
I don't have a whole lot of time.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, look, let's begin by finding out whether you're using this line properly or not.
Area 51.
Yeah, that's right. Were you an employee or are you now?
A former employee.
Former employee.
I was let go on a medical discharge about a week ago, and I've kind of been running across the country. Man, I don't know where to start. They're gonna they'll triangulate on this position really soon.
So you can't spend a lot of time on the phone. So give us something quick.
Okay. What we're thinking of as aliens are they're extra dimensional beings that an earlier precursor of the space program made contact with. They are not what they claim to be. They have infiltrated a lot of aspects of the military establishment, particularly the Area 51. The disasters that are coming, the military, the government knows about them, and there's a lot of safe areas in this world that they could begin moving the population to now.
But they're not doing anything.
They are not. They want the major population centers.
This call's been around for a long time.
So that the few that are left will be more
25 years
easily
ago.
controllable.
Discharged.
That's when they cut him off too.
I started getting.
This is here in the video. It's a nationwide audience here in a dead air in the background. Logo.
Well, this was I've way.
So no, it's this video. So, yeah, that's it. So interdimensional beings, it's very classic. It's been around for 25 years. I'm not mistaken. He ended up calling up a little bit later, and he recanted everything he said, and he said it was a joke. Now that doesn't mean it's true or not, or that it was a joke. It just means that's what they said. So now those of us who actually have there's a truth in what he's saying. Interdimensional beings, though, right?
100%, because these things, there have been people who said, like, they're from like the fourth dimension, stuff like that. But we have to understand that with both angels and demons, they have powers that we think come out of comic books. So each one could probably have super speed, super strength, just things like that. Things, like I said, that are pretty much out of our imagination, but turn out to be real.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing we got to understand as well, these things can shapeshift as well. And what scriptures say, it says, do not marvel, because Satan himself disguises himself as an angel of light. Combine that with that, and what do you get? There's even some pictures of reptoids, believe it or not, that actually do look like depictions of what Satan could look like. One of which I remember when I was still on an art site. It was art sharing platform. I think they removed it because I can't find it no more. This was a huge reptoid. Horns on both sides, dragon wings, and 3 eyes. And I'm like, why 3 eyes? And I'm going like, oh wait, unfinished pyramid. because there is an old African story told by Credo Mutwa, who was the shaman, some part of Africa, just outside Johannesburg, St. Johannesburg, something like that.
South Africa, and it's connected with David Icke. Yeah.
Yeah. He was telling the story about, they call them the Chidori. I don't know what language that's in. I assume it's Swahili. I don't know a lot of Swahili. But that's how, they pronounce it as the Chidori. Which, funny thing about that is they used that name for the so-called aliens in the movie Avengers from 2012, which I found that to be pretty interesting.
Huh.
So there was the reptilian ruler they called Umbaba, and they had 3 eyes, but the one that was a third eye is literally where our so-called pineal gland would be. They called that the eye that kills, because apparently that thing sucked the soul out of a being. And so the only eye that was still remaining, that was able to open and close, was that. And that goes back to, again, all-seeing eye, the unfinished pyramid.
Mm-hmm.
And the funny thing about that is, you look closely with the all-seeing eye on the back of your $1 bill, you can see on the skin part below the eyes, it looks scaly. I'm not sure how many people noticed that, but I sure as heck did.
Well, it's definitely demonic. That's looking. It's evil looking, or these projects an evil looking thing. So, and it's interesting you mentioned the 3 eyes and the triangles.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
That's the other thing that caught me too. It's like that forms a triangle. I'm like, So, and it's a good possibility that when we see pictures like that, people who were drawing these pictures like back in the medieval era, we have like our typical classic picture of Satan or whatnot. And like I said, he can shapeshift, but it makes you wonder if that's what he really looks like, because he's always called the serpent or the dragon. And that picture I saw fits the bill to being called a serpent or a dragon. Or in this case, a humanoid dragon.
Well, this might be a good point, Brandon, if you're willing to do this. Maybe we'll go back in to listen more to that video that I started with, and listen more to Tim and Joshua, and hear what they have to say about some of these ancient traditions. Because if we listen long enough, and I say within 10 to 15 minutes into it, we'll start hearing some strong connections. So you want to do that?
Sure, let's do it.
I will just mute you. You'll still be here, okay?
No problem.
Or you can drop off and just stay if you want to. There's going to be no force. But we'll just listen to this, and then we'll go back and respond about this and see what the heck's going on here. So once again, this is the author of this book is where the the end of the footprints. I should let me look this up real fast before we get any lost here. Joshua Chutchin, Where the Footprints End is the name of the book. High Strangeness, and let's see where. Thanks for bringing up that Art Bell's one. I haven't listened to that in a while. I think there's the band Tool actually has that part of one of their songs. It's a really good song. Of course, if you look past some of the dark messages of Tool, but it doesn't matter. Where is it? Let's see if it pops up this way. I just Amazon should say it. For some reason, I'm having so Where the Footprints End, High Strangeness, and the Bigfoot Phenomena, Volume 1, Folklore. And this is, I've heard nothing but rave reviews about this book, and regardless of the Bigfoot part or not, let's listen to this because you're a strong connection of everything that you're saying. Okay.
Alrighty, no problem.
encounters. I want to show you something there. I said, absolutely. So we met there. It's a forest here in Pennsylvania, and he takes me to a place called Pondbank. And he says, the reason I'm taking this, he said, we're less than a mile away from, he had two sightings. One he got word at, and another he saw a black, Bigfoot on the blacker than black accounts. He said, it's, you know, I'm sure you get reports of them where people just say they look blacker than black, blacker than the night. Yeah.
Yeah, like the almost like they suck up the light.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So it was one of those, and they were both less than a mile away from this area in Pondbank. He said, now this area is famous for, there's a woman in white spirit here. They call her the White Lady of Pondbank. So then I said, okay, now this is very interesting. I'm getting several cases now. But I started going back in folklore then, and I'll just take a moment to say, I say this in most every interview, I think it's important. I've heard a lot of the cryptozoologists, the self-anointed cryptozoologists, use the term folklore in a very dismissive way. They'll say, like, oh, that's just folklore. Like, it leaves a bad taste in their mouth. And I think that's a mistake. I think there's a lot of truth that's passed down through the folk process. For instance, the easiest example is like, this plant will heal you, and this plant will kill you. You know, these are things that have been passed down in folk tales and folk stories over the years. And I think these folk stories, they get exaggerated, they get changed a little bit, but the essential truth is still there. And what it is, it's our relatives, from the past, our ancestors, telling us how they dealt with these weird things a lot of the times. And a lot of these things are very important because you can learn a lot of lessons from the way our relatives dealt with the things that were like Bigfoot, which they wouldn't have called Bigfoot. They would have called them wild men, or before that, they would have called them wadwos or something else. So I started looking at folklore for these women in white, and going back in time, I found this woman from Germany. They said she was the Teutonic moon goddess, but she's really a lot more like Baba Yaga, the witch from Russian folklore. Her name is Perkta. And the interesting thing about Perkta is she would call children from the wilderness. She says she was very interested in children, just like Bigfoot reports. If they followed her, they'd never come back. So she'd lead them into the woods, they'd never come back. She was said to be an old hag woman who either wore white, or she could appear also as a young woman in white. They said Perkta had either 1 or 2 feet that were too big for her body. Now, if you remember the woman from the Two Brothers episode, they said she was wearing shoes that looked like too big for her. And the reason this Perkta wore that, or had the big feet, they said, is because she had bird feet. Now, this is something that Josh pointed out to me. If there's a problem in the Bigfoot community with three-toed tracks, and a lot of people say, well, it doesn't make sense. A primate shouldn't have 3-toed tracks, etc. But if you think of a bird foot, what it would look like. Now, they actually have 4 toes, but the 4th toe is facing backwards. The appearance of a bird's track is as 3 toes. But in any case, this Perkta had this retinue. She had these 2 groups that followed her around. And one is called the Heimchen. And the Heimchen were the souls of dead children, but they took the form of will-o'-the-wisp lice, so orbs in the woods. And the other group that followed her around were called the Perkten. And they were a group of hairy wild men that would run into, would scare people in the towns and throw rocks and climb on the roofs and do all the things that Bigfoot does. So here we have, back in German folklore, pre-medieval times, we have this association with this Perkta and strange lights in the forest and hairy wild men. And I went from there and I started looking at folklore all over the world. And in North Africa, all throughout Europe, in Russia, I haven't found any explicitly in the Far East yet, but I think it's just a matter of time. But time after time after time, there's notes of these wild men, these big hairy creatures, and they say they're either, we'll call them their wife or their significant other, will be a woman in white. Either a woman in white or a white creature for them. But again and again, you have this idea of the wild man, and next to him is a woman in white. There's a couple examples. The apple tree man in England, they said he was a wild man that guarded the orchard. And he is helped in this by, they said, the ghost of a haggy woman who wears white, an old woman who wears white. There are the Sasa Bansum, I think is in Apollonia, was known as the friend of witches, and his counterpart was this woman in white, this very tall woman in white. So it appears in folklore all over the world that the wild men are associated with these women in white, and it's, I don't know why, I can't tell you why, but I can tell you the connections are there, absolutely.
Yeah, it's an interesting point you bring up, Jim. I kind of got chills as you were talking because, you know, the two brothers, they told me that woman in white was pretty tall. I mean, it wasn't like a short woman running around. It was a pretty big woman running around. And I always wondered why. I mean, they brought up that detail of like clown shoes. She was wearing, and they didn't hit them until later that she never got dirty. You know, they're wearing snake boots and they have mud up to their shins walking around on that property, and she was never dirty. But she appeared to be very physical. And I always wondered why, you know, because later in the story, as you guys know, it really wasn't a human woman out running around. It was some sort of entity. But I always thought that was a weird detail they left me, that she looked like she wore clown shoes. Her shoes were too big. And I could never pinpoint why would, if you're going to be a spirit, why not have, want to have decent pair, you're going to have shoes, at least have them fit. But they said they were like clown shoes out running around.
So if I could interject two axes that I have to grind personally, it's the idea that, like, obviously, as Tim has outlined here, the Canaan incident has a lot of factors aren't always presented. I personally find it, as someone who's interested in a lot of these subjects, I personally find it intellectually dishonest to cherry pick the aspects of someone's encounters to fit your, large hairy hominid undiscovered monkey in the woods hypothesis. Like, if you believe that Fred Beck was there and he was encountering something was assailing the cabin with him and his folks, then you've got to take that incredible encounter alongside other incredible claims he makes as well. I mean, we all live in glass houses. It's so ironic to me that the UFO people think that the Bigfoot people are crazy, and the Bigfoot people think that the UFO people are crazy, and the ghost people think that they're both crazy. It's just, it's so silly. But something else, something that you spoke to a little bit earlier, Wes, was the idea that, like, I really wish if people can leave this particular interview with anything in their minds, please decouple the idea that things have to be physical or non-physical. If you look at the people who believe in ghosts, I think we would all agree that ghosts are non-physical in some sense. They're probably spirits of the dead, although there's a lot of people who would argue otherwise. But they're probably the spirits of the dead, and they can pass through walls and do all these things, but they still interact with our physical world. The non-physical interacts with our physical world. They can leave footprints, they can leave handprints, they can shut doors, they can move objects, etc. And this is something that's borne out over the past, I would say, 20, 25 years in terms of psi phenomena, where people are actually able, in the laboratory settings, to influence the physical world with their minds. So even though something may have physical imprints or physical physical evidence in our world, it doesn't mean that it's not necessarily, it has to be one thing or the other. I would almost compare things like Bigfoot hair and Bigfoot scat to something like ectoplasm, which is, something that was commonly manifested in seances where people were trying to contact, the spirits of the departed. This ephemeral sort of goop that would just sort of materialize out of nowhere. Or if you look at the UFO phenomena, which I personally contend is less physical than most people think. There's the whole phenomenon of this sort of angel hair that's left behind, this sort of film, this sort of almost like steel wool that people can gather the sites, but even when they put them in jars, they tend to evaporate and dissipate. And of course, UFOs leave burn marks and radiation effects on witnesses as well. So I would really like for people to stop thinking in this sort of dualistic physical versus not, just be like, it's perhaps pass through those different boundaries, and it just is. Let's stop trying to place these physical, non-physical, dimensional, whatever labels on it, and just say it is. But it traffics in different ways than Wes or Tim or Josh does.
Yeah, I mean, to simplify what Josh said, and if I'm out of line here, Josh, just correct me. We believe like this; these are real things,
yes.
And and they're leaving real footprints and they're leaving real hair behind, but there's something very, very strange about them. And that's the most simplified version I can give of what Josh just said.
Well, and going back to Christians, for example, the spiritual, as a Western culture, because I struggled with that for the longest time, like Dogman. I cannot wrap my head around Dogman. It seems to be bulletproof. It seems to show up. It seems to go after people the same way, almost like a demon would. When a demon generally, and Josh will correct me if I'm wrong, but generally a demon will focus in on one person. They'll kind of attach themselves to one person. But going back to the spiritual side of it, in the Bible, for example, most Christians believe the Bible, and I think as a Western culture, we've taken this as something spiritual can't be physical, but that's not really true. I mean, even in the Bible, who did he eat with? These three angels. That's if you believe the Bible, and then two of them showed up in Sodom and Gomorrah and grabbed Lot and his wife by the arm and dragged him out of there. Now, they weren't humans, they weren't something physical, but they were. Even though they were spiritual, they were physical.
And great example. Yeah.
Well, when you flip this on its head, for those of you who are believers.
Before we go any further, Brandon, if you're still there.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Are you familiar with Richard Bruce? We're the first
Yes, I
person.
am. As a matter of fact, I'm also subscribed to him as well.
Who is Richard Bruce?
Richard Bruce, topics he goes on, he always talks about reptilians and stuff like that, and even some movies that he plays clips of shows like, claw star and form. Like, for anyone who's familiar with the movie The Matrix, there's one part where Keanu comes out, and supposedly, according to Richard, there were claws coming out. And I do believe it because there's a lot of stuff that goes on in Hollywood that's very demonic. So it's one of two things. Either A, they are actually the reptoid themselves, or B, they are demonically possessed, and they're starting to show that part coming out. He is a Christian, for anyone who's wondering, and I do recommend, if people want to look into this topic a bit more, check it out. I believe he's telling the truth.
He's got a YouTube channel. Here's when I uploaded Reptilian Shapeshifters movies, I got this incredible phenomenon known as gang stalking, which, believe it or not, is conducted by our own law enforcement. In my case, the LA or Los Angeles Police Department. Helicopters, cars, blah, blah, blah. Okay. I don't know if I know him or not. It's been probably do. It's just been a while since I paid attention to this stuff. That came from Sheldon, if he's still around. That came from Richard Bruce. He's got a YouTube channel. So well, go ahead.
But yeah, he covers a great deal of topics. And one part of the guy was talking about the Squatch stuff, whatever, talking about Dogman. He was saying demons will generally go after one person in a way that's true, but also they'll go after more than just one person. We got to understand these things, they're extremely powerful. Not powerful like God, because God's all powerful. He's 10 times more powerful compared to these things, and he did that on purpose, because at one point in time, demons were angels until they started following Lucifer and they tried to rebel against them, and look how well that turned out.
All right.
And
it's the other thing that I noticed, I caught right away, was we were talking about seeing these Bigfoot, and there is black air than the blackness of the sky. It's almost like they sucked all the light out. The deep, dark, shadowy entities, right? And when the first time I had my encounter with that Crow Indian shaman, that's exactly what I witnessed too. They were so blacker than the blackest thing you can imagine. Pure black that you may see. You can look at any object, maybe your monitor or your cell phone or whatever you're talking to has black around it, or blacker than that. It would have stuck out if that was the background. So I noticed that was very interesting. Also, the whole idea of the woman, in white with the big feet or the claw feet. This demonstrates as well that once again that there are multiple entities that associate with quote unquote Bigfoot. So then, when we're going back to tree structures, and we started this conversation with you seeing these uprooted trees, how do we know for certain that it was actually what we call Bigfoot or dogmen, and they could have been something completely different? Yeah, they absorb the light. That's right, Sheldon. And it's beyond that. I don't even know how they do it, but that's the thing that struck me out the most. And the other thing is when I saw that crawling up that ravine and got 15 feet in front of me, it shimmered. It shimmered like electricity was running through it, like it was actually electricity itself. They talk about black holes and black matter, and I just wonder if that's what we're actually witnessing when we see this stuff. So go ahead. I'm sorry about that, Brian. Do you have anything else to share, or would you like to listen
No, you're
more?
good. I was going to say, because you asked, like, how do we know if that's really what it was or something like that? The reason why I believe it was these things knocking these trees down, because these things have incredible strength. Like I said earlier, they have powers.
But here's the thing: there's like people, like I've filmed, like people talking about the giant Indian. I have filmed something that looks just like a giant Indian. It would be even bigger than a Bigfoot. How do we know it's not that spirit? Or once again, dogmen. Something else that we don't even, there's such a freak show out there. I'm telling you, there's more than just those two. I honestly think part of the government psyop is to get us focused solely on Bigfoot or Sasquatch or dogmen, for that matter. I think that there's multiple entities. When I film things, there's some that it looks so human-like, and it's ridiculous. So, but go ahead.
But yeah, that one part you have a good point, because no one probably would know, but the reason why I believe it was is for the reasons I said. They're very powerful, very aggressive. And there was a story that I said I heard about that you couldn't find no more probably. And this goes back, I'm not sure how many years ago, but sorry, I'm eating a little bit. There was this couple who went out, trying to have a spend time, whatever. I believe it was a boyfriend and girlfriend, whatever. And if I think I remember correctly, the guy was knocked out. He woke up, and there were these two hairy creatures. Apparently, the girlfriend was raped. And I'll explain later on with that, because this is according to the park ranger. And next thing you know, their body parts were literally ripped apart. And when he came to the scene, he goes like, I've been doing this for many years, and not once have I seen a massacre at all. This is a massacre that I have never even seen or anything like that before.
We were talking about the lake in the woods incident. Oh no! The something was supposed to be between the land between the lakes area. Is that
I really don't know, to be honest, because like I said, I don't remember.
Okay, I said lake in the woods,
but
I think it's the land between the lakes. It's like somewhere close to Missouri and that region, Tennessee, Missouri, or something like that. Right? I'm not quite sure. I remember hearing about something similar to that. Did they say that was dogman or Bigfoot?
They, according to the guys, they said it was a squash.
Squash did it?
According to them. Because they said they had reports of a squash before. They never said anything about a dogman.
Well, it's one of those things, it's Sheldon says there's something outside my window right now. Are you serious, bro? He's pretty serious. He says, what are you seeing outside your window right now, Sheldon? Are you
Please
okay?
Don't be messing with us.
Yeah. Well, Heavenly Father, protect Sheldon and Dawn and cover them with the blood and of Jesus and the power of Jesus and protect them. Protect our friend Sheldon, Heavenly Father. He says, yep, there's something. What are you seeing, Sheldon? What are you seeing? It's a shame he can't, he's not set up so he could join us orderly. audibly. So we're counting on you to type this stuff, and that must be very difficult. My dog noticed it first. What does it look like, Sheldon? Are you okay, Sheldon, first of all? You and Dawn okay? Walking and breathing. Okay. Sheldon just filmed Dogman himself in Southern Ohio, so
Please be careful.
remember to call upon the name of Jesus and the blood of Jesus, and remember you are protected before, during, and after of your sins. So you've forgiven all your sins. So you have a divine right over them. So.
Amen.
So it's one of those things. I mean, it's so many people have this stuff, and it's undeniable what happens. And honestly, the only thing that I've seen so far that even helps is I haven't seen it. I couldn't tell you what it is. Okay, are you okay, Sheldon? Are you and Dawn okay? Yes or no? That's the important thing.
I haven't seen it. I couldn't tell you what it is.
But he said he heard walking and breathing. So last night I was growled at. It scared me bad. Where was this? Outside your house? Where's this out? Where's this out, Sheldon?
Yeah, I was gonna ask, like, where are you at?
Shame you can't call in. I don't have like a I don't have this set up for Skype. I'm used to it. He says he's used to it. Okay, well I would never. So I don't know how you do it, brother. I know I wouldn't get used to it.
Me neither.
I'd be like my living room window. Because I have a place to see it, man, or to hear it, or walking and breathing. Yeah, well, this is
my living room right now. I'm actually getting kind of scared now. I'm usually not easily that scared.
It's scary sometimes, yeah.
I think the reason why I'm even scared is because I'm worried for him.
I don't know. Sheldon has had, like you said, he's had these experiences for a long time, and so I don't know. I mean, just some people are able to handle it better than others. So I personally don't like it. So he says, "Okay,
all right."
I tell you what, let's go back into listening to this stuff. So they talked about these, and not only this, it's the one famous sighting, which I can't think of the name of the guy, and the white woman or the white witch and the big feet. They talked about these entities are darker than the night. What else is they talked about? Oh, they're leading into this whole thing of the connection spiritually. They probably want me to come outside. I usually am right. I am right now. I am right now. Okay. Yeah, I think there's sometimes what they do. They try. I think it's the whole idea too. They try to tempt people to come into the woods, right? And we hear this all the time. In fact, we're going to hear about this. So more about this and what these spirits, these entities, these interdimensional beings are trying to do people, at least from tradition, and what a lot of people's experiences are. So let's listen to it. So, but before we do that, he was bringing up Abraham and his interaction with the three angels, and how the angels actually, who are supposed to be spiritual beings, are able to have dinner with Abraham. So there's something to keep in mind. There's subtle hints throughout the whole Bible if people are willing to read it. You know what I mean? Whether you believe it or not, you eventually, with time and experience, you realize there's a lot of truth in it. So would you agree with that, Brandon?
Absolutely.
All right, let's listen to some more of this stuff. And we've been praying for you. I'm praying for you. And Sheldon, God have mercy on Sheldon and Dawn, and protect them. And your merciful love, and protect them from any evil or unclean spirits. And the power of the blood name of Jesus. Amen.
because I'm a Christian myself, if you believe that your actions in this reality have repercussions in
You're welcome, Sean.
the afterlife, repercussions with you and your God, then why would not the actions of another reality have repercussions in our reality as well? It's like I said, it's like an axe to grind with me, where I think that like we tend to try to separate these things a lot more than I think they really are separated. If there is an objective reality to things like Bigfoot, which I didn't believe there are.
Do you guys address the smell in a lot of encounters? How there's that weird smell that would
I mentioned it briefly. There are a lot of strong correlations between the smells of like ghosts and the little people and demons and the smells that people report in Sasquatch encounters. We don't necessarily address that at length in this volume because I wrote a book in 2016 called The Brimstone Deceit, where a full third of that book is dedicated to just looking at Bigfoot smells and cataloging the types of smells that are noticed and what they can mean, how they could be produced. So because I did that, I didn't want to copy and paste into this new book. As far as I'm aware, I think that what I wrote in The Brimstone Deceit is probably the most that someone's ever written about Bigfoot smells, but it's not necessarily a part of this volume, but there are definitely similarities. I mean,
most of the smells are addressed in the Wilderness Guys chapter.
Yeah.
I mean, they're addressed a few places throughout, but there's not a dedicated chapter or spot for it, at least in volume 1.
So I say they're not addressed because I wrote an entire book obsessing over this, right? So I could have said a lot more. Smells are sort of, so I could have said a lot more, but most of that's in my 2016 book, The Brimstone Deceit. But there is this. I wouldn't even say that it's occurs in every case, but it's the rotten egg, sewage, hydrogen sulfide, that sort of funky fart smell, for lack of a better term, that occurs in a lot of these cases, is something that you find across all sorts of paranormal phenomena. You'll find it in demon accounts, you'll find it in ghost accounts, you'll find it in the UFO literature as well. I would argue that it is by far the most prevalent odor that you find in accounts with the paranormal in general. And hydrogen sulfide has some specific and very peculiar aspects to it that make it possibly a vector for inducing hypnosis or inducing an altered state, which is something I go into in The Brimstone Deceit. But it's definitely one of those commonalities that I think is really underreported. For me, I know that so part of the reason that this book works so well, I think, is because Tim's really a field researcher and I'm more of a stay-at-home shut-in academic, for lack of a better term. But for me, the things that I always really find interesting are the ways that people from very different cultures across completely different time spans, somebody from today versus somebody in Thailand in 1750 or whatever, they'll describe certain things that sound almost identical, and it's the consistency between these accounts that I think really strengthens the case that we're dealing with something objectively real versus the veracity of any individual account on its own footing.
Yeah, I know in the Bigfoot world, when they talk about smells, they'll say it's an ape and it's because of this gland underneath their armpit, and so that's why and I just have a hard time buying into that. The reason why I have a hard time buying into that is because of how it's reported. It's not reported like, oh, I started smelling something weird, and then as I got closer, it got stronger. That's not how the smell's reported. It's like, damn, you walk into a wall of it.
Yep. It's like flipping a switch, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I've experienced that. Where you could walk through it, turn around, and walk back through it. Very, very bizarre.
Yeah, there was a thing I was going to send both you guys. You guys would be fascinated by it. I don't know that anyone else would care, but it was a scientist, and he was talking about how all these different dimensions, and it's actually proven through science that there is more than one dimension. I can't remember how many there are, but he's way smarter than I am. He goes through and explains it, and he was talking about aliens, and he was talking about demons. He never got into Bigfoot, but he was talking about those two specific topics. And the reason why you smell that weird smell is as they're coming into our reality is an after effect. There is a, what's the word he used? Almost like a, I knew I should have opened my mouth about this.
But speaking specifically to what you're speaking about, the introduction of light or energy into a certain environment with the chemicals can cause a photochemical reaction of all sorts of different varieties. So yeah, it's almost like as a byproduct of the transition, there are sort of these side effects that manifest as smells.
Yeah, and that's kind of what he was going into, how it was a byproduct from entering into our reality. And, it's not just crazy talk. I mean, science has proved there's several different dimensions that we live in a certain dimension. And, but it was fascinating to listen to him talk about this smell and how it's a byproduct from them coming into our reality. And again, he's smarter, way smarter. It's above my pay grade talking about it, but it caught my ear when he was saying that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not familiar with that exact report, but that's one of the theories, I think, that the smell is produced somehow. And again, you want to go back to biblical accounts, they would talk about the smell of brimstone, associated with usually demonic entities. Again, this is where Josh lives. He's literally written a book on it, but it's there. I mean, that again, what exactly it means, it's very.
It's probably a good place to stop and talk about it a little bit. We talk about the smell of sulfur. There is a painting in the Vatican. I think it's called The Last. The End of Days, the Vatican painting in the Vatican, in which it has these images that look like part of the painting has these entities that at the very center bottom of the painting look like Bigfoot, and there's a cave, and they have a scroll there, and people seem to be going into hell and all that. And it's what are they really trying to say? It seems that this is something that they've known about for a long time, that people have talked about for a long time, whether it's in the United States or any other part of the world, particularly the West. And I think it's called The Last. One of the interesting things that happened to me back in, I can't even think of what day it was. It was sometime when I was starting to arrange a debate between actually Jeff and another guy named Alvin, a debate on because Yahweh, who Yahweh was, and it was interesting. I went out on my front porch and there was just huge smell like skunk that just enough like a skunk thing got hit by a car, but never did find the skunk or anything, but it stunk so bad that night. And it was really bad. So it's just some kind of, you ever experienced anything like that?
Yeah, I did a few times. There would be a lot of times like when my mom was still with us, we would drive past and we smelled skunk, but we didn't know where it was. We look on the road and there's no skunk. I'm like, well, there's no one smoking weed. And this is before weed in Illinois, whatever. I don't think in Indiana became legal. But we knew it smelled like skunk, but we didn't see no skunk on the road. And we would look at each other, we're scratching our heads like, what the heck is that? There's no skunk. And how the heck, if a skunk was run over, how's it going to walk to our side and then die? It's going to die right there on the spot because if it bursts open a bladder or something like that, some kind of organ, it's going to die right there and then.
I think it's called The Last Judgment. That's what it's called. The Last Judgment painting. The Last Judgment. Yeah, I mean, I still would have to say my experience, it probably was a skunk, but it was weird the timing of it. The Last Judgment. That's the name of the painting. See if I could crop a paint of Judgment, and it has an image literally that looks just like a couple Bigfoot. And I'm not just making that up. It's and there's a big giant mural on the wall. It's called The Last Judgment, and
Yeah, I don't know what to make of that.
And well, it has some kind of connection with the underworld and the earth and the land. And if we can find it, while we're talking about this, and maybe I could find it later and bring it up later. I zoom in on it. That's the thing. I need to zoom. Not let me zoom in on it. Let's see. The Last Judgment. That's not the whole painting. Ah, there it is. It's the last page. And so the Last Judgment, you can see, it's right next to where Christ is on the cross, and to the left, our left would be the right of the painting. There's like this cave, and in that cave, there's these entities that look just like Bigfoot. And let's see if we can get it. That's the big thing that I might not be able to do justice of it. I know I think I have some somewhere buried in my Facebook page, but 3C1. Let's see if that works. Anyways, which is interesting because if our theories are right about this hidden knowledge that they've known forever and a day about quote unquote Bigfoot, it's more of something of the underworld, demonic in nature, evil in nature, potentially. And so, that upsets a lot of people because, they want to believe that they're like their friends, but there's no evidence that I've seen to prove to me. I don't know if
that they're friendly, basically.
Right. Can I get to it? Maybe I could. Anyways, well, let's get back to listening to this, and then while I'm listening, will give me a chance to find it. But it's the name of the painting is The Last Judgment, and it's in the very bottom center. I need to find. I'm sure if I look up the last image of Bigfoot, I'm sure I'll find it that way. In the meantime, I'll play this.
Frustrating to write all this and to not have answers for people in a way. For me to I'm not going to tell you it's an interdimensional creature because I don't know. I'm not going to tell you it's a demon. I don't know. The only thing I can tell you is it's much weirder, in my opinion, much weirder than an undiscovered ape. That's all.
Yeah, let me ask you, Josh, as you look across these different genres, what are the most common things that you see correlations between, let's say, Sasquatch, aliens, and demons? Is there any aha moments where you're like, that's strange, I find that here, and here?
Well, for anybody who sort of follows the work, I have a very difficult time after looking to this of separating out the extraterrestrial contact experience and the little folk, the fairy folklore experience. That's sort of, I'm coming out of a tradition that was sort of established by Jacques Vallée, drawing those parallels, but the deeper I go into it, the more I see that not that aliens are fairies, but these are two sort of masks to describe these phenomena specifically. The way that it was sort of interfaced with Bigfoot, one of the biggest things is the idea of the braiding of horse manes. I mean, this was a phenomena that was very commonly recorded in Western Europe, and it was often attributed to fairies or witches, especially in the case of fairies. The idea that they would sort of like fashion like tiny little bridles for them to just ride on the horses' necks. The skeptic in me says that this is just people with more brushing their horses' manes every night. But that's something that's an anomaly that's been taken up in a big way by the Bigfoot community. People talk about Bigfoot breeding horses' manes, and to be fair, there are accounts of people who have seen large hairy hominids actually like interacting with horses and braiding their manes. The other thing that I find really interesting, I'm going to be on the spot here a little bit, is the time dilation, the missing time thing. So if anybody doesn't know what missing time is, missing time is the idea that if you are taking to fairyland, you feel like you spent 4 hours there, but you really spent 4 years there. And this manifests itself in parallel with the alien abduction experience of people who feel like they should have taken 30 minutes to get home, and 4 hours later they're finally home, and then they have a hypnotic regression or they have memories, and they realize that perhaps their journey was interrupted in some sense. I remember with you and your brother, there was an incident where your incident, your big sort of sighting. The amount of time that you estimated during which it happened was a lot shorter than the actual amount of time that elapsed, if I recall correctly from one of your early interviews.
Yeah.
And that's sort of that.
This is a good place to stop. One of the things to talk about is M.K. Davis and others have demonstrated that Patty from the Patterson film had braided hair. Also, we hear about the horse braided hair and all kind of stuff. But in particular, he proved through image and analysis that it has braided hair. Let's see if I can present. And then we show it's not the best of images, but it will show you. And this literally is part of this painting called The Last Judgment, and in the very dead center of it.
The one thing I want to add is if Patty had braided hair or something like that, I completely didn't see that. The only thing I noticed is the thing had breasts. That's all I noticed.
So share screen, share this. So here we go.
Oh,
we have
geez,
this.
yeah.
See, and that's, you can see quite clearly they have these, and one actually has something that's, well, you can look at the toes and all that, but that's the dead center of that painting, and you look up it's in the Vatican. It's called, I think it was her nape. Could be, yeah. Well, if you, I have a video on my YouTube channel that I mirrored from M.K. Davis when he did it on Facebook, in which he showed definitively that Patty had braided hair, had a braid in her hair. Then you have this image here, and it's not the greatest, but you could find better ones there. But you can see clearly that these two entities, one's supposed to be male, one's supposed to be female. And there it is, hiding in this cave or in the ground, if you will. And actually, there's a lot of hidden secrets revealed in that painting called The Last Judgment in the Vatican. Huge murals done by Michael, what the hell's his name again? What the hell is his name again? The artist.
I don't know.
Michelangelo, is that his name? Michelangelo, that's what it is.
Oh yeah, Michelangelo, yeah.
Let's see if we can find a better image of it. As far as what it's on a whole bunch of, I don't like it though, these images. Let's get The Last Judgment. We'll just get that out. So anyways, so what was, so they're talking about the braided hair, and it seems to be a universal thing that these things do, and seem to do with horses and that kind of stuff. And then on top of that, what were they getting ready to talk about when I interrupted? I can't remember now. Anyways, if you just look out the Last Judgment painting, let's see. Dang it, this is such a mess. It's my son's computer, so let's just get out of here before we have any problems. It seems to be slowing down too. So anyways, you can find the Last Judgment. Let's see, that might help. Indeed, might be a better situation. You get a better image, a fuller image of it. Let's see if that one is it. You can see this is painted in the Vatican. Michelangelo's Last Judgment. It has. You can see how intricate in design. This is where Christ is, where the cross. This is where that cave is, and this is where those two demonic, or well, we would call them demonic-looking or evil-looking things that look like Bigfoot. They're right here in the lower right of it. And then if you look at it, so you have all these different, the wars of the angels and all that kind of stuff. So it's a painting that's definitely worth time investigating on. Maybe we'll do a show on the painting. That would be actually a good idea. Anyways, let's get back to this. By actually commenting on this video, we're less likely to have any kind of strikes. So, so check this out.
That sort of smacks of that missing time thing. Like, I think you felt like it should have taken 40 minutes and it was actually 4 hours. That's kind of strange. And there was someone on your podcast who said that, oh, well, whenever you're in a stressful situation, you think that time passes slower, but that's not the case, as backed up by reams of scientific studies. Whenever you're in a stressful situation, time feels like it's passing faster. So you should have felt every moment of that, but you came home feeling like you spent less time than you actually did. So, not to put you on the spot, but that's one of those things, that missing time thing. There's plenty of missing accounts in Bigfoot accounts. It's one of those underreported things where people feel like, I saw a Bigfoot and it took me 3.5 hours to walk the half mile back to my truck. I don't know why it did, but it did. So that time dilation thing is something that I think is vastly underreported, but it's still there if you look at these accounts.
Yeah, it's strange. I have no explanation for it. It still bothers me to this day. I mean, there wasn't, I don't remember any aliens coming down, there was no reason for
No.
Feel that way, but it is strange. I've talked to a few people that have experienced that, and I don't have a great explanation for the time. And I know Woody and I got goofed on a lot for that whole thing, but it's what happened. I can't tell you regarding the time. It's so weird, man. It's so weird. Even today, if you ask Woody, he almost doesn't want to quite talk about that because.
But what I'm saying is that it's, whereas other people would see that as a hole in your story, there are people who look at this holistically throughout all sorts of fairy folklore and alien abduction folklore, would say, no, this is entirely consistent with an encounter with something that is from the other realm, right, Tim?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. It's just one of those boxes to check, and to me, it makes me both like and believe Wes's account that much more. Because it's this bizarre detail that it out. You could have not told that detail, but you include it, like you said, that's what happened, and it just makes me believe it all the more.
Yeah, it's bizarre. When I had Gary Wayne on, I don't know I think you know about Gary Wayne, don't you, Tim?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, if you ever get a chance, Josh, I don't know if you've ever heard of him, Gary Wayne. He wrote this book called Genesis 6, and he has a whole section on fairies. And what's fascinating in fairy folklore is they fly around in flying machines, they kidnap people, and then they drop them off. The whole fairy concept, it sounds like they're talking about aliens is what they're talking about, but they're calling them fairies in his book. Is that kind of what you're addressing them as, Josh, when you talk about fairies?
So for me, the three main characteristics that you've got to sort of look at when you're categorizing something as fairy is, generally speaking, because this is not entirely consistent across cultures, but short stature, living underground, likes to abduct children. That's the thing. A lot of my influence in terms of my own research, and especially I think an influence for this book as well, it came out of sort of the Jacques Vallée tradition of the 60s, where he started looking at the UFO phenomena versus the fairy phenomena and saying, hey, look, these things have a lot of similarities, but the fairy umbrella is so broad. I often compare it to like sort of like Pokemon, because it's not just like people say fairies and they're like, oh, it's like Tinkerbell with wings. Well, let's set aside the fact that, fairies with wings are sort of perhaps a Shakespearean play, and fairies could fly, fairies could levitate other people, but they weren't really shown with wings. Fairies were elves, they were mermaids, they were ogres, they were trolls, they were all these things. And, on the one hand, that was a way that people at that time would describe the supernatural. They'd say, oh, that's fairy. But on the other hand, it's such a strong framework through which you can view a lot of this activity. I stand adamantly beside the fact that anything involved in the UFO contact experience, the alien contact experience, you could find a parallel between that and fairy folklore, and vice versa in a lot of ways. The thing that frustrates a lot of people that I talk to, so are aliens fairies or fairies aliens? And I'm not saying either. I'm saying that depending on your culture, you're grafting this sort of amalgamation of cultural beliefs upon whatever this other thing is, because it's something beyond our comprehension in a lot of ways. I would argue, but yeah, I mean, it's the whole fairy folklore thing, the whole fairy shtick, for lack of a better term, is still with us to this day in ways that we don't even realize. And if someone has a stroke, the etymology, the sort of word origin for that term, when people would have a stroke in the 1800s, they would have suffered from the fairy stroke, like the fairies had touched them, and that's why they had a stroke. The color cobalt is a derivative of the idea that there were fairies in the mines in Cornwall that were called kobolds, or actually Germany, sorry, Germanic mine fairies that were blue and would sort of float around the mines. They were colored this bright blue, and that's literally where you get the term cobalt, not only for the mineral but also for the color. And also, don't bogart that joint. Well, bogart comes from boggart, which is something that would steal. And it was a fairy that would steal stuff, and it's also where boogeyman comes from. And it's also where booger comes from. The Bigfoot booger is a direct derivative of the boogeyman, which is a direct derivative of the boggart, the little fairy that would come and snatch people in the middle of the night. So fairy lore is absolutely as vibrant as it ever was. It's just not as much on the surface.
It's kind of more of a generic term that they would use, it sounds like, as opposed to fairy means alien, is what you're saying.
Yeah, no, it's fairy was to say something was fairy or was a fairy is the equivalent of saying it's supernatural, it's paranormal, it's this or that or the other. Yeah, 100%. Yeah,
I got you. And I know that there's a
That's probably a good place to stop. There's two main topics to discuss. One is lost time, and then the other one is the term fairies and how it's been manipulated, and also losing objects or things stolen from us. So started with the lost time. I know that when I had my very first major sighting, then undeniable as sighting on which it was a large something that looked like a Bigfoot that was about 100 yards away on the other side of the creek. That, and I've talked about this a couple of times, where it ran from the east to the west and about 100-yard distance in the count of three. 1, 2, 3. It was leaning down. It was the middle of August. This is the same Friday night. I always remember this because I ended up talking to someone when I was in the parking lot walking around town, that he had 911 license plates. And I said, oh, and I said, hey, how's it going? See his 911 license plates. And he turned around and said, what, 411? I remember that night vividly and how the air was so dense. And it could have been the humidity that contributed part of it because it was August. But it was very dense, like you could cut it like a knife. And then in that night, there were some very strange supernatural things that happened. So, loss of time. Did I lose any major time? Not necessarily, but I know one thing: time pretty much felt like it stood still. I was like in a different. I was like I was. They talk about NPCs, and I felt like I was in a video game, in which everyone around me was just props. You ever heard anything like that?
I really have not. Like you, I have experienced a lost time, but I have never heard of that before. Of the last part you said.
Of course, we've never heard, if anybody's pays attention to this, you've heard the story prop up over and over again. And there's an interesting thing when it comes to fairies. It was a general term back then, not like some little Tinkerbell thing that they try to give us today, in which ogres and multiple different entities were clumped into the category of fairies, which we would call today supernatural. That's something that I didn't really know. I think this book is definitely one of the books to get on your shelf. And also, what was the other thing? Losing items, things being stolen.
Had that happen before too.
And a lot of people talk about, as an elf or a fairy or whatever that stole their socks out of their drawers and all that. And who knows if that's true or not. I haven't had anything that I've recognized and stuff. I have had some weird stuff, though, show up. There's definitely some supernatural things going on, at least in my book. And I definitely, ever since I've started this journey of first embracing Jesus, then embracing the Bible and fully what it says, and then having these spiritual encounters that, yeah, the world's definitely different for me today than it was before, prior to that. Now, I can't say that for people who haven't had the same journey, but have had similar experience. But it sounds like to me, Brandon, you're similar to me, even though you're younger than me, and you're starting your journey, and you're having your own experiences. So, what if you had anything that vividly you remember, or something in which clearly seemed to be hijacked from you?
One thing, and this is when I was a kid, I had a humongous thing for King Kong back then because I was a huge monster guy. But this is before I became a Christian. But when you're young, you're not going to understand that much. And this was back in the day when these bottles they called belly washers were still a thing, and they have these collectible caps. And it sounds stupid, but it was one of my favorite caps. And when I tried to find it, it was gone. So they're like these little figurines you collect in Fallout Shop or whatever, but I couldn't find that. And years later, I found it. I'm like, what the heck? I didn't find that until 2017. I lost it back in 2005, and I found it in 2017. I'm like, wow, it took that long to pop up now, huh? But there are a few things I've seen where we've seen stuff that fell. It looked like it fell through the floor because we seen something fell down. We go to the spot where it fell. We couldn't find it. It was like it fell through the floor out of existence.
Right.
And go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to just say, Sheldon's still sticking it out, man. He's hardcore, man. He's a companion in my life, that's for sure, even though it's virtual. He says a lot of UFOs in the biblical paintings. I've experienced a vacuum type sensation, tinnitus, and then Fey. I'm not sure what that is. FEA. V. 5, 4,
I really don't
5?
know much about the UFO stuff, but for those
I know what that is. I just can't remember what it is. I just forgot. What does that stand for? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You're good. I was going to say also, for those of you who may be familiar with Dr. Michael Hauser, whatever.
Yes, Hauser.
For Sheldon and Don, a lot of UFOs in the biblical paintings, I kind of wonder if those were UFOs or not, because we have to understand, we have to look at how people back then best way of like explaining it, because you have to understand back then we didn't have computers or anything else like that. And were these people truthful? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, how are you gonna fake something like that? You can't. I mean, granted, there was some technology back then, but not like we have now. We were not that advanced. I mean, we use what we have, but we're not that advanced. And there's some people today who still don't use technology, and they don't have the capability of faking it or anything else like that.
I
I
wonder.
forgot what I was going to say now. Shoot.
Well, since you forgot, I wonder if Sheldon is trying to refer to something that associated with Borg. Faye was just existing in two parts. They have a spirit and soul, Faye, which comes from the secret fire of Illuvator, and a body in which is made of Arda. I don't know. Laugh out loud, whatever. That might be right. So, anyways, let's listen more to this stuff. I find this a very interesting, one of the more interesting Sasquatch Chronicle conversations. It's more informative than most. You know what I mean? Most of the time, it's about scary stories and how people are terrified. At least we're learning something here about some of the folklore.
Absolutely.
Is it like?
You guys wrote different sections. You know, each one of you kind of have your own expertise in different areas. And it's cool that you guys wrote different sections of the book. Tim, you wrote a section on gifting. When the reader reads that section, what will they walk away from reading that area, the section on gifting?
The gifting thing, you know, I think a lot of the flesh and blood folks have this idea that you're gifting. You'll hear a lot of people say, you know, don't give Bigfoot food because they will become reliant on your food, and then they will get mad if you stop giving them food. Maybe. But if you go back in time and you look at spirit gifting, which is something that people did, you know, as far back as we have records, this is consistent with that, where people would give offerings to the fairies, to various spirits all over the world. The most simple one to point out is Santa Claus. We leave Santa Claus milk and cookies. That's our spirit offering to Santa Claus, and he brings his presents, right? That's a long-standing tradition of spirit offering. Santa Claus is, by the way, in the wild man tradition, but that's another story, although I do know it. But the idea that the Bigfoot would grow dependent upon a couple candy bars left on a stump is very ludicrous to me, because if these are natural creatures, you know, 8 foot tall, maybe 1,000 pounds, you're not making a dent in the caloric needs of that with a candy bar on a stump. Something that big has to eat constantly. Gorillas have to eat constantly. They do not process their food. We do not have to eat constantly, big brain primate humans, because we process our food. We cook it. We get the most bang for our buck out of the calories by processing our food. Gorillas do not, and they have to eat all day long. And in fact, if they were big, they had a brain as big as ours, they'd need another, I think, hour and a half of foraging per day just to get enough calories to live. So we were talking about something like Bigfoot, which is bigger than a human, bigger than a gorilla. It would need calories constantly. And if it's not processed food, if it's not cooking its food, and we can assume it's not because the forests aren't all aglow with Bigfoot campfires, and then it would just need to eat constantly, and it would need to eat in quantities far greater than a couple candy bars left on a stump. So when people say, oh, I left candy bars and I stopped leaving candy bars, and Bigfoot got mad and he pounded on my house and climbed on my roof and you know, screamed at me and everything else that goes along with these stories, again, maybe. But if you go back and look at spirit gifting throughout time, this is consistent. When you start giving spirits food, other gifts, and you stop, bad things happen. We have stories in the book of, I think it was a brownie, and Josh, correct me if I'm wrong, who the farmer stopped giving food to and it killed his cows. Is that?
Don't give the mouse a cookie, basically.
Yeah.
On the aisle inch. Yeah.
Yeah. And there's other stories of, you know, if you're kind and you keep feeding the fairies beer, they will keep your house nice. If you stop, they will destroy your house. You know, there's these stories go on and on and on. And the idea is intention. So I've heard other people say, plant a Bigfoot garden. This is one of my favorite examples. If you have a garden and you want Bigfoot to stay out of your garden, you plant a Bigfoot garden closer to the woods. And the Bigfoot will know that this garden is for them, and they will only eat out of the Bigfoot garden. That is not the way nature works. Animals are caloric opportunists. Any other animal would now say, okay, now I've got two places to get food from. Great, all the more for me. But somehow Bigfoot knows this is a Bigfoot garden. Well, that's intention. And now you've set up a specific space for Bigfoot, and you're giving Bigfoot, this intentional offering of this Bigfoot garden. So there's a lot of intention involved in gifting. And when things go wrong, it's because there are these rules that folklore establishes, and they established them a long time ago. And it pretty much checks these same boxes again, where people in these old folk stories, they would stop giving gifts for whatever reason, and these supernatural creatures of various sorts would then or hurt them or hurt their livestock, et cetera, et cetera. Same tale told about Bigfoot today. So I think the takeaway from that chapter is intention. It involves that people are leaving things out with intention. I give example of some of the flesh and blood folks say that it doesn't matter if Bigfoot's eating from your trash can, because that's your trash can. He's eating from everybody's trash can. But if you leave them food out on a stump, that is bad news, because then you're leaving out. Well, that's intention. You've shown intention that. Again, if this is just a wild creature, how does it know the difference that a trash can isn't a spiritual, place where you're leaving spiritual offerings of food for it, and the stump isn't the place where you discard your trash? It wouldn't know. Logically, it wouldn't know. So it's this idea of intention, even the flesh and blood folks assign to gifting. So I would say, take away intention, and also the idea that spirit offering is something that people have done for a long time. And I think that's probably what's going on with that tradition where people are doing that. I think it's very much a spirit offering.
To further emphasize that, I mean, if you look at sort of the way that magical practitioners interface with spirits, casting aside the sort of judgment of whether or not that should be something they should do, whatever. But the people that I've talked to who claim to have had interactions with spirits who are magically operant describe things that are strikingly like Bigfoot interactions. The spirits respond to invocations, vocalizations or knocks in the woods. They're more likely to manifest in areas of remote human activity. They show their presence through environmental effects. So, like, you're not going to actually see a spirit when you call spirit by name. You're going to have, like, knocks and things being thrown at you and just, sort of an interface with the environment. And they're often felt more than they're seen, which is something that, I've heard you talk about, Wes, is like when they're around, you feel it. Like, you feel it more than you actually see it sometimes.
Yeah, you're right. What you're saying, Josh, I mean, even talking about like Ouija boards, what do people always say? Like, knock on the table if you're here, or you hear ghost hunters do that, where they're like, if you hear, tap twice on the wall or whatever. And what you were saying, Tim, with regard to gifting, I mean, look at Halloween and trick or treat. If you ever get a chance to look that up, I mean, that is a creepy ritual. Hate to ruin Halloween, but it's a creepy ritual that we do. There's a reason why you knock on someone's door and they give you candy, and why you say trick or treat. It's fascinating with the two brothers, and when they had that spirit medium lady come out to get rid of the Sasquatch, she was saying, don't give them anything and don't take anything from them. You're not feeding a wild animal. They see it as a tribute. And that always stuck with me when she said that. It always kind of unnerved me when she said that.
There's a good place to stop right there. Spirit offering. This seems to be clearly what's going on when we have these people that are gifting to what they believe is Bigfoot, a physical being. Of course, we've heard about Bigfoot gardens and some of the tradition. We see that the interactions that they have. Spirit offering, it's the same thing. It's the exact same thing. This is, it's, to me, it's so overwhelming that we're dealing with something interdimensional, spiritual, and that there's no flesh and it might manifest at times flesh and blood, or at least appear flesh and blood, and exhibit behavior that a flesh and blood entity would have. I mean, and it's a thing. Is how many people in the Bigfoot community who are practitioners of the dark arts, right? Who tell people to make these things, encourage people to do this. To it doesn't even have to be food. It could be crosses made out of sticks. It's just it could be rocks. It could be, and people don't realize what they're doing, and it's out of our own ignorance that gets us in trouble, right? So we think that we're actually just we're thinking we're just having interacting with these amazing creatures. In reality, it's a form of ignorantly of idolatry and worshiping these things. They don't see it the way we see it. That's the important message. They do not see it the way we see it. While your intent might be that you're trying to make friends and try to understand these things, they're not seeing it that way.
It's a dangerous thing to do. It really is.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely. And then notice, and I don't know if they talked about it already, but they've talked to us several times about the behavior, and you hear the same thing. You hear stuff. You'll hear stuff. I mean, we just talk about Sheldon tonight and what he experienced, hearing breathing and footsteps. Never seeing anything. Once in a while you see something, but you're hearing stuff. You're hearing tapping on windows and pebbles dropping. And it's one of the very interesting things about people who have like rocks thrown at them. Many times they say, they hear like this huge thud, which I have heard before at a creek. And I'm like, where the hell, how did they, whatever did that in the middle of the day, in the middle of my town? It was, it sounded like something picked up a 50-pound rock and just threw it in the creek, which by the way, it was not deep enough or to have any large fish in it at all. The best, some minnows. And then I hear other, and I've heard this as well, where this is dropping and it sounds like pebbles. This is not hail. This is at night at times, and people say they're tossing them, and I don't think so. I think there's numerous accounts and it's becoming more clear that these things are hovering and dropping. Now, this has a connection with the tree structures as well. How is it that these large trees that are stripped of all this, no one hears the stripping of the branches, and no one ever sees the traveling of these trees? I think that something happens in which they're flying at a certain altitude, or that they are have some kind of plasmatic covering, if you will. It's like it's cloaked through this. It's like it's the warping of the dimension, and you never see it. You never see it being built. You never see anything being built. These structures are so massive at times that regardless, I mean, you should have, if it was a truly 800-pound monster, you would see footprints everywhere, not just once or two. You would see footprints everywhere. You know what I mean? Because of just, the moving around and positioning the branches or trees that generally many times are 6 or like 10 feet, 20 feet, sometimes 30 feet long. The average per man couldn't even carry it. It would be a struggle to have, a half a dozen people carry it. And you would see, if they were carrying it through the woods, they would see clear signs everywhere of them trampling around the woods on the grass and the foliage and all that. So somehow they for this stuff while no one is able to see it. One of the best ways to do that is in the dark at a higher altitude. Just imagine to take one, zoop, it goes up 30, 40, 50, maybe 100 feet in the air, 200 feet, and you would never even see it, right? At nighttime, when you come close to it. And then, next thing you know, it's there. They drop back down, and there's no footprints. I don't believe for a moment that it's just solely, quote unquote, Bigfoot that's doing this. I don't. There's no way, there's no evidence to do it, to prove it, that it's solely a Bigfoot, dogman, or something like that. I think these are multiple entities, and they come in all shapes and sizes. And like you said earlier, Brandon, they're shapeshifters as well. I do believe that at times. I'm not saying that there's not such a thing as something that it is quote unquote Sasquatch, but I don't think it's what they're telling us it is.
The other thing with that also, when we're talking about the structures, and I literally just had this thought come into my mind, which I do believe came from the Holy Spirit. When you have these trees done up in structures, whatever, it's either for a satanic ritual or something like that. But the most common one they love to do is X's for the trees for some reason. They love to do the X's.
Yep. They sure do. And you find it all the way. Hey, first of all, Sheldon, peace is my intention. This is what Sheldon said, but I really don't know what I'm doing, honestly. That's a fair enough statement, and I don't think most of us do. And I do believe that you're. I'm just saying that the other side, we don't know what their intentions are. So it'd be very foolish to think that they're thinking the way we're thinking. And we've heard numerous accounts over the thousands of years from many different cultures and religions that say that these things do not have benevolent intentions. They have malevolent intentions. And they like having us focusing attention on them. So, it might, and so you have to have be very balanced in your approach from doing this. If you're doing research and all that, what are your really intentions in doing it honestly? And not only that, but here's another thing. And this takes time to realize, because honestly, there's the internal desire that I think all of us have, regardless of what we say. We want to have experiences with these things. We want to see them really, even though it scares the living hell out of us. Once you have one of these, there's other. Once you have an experience, you want to have another one. If you never had one, you want to have that one. They know this, and I've noticed, especially I noticed in 2017 and 18, I noticed that things ramped up the more I focused on them, and in particular when I went out into the field and did field research, whether it was in cemeteries, in the edge of the woods, or in the woods, the things started happening. Because I think that's what there is the power of unintentional summoning and intention that we can produce ourselves. I think if we focus on maybe God, Heavenly Father, then different things happen. I noticed that the different things do happen in my life so it's kind of like having that balance. The reason why I feel it's important to talk about this is because it's a reality of existence. It's real. It's not something that's like they want to call it woo, or it's wishy-washy, or it's our imagination. We're experiencing this stuff, and we have to just understand that when we're experiencing this stuff, that these things you need to treat them not as let's say sentient, intelligent human beings like us. Treat them more as like, well, maybe a bear on steroids, a Kruger on steroids. They're animals, spiritual entities, animalistic nature. So it's like not. And how do we know that, or how can we assume that, or make that assumption, or an intelligent guess is? Every single time you ever hear of anybody interacting with this stuff, including mind speak, they never put a sentence together. They never give you clear messages. Many times it seems like they're deceiving us, lying to us, or mixed messages. I think it's because they're not capable of actually even formulating the intelligent thought or communication as we like to think. You look at these people and they're ghost hunting and all that, and with their ghosts or boxes and all that other stuff, and they get a word or two, and they allow us to fill out the rest of it, right? It takes all their energy just to put a word out. So it's kind of like, let's think of a parakeet. They're just parroting. They're parroting our thoughts in order to get our attention. So we have to remember this. We're not dealing with intelligent entities that are, and they want us to believe this. They want us to believe that they are the amazing, intelligent creature. And I'm not saying there's not something out there that is. I'm just saying the vast majority of them, they want you to believe that they're like these aliens. They have these amazing technological spacecraft, or they can do all these amazing things That is the illusion that they're painting for us. There's not enough evidence after all these years to prove that they have any of this high technology. I don't believe this is the case. I think we're dealing with something interdimensional and spiritual in nature that is, it's part of, we think of the animal kingdom as simply something that's biological, but it turns out that God's creation, it's multidimensional, and then many of these things that we think are like us are no more different than really a dog, a cat of intelligence, or a parakeet. That's something to think about when you're dealing with this stuff, and at the same token, it was also thinking what they think of was this great intelligence really is just them baiting us. We talk about people going missing, and then people going into the woods and being drawn into this place, right? Children, going missing, time going missing. There's, the Bible talks about steal, kill, and destroy, right? I mean, it's not just some catchy phrase, and it's not even a religious thing. It is a reality in our lives. We're not the only violent entities in this creation. We're not the only ones that can do harm or evil. And so we always got to put that in perspective. I really do think it's a big issue, and it's something that we have to be very cautious about when we're dealing with this stuff. I talk about, but we got to talk about it in an intelligent way. We also got to think about what always be thinking of what our motives are. Then hopefully your guys' motives is the same as my motives. We want to get to the bottom of this. We want to be able to have honest conversations about this. I don't see anyone right now encouraging each other to go do anything outside of that. I mean, what you do with this information is your own business. So if you want to go out and, summon these things or start spirit summoning these things and gifting these things. Remember, it was a spirit cooking. There's another thing. Remember this, how that was so rampant on the internet, and a lot of these people are involved with the spirit cooking. It's not just Hollywood people, but politicians, the same people that are now involved with this ritual that's going on over in the Ukraine. It really is a ritual, and there's a reason why. There's different forms of gifting, right? Like the Aztecs did, or the Mayas, or all the other cultures in which, we call sacrifice, human sacrifice, right? Oh, the heart, really cutting out. What do you think they were doing? They were gifting to something. It wasn't just their imagination. They weren't just all on drugs and in a delusion. They did it for a reason. And we don't even realize what we're doing now. We think because we've been so dumbed down with our Western educational system that we think that we actually doing right now. We think we're just being researchers or investigators and all that kind of stuff. We're actually, what I see happening about it, into some stuff that we really don't know what we're getting sucked into. Honestly, I believe that if you go back now to the Patterson film with the braided hair and all that, whether that was real or not, there's always times that I still have doubt, but most part, I think that something really did happen. And I think something really sinister happened to it in order for that thing to be manifested. And I would venture to say that I'd go back in line with what the Mayans did, and what all these other ancient societies and cultures have done, and what it was required for these things to manifest. And you might ask yourself, why do they want this? Well, obviously, there's something that's supernatural, some kind of things that are given. We've heard over and over, anybody can research this, of numerous people that came out of things like the Illuminati or these different occultic spirit worshiping, these extreme spirit worshiping cults, in which abuse and human sacrifice and all sorts of evil things happen, right? In order for them to gain power. And it wasn't just simply to make a bigger psychopath than you happy. There was a reason for it, and it made something interdimensional, something spiritual happen, make them happy. And then this goes back to all these things missing, items missing. what about the other side of things? Many of these people actually believe that by appeasing these spirits, and they don't just believe it, they have experience that magical, mystical things happen in their lives, opportunities, money, bank accounts, power, position. There's a reason why they do all this stuff. And we're just, we're at a lower level of initiation, if you will, in these things that they call the mystery schools. We're just average Joes who believe in God, who've had experiences of trying to figure it out, and they will take advantage of us. Human beings will do that, and so will these entities. So I just wanted to. That's why it's so important to talk about these things and talk about in its full consequence, in full position. It's a more holistic approach. And the problem is a lot of people, they get offended by that and they think we're being religious. Well, I know I'm not. You know what I mean? What about you?
Yeah,
Brandon?
sorry for being quiet. I just heard like a snarl behind me just a little bit ago.
You just what?
I heard a snarl behind me just a little bit ago too.
Well, see,
I think we stirred something up.
Well, no, these are going to happen, and I mean, just all you have to do is just say, you know what, this is, yeah, we are doing that because we're opening up the veil that's in our mind and in front of our eyes of the reality that's all around us, and it's very intelligent to do this in a very thoughtful and meaningful way, and not to be afraid, but to understand. Apparently, we kind of influence and power. And I do believe it's about having abiding faith and Heavenly Father and what Jesus did. I do believe that's a big part of it. And it has nothing to do with religion, but religion hijacked that thing and the truth about, the story of what happened 2,000 years ago. And they've just, isn't it interesting when you go back and look at the Last Judgment painting? Here's right next to where this cave where these two entities are, there's the cross and Jesus on it. And I
didn't even notice that.
You would look at that painting and ask some serious questions of why symbolically did Michelangelo put that there the way he did. There clearly is an interaction. There are some connections, some correlation, at least, probably some connection. And I would have to say, from my own personal experience, to see what I have this, you're dealing with these things. There is a higher spirit, a higher power, and it's called Jesus. And people, I mean, it's the most amazing thing, And people say, "Oh, it's all religion," and there was never a J back then, and all. And it doesn't matter. What matters is, does it work or not? And then you go from there. You know what I mean? Why can you? That so many people who are these mystics, these people that interact with these, these people that interact with these spirits. Why does so many of them in their back pocket, they know that the name Jesus actually has power?
That's actually a good question. Yeah, that's a good question.
They know that. In fact, that's one of the things they want to do is test it. That's what they do. That's what they send these spirits, and that's for projecting these things to us and having these things to see, are you actually going to use it? Do you really believe in it, in the name? You know what I mean? Because
Sheldon just heard a snarl a little minute ago, too.
What's that?
Sheldon, he said, I just heard a snarl about a minute ago.
Huh. Well, this maybe it's just to say, call upon Heavenly Father and call upon the name and the blood of Jesus to protect you. Remember, you have been forgiven of your past, present, and future sins. You are under the blood of protection of Jesus. God really did, through Jesus, redeem all mankind, all of us. Doesn't matter what Christian you call yourself or what you call yourself. Either you come to embrace it or not. You know what I mean? I think
that's why I'm not that worried, because I know these things just back off, because they know, like, if they come near me, they're in trouble. And I'm not being cocky, but I've noticed that they just stay far away, and I'm like, why are you staying away from me?
it's not us. That's the thing. The thing is, it is us, but it's not us. It's us only in the sense is that we recognize this influence, this power, and then you really think about what's going on. Remember, go back to this painting. I strongly recommend you go back to the Last Judgment and ask yourself strongly, why is Jesus on the cross right next to where that cave is, where those two entities that look just like Bigfoot are? What were they trying to suggest there? It might be one thing to say, well, to keep you from going to hell. Okay, that could be it, depending on how you want to see it. You want to see Dante's Inferno and all that kind of stuff. But you know what? These things will cause your life to be a living hell here, and probably even in so yeah, I think that's part of this whole gig is learning how to have skills and how to manage this stuff. To deflect it, to keep it off of us. How is that going to happen? Well, the only thing that I found that actually works is not some cantation, it's not some magical prayer. It's actually developing a relationship with your creator.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems to me, I mean, there is a reason for it. See, I'm not interested in
Mike?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, there we go. I was going to say, what the heck?
I bumped that wire again. So, anyways, I said, I'm not interested in Christianity. What I am interested in the truth, and I want to have a relationship with my creator. And I want to get out of this joint.
Ditto.
If you know what I mean, spiritually.
Oh, yes.
So that's what I'm interested in. A lot of other people are interested in that. And so, we can learn from a lot of different groups of people if we're willing to read the tea leaves, as they say, read between the lines, and we can figure out that there's something interdimensional going on with us, and that there is something I mean, when you think about it, and I'm being honest with you, and just from my observations, my studies, even if you didn't believe in Jesus or not, and just ask some honest questions. Why is that name rile the feathers of every human being in here, this joint? It don't matter if you're Muslim, atheist, Satanist, this, that, the other. I mean, most Christians itself just does something to us spiritually in the spiritual realm. Why? Because there's something there. Hey, Diesel. Salute. So you've been talking about some very deep stuff. So, but yeah. So this is the thing: is not to preach to people. It's not this. I don't care if you. I strongly recommend that you don't join a religion. But I will tell you, you should be in your back pocket of things. The name of this entity, the spirit that we know in the Bible, is a son of man, a son of God, who had a mission for Heavenly Father, that somehow through him, we don't even fully understand that, but whatever it did, and I'm arguing sincerely that you can quote verses all day long, but there's not the full picture. Whatever happened, that name does, you better be in your back pocket if these things start plaguing you and causing you problems. And it seems like nobody wants to talk about that. It doesn't matter which side it is. It doesn't. The worst people of the bunch are these people that call themselves Christians. They don't want to talk about it. So let's listen to more of this stuff, and then we'll have some more comments about it. So.
Yeah, I mean, I was in a long-term sort of gifting situation with something in the woods. I don't know what it was, right? And I ended up
Chessboard.
I ended up, leaving food, and I started leaving then alcohol, and I asked for something. I asked for a skull, right? Because I've collected since I was a kid, and I thought, wouldn't that be neat? And I read a story about someone doing that, and I got it. I walked 200 yards from the place where I asked for it, and I walked into this copse of trees, and there was a groundhog head. There was a freshly killed groundhog, had the jaw ripped off, and the head laying there, and it was I got my skull. It was covered in gore, but and I didn't take it. I backed out. I was very scared. It very much freaked me out. And then a bunch of bad stuff happened. It's like too long to go in, but a bunch of bad stuff happened in the same area, ending with a rabid raccoon attack.
But what did that copse of trees remind you of, Tim?
It would have, if it was in Ireland, it would have been called a fairy fort, Josh.
100%. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
It was a circle of trees with a big pile of stone in the middle of it. But in any case, this a bunch of bad stuff happened, and it ended with this rabid raccoon attack, and which maybe not, but according to folklore, and I'll never do this again. I'm going to go ahead and point this out. Like, this was on me. I made the mistake. But if you look at the folklore, it says, hey, don't ask for anything. But if you do ask for something and it's given to you, take it, because they will get offended if you don't. Well, I didn't take it because I was grossed out. I didn't want like a gory, freshly killed groundhog head. I wanted a nice, clean, old skull that had been sun bleached. But I didn't say that. And a bunch of bad stuff happens. Is this because is this spirit gifting going wrong? I don't know, but I can only say, like, if I look at the rules of folklore, I broke the rules, and then a whole bunch of bad stuff happened, and I'll never do it again. You know what I mean? But the rules are explicit in folklore, and I broke them. So, there's something to all this stuff. I don't know. It's very difficult to talk about.
And this is something you've pointed out too, Wes, is that like the people who have like the hunter in the woods who sees Bigfoot walking across his prime, deer path of a different category than people who are dealing with this phenomenon on their property day after day after day.
Yes.
And that speaks to me as something that might be sort of a window area, might be sort of something more akin to like a haunting. Not saying that Bigfoot is a ghost. Like Tim and I are super agnostic about what Bigfoot is. Like, if you try to like sort of reach a conclusion at the end of this book, you're going to be SOL. But I think that there's something really interesting to be said. But like the way that the amount of interactions that you have with this phenomena tend to color the way that the phenomena acts. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, it is strange. I mean, and you're right, Josh. I mean, I would say your average person that runs into Sasquatch runs into an ape. They run into a very flesh and blood, giant something. But when you start getting on people's property for whatever reason, and not even people who are interacting with Sasquatch, they just start to notice them on their property, they'll really start to describe odd things, and they'll start.
Absolutely.
I think out of, I can't even tell you how many people. Out of all the people I've asked, for example, the lights, I think I've only had one guy tell me no, he hasn't seen the lights, and I'm sure it's just a matter of time. But
yes,
everyone I talked to, when I first started asking people that, I just would ask them that out of the blue. I was just curious, and I was shocked how many people would pause on the phone and go, "Yeah, how did you know?" And it's like, I don't know, but so many people have told me that. And I don't know the correlation between the lights and Sasquatch. There is some weird, it's a very uncomfortable coincidence, the lights and Sasquatch.
I have my lights chapters in book 2. We get into there's a little bit of everything in both books. So there's, book 1 isn't exclusively folklore. There's a lot of evidence. There's a lot of examples of Bigfoot stories we go into. So there's a lot of everything in both books, but there's a dedicated chapter to the lights in book 2. And there's so much. There's just so much to choose from. Someone at some point could probably write a 10,000 or 100,000 word book just on lights and Bigfoot.
If I might be allowed to interject real quick, there is an 1880 book that has a quote that I'm very fond of quoting because it blows my mind every time I read it. Wirt Sykes, who's a Welshman who wrote a book that was about British goblins. So this is obviously, couched within fairy lore. But he's talking about these sort of anomalous lights, not only in sort of Britain, which is, sort of, if you had to like Anglicanize an aspect of France, Brittany would be sort of like the most English part of France Could,
It's Celtic.
yeah.
It's in French, but it's Celtic.
He collected this massive amount of folklore, and he has this quote that like sticks with me every time I look at it. I'm like, that's Bigfoot. So I'm going to read that verbatim. So there's some language here that some people might not be entirely comfortable with, but it's verbatim read. The Brenton Sandeeds head, St. John the Father, is a double ignis fatuus fairy carrying at its finger ends 5 lights which spin around like a wheel. So obviously this is describing, ignis fatuus, fool's fire, the will-o'-wisp, sort of like these ghost lights. Right? He goes on to say the Negroes of the southern seaboard states of America invest this goblin, meaning a ghost light goblin, with an exaggeration of the horrible peculiarly of their own. They call it jack-o'-lantern and describe it as a hideous creature 5 feet in height with goggle eyes and a huge mouth, its body covered with long hair, and which goes leaping and bounding through the air like a gigantic grasshopper. This frightful apparition is stronger than any man and swifter than any horse and compels its victims to follow it into the swamp, where it leads them to die. It's Bigfoot. It's Bigfoot. It's Bigfoot. It's Bigfoot. And anomalous lights, right? It's right there. 1880. Bigfoot and anomalous lights, talking about African Americans seeing this in the southern seaboard states. And that's something that's nobody talked about it. Honestly, Wes, to be fair and to not sort of suck up, I think that you were sort of instrumental in like getting people to talk about the anomalous lights. But it's right there in the older text.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that, Josh. I mean, a lot of people see the lights. I think more people have seen the lights than they've seen Sasquatch.
That's probably true, yeah.
There's really no explanation for the lights. I mean, I even recorded one. If you guys want, I'll send it to you. Me and Woody recorded on night vision. It was this weird ball of light just sitting there, and I have no explanation for it. None. As far as, and I didn't want to get too, it made me nervous. It wasn't like I was terrified of it. It was actually kind of a pretty light, but it was bizarre just to be there in the middle of the forest. And it is fascinating when you start going through history. I started looking them up, and in World War II, they talked about Foo Fighters. Everyone thinks it's a band, but Foo Fighters. Pilots talked about seeing them all the time, and they would screw with their instruments as they were flying around. Yeah.
That's a good place to stop. That's a very good place to stop. They screwed with their instruments, electrical, right? They've been messing with electronics. Started out with this whole thing about this rock mound is surrounded by trees. I think they call it a fairy court or whatever. I can't remember what they call it. But there's something to look for those who are actually out there doing field research is pay attention to rock mounds that are surrounded by trees. There's another thing that's talked about. This is very similar in the Bible, and it talks about groves. They would go to the groves.
Oh boy.
What is a grove? Also, these fairy mounds, and remember, they're fairies. Everyone's thinking about these little Tinkerbells, but it was a generic term for what today we would call supernatural spirits. Isn't it interesting also that they're talking about these things that look like ogres with big goggle eyes? And how many times have I filmed something like that? In fact, if you remember last night's show, I started out with that image that I filmed of those 2 entities. One is, I wish somebody would take a snip of that, and Snippy Tool has some software and really bring that up, because you can see clearly they got the one thing at the very top that looks like a Sasquatch, and the left hand side of that tree, and at the bottom is the one with the big eyes that look like goggles. There's something to think about here, you know what I mean? It really is. We're dealing with multi-entities that we're just labeling all as Sasquatch and Bigfoot, but I think it's time to stop doing that. I think it's to say, listen, we're dealing with multiple entities. Sasquatch, Bigfoot is part of the scenario, a big part of the scenario, but it's not the only thing that's there. And then I started talking about these lights, right? The Foo Fighters messing with electronics. That means that they are electrical in nature themselves, right?
That's another thing that's funny about that. There's so many people who say, like, well, how come we don't have a clear video footage of Squatch? Because a lot of them make some kind of electromagnetic interference. And a lot of these ghosts, now I know we're not talking about ghosts, but if you ever notice with ghosts, they always absorb power from the batteries and whatnot. With the squatch,
yeah.
I don't think they're absorbing the power, but they're causing that interference because they're trying to make sure they're staying hidden. But that's being impossible for them because more and more people are coming forward saying, "Hey, look, this is what I saw. That's what I saw," type of scenario.
That could be part of the scenario, what you're saying there, as far as their intent. But there could also be something even more just benign. They are just electrical beings to begin with, and when you're in their presence, it's inevitable that they're just going to mess with electronics because of the frequency that they're in. So maybe it's not so much always the fact that they're trying to hide from us. They're already hidden from us. Most of you when this stuff happens, you're not seeing a Bigfoot or Sasquatch, an alien, or ghost or anything like that. And everybody is. I mean, I've had my experiences. I'm sure Diesel's had his experiences. He just brought up warping, twisting the frame, even drained the entire battery and shut the phone off and on and off. He was caught multiple times with a bottle and a flat rock and bones, and yeah, exactly. Oh, here's something too that my friend discovered. Using colored glass with water, you can actually see stuff. If you're there's colored glass, like blue glass, green glass, and water. And that's how they used to divine or use scrying through water, right? In the colored glass, you'll be able to see things in there with proper lighting. You'll see things, and it won't be just pareidolia. And that's something he discovered. But anyways, yeah. So here's another thing but I haven't got it off my butt to do it because I don't feel like it yet to do it. But I know, and maybe it gets a little warmer, I will. These cell towers. These cell towers are popping up all over the place. What's happening now? What's happening around them at night? Is there things if we see over and over, or we hear over and over again, and of people seeing quote unquote Bigfoot, Dogman, cryptids, whatever, near power lines? Is there something else going on around these Wi-Fi towers? I think that I'm not hearing anybody doing that research. And anybody does know anybody's actually doing it, please let me know, because I think that is potentially is a big part of the top puzzle. Diesel says, I have found active spots near solar panels too. I wouldn't be surprised. Anywhere anything is generating electricity. I think it's a very valuable thing to think about. So let's say it's these cell towers, and let's just say that you go there at sometime at night or in the dark, and your flash light or your infrared cameras or whatever you got. You start filming that. What would you see around there? Would you see nothing, or would you see orbs, maybe, and spirits and all that? And if that's the case, then how did this Wi-Fi and the electromagnetism of the Wi-Fi, how does that affect the spiritual realm? Does it increase it? What would happen if once we're totally blanketed with this stuff, and now it's at G20 or 20G? Will we be in a position at that point to not even be able to do much about it? We'll be seeing this stuff whether we want to or not. These are just thoughts. They're not saying it's so, but it's something to think about in the future, because there is clearly, and here's nothing, just talking about, you see these things with these orbs, and West saying, oh yeah, I got this image, I'll show it to you guys, I filmed it. Well, everybody who's done this at some point has, and it's well, here's the thing, like even Steve from How to Hunt, he is that one orb, and he's freaking where he had that sighting, right? He's filming it at night. There's something there. There's something good electromagnetic going on. And I, for the life of me, can't figure out where these flower moths are coming from. but I'm sick of them. It's this time of year with flower moths. Anyways, at least they're not orbs. So yeah, these are the thing about it, you know what I mean? What is really going on when it comes to the Foo Fighters, or what they call it? There's been endless reports. In fact, there's reports to say that they're not even supposed to report it or say anything about it. I'm talking about pilots now, commercial pilots. You know, the picture is much bigger than we've been led on to believe. So it's up to us, because it's not going to be the people who want having or having, you know, they're, you know, I honestly, I'll be honest with you, for how I see about Steve. Steve he took us to a point. It's further than to Bless, but you could see it. Steve now, he's got his 250,000 followers, and all you can see now is him pushing mugs and T-shirts and stuff like that. He's trying to make money off this. If that's what he wants to do, that's fine. That's his business. But those of us who really want the truth, we have to go next level. We can't count on these people. We can't, because always happens. It does not happen when money gets involved with the pursuit of the truth. That money, that talisman called the dollar bill, and those coinages, whatever, soon it will be digital, you know, if not already, will blind us from the pursuit of the truth. It happens to everybody. It's just the reality of things. So if we want to know the truth, and if that's what you really want to know the truth, then we have to pursue the truth. Right? Not just to try to make profiteer off it, you know. And I think I honestly believe that the spirit realm honors that more than us trying to exploit it. I'm not saying it's not, you know, if somebody writes a book and it costs money and time, and they shouldn't be compensated for it. I didn't say that Steve shouldn't be compensated for what he's doing. I'm just saying, listen, if you want to go all the way, you can't let the money get in the way. You can't let the merchandise get in the way. You can't get your head get in the way and your ego get in the way. It says here, Diesel says, I feel our research, paranormal, etc., are like a warning sign to the elite watching us to get the heads up on perhaps some event to come. Oh, absolutely. This is part of this. What's the next phase of this? This is this quote unquote alien invasion, right? What's this? Werner von Braun said, and his secretary said, you know, we're going through the V phase, the VIRUS phase. And once that stopped working, what's the next after that? Oh yeah, that's the there's the meteorite thing, or the alien thing, right? So these are the meteorite thing first, and then the alien thing. They have technology today. What do you think all those? Here's a question: with all those satellites up there in the upper atmosphere, and they put tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, probably millions at this point. You can look it up and look at the programs. These are at upper atmosphere. These satellites, the balloon, 300 years of technology in balloons. They have the technology to have a balloon stay stationed in one spot in the upper atmosphere for decades. What if you also could be, you know, have something else up there? When his time is right, you know, the rod of God thing, right? Or then there's the alien thing, and what were they going to use with the alien thing? And obviously they're going to have to do some kind of summoning with this stuff. I mean, I guess you could make 1 billion drones to make it look like it's something, right? Or you could design 100,000 satellite UFOs, but you know, at some point this is a big play. Now, if this is totally covered with these the cell towers along with the satellites, we're talking total surveillance, right? What is they call that? Full spectrum dominance. What does that exactly mean? Is it simply just to control us so that we're good workers?
I think it would be
What-
only because they're looking to control a good vast of everything. So that's a very good question.
Well, it was just if you once you have got to the point where you're actually penetrating into this the next dimension or through electromagnetism and etc. And you have this full blanketing here. I mean, you can, we talk about was it skull and what do they call it? Something? Damn, what do they call
They
it?
call it Skull and Bones.
No, that's not what I'm talking. I'm talking about when they project the audio into your brain, skull and whatever it's called, something skull.
Oh,
Anyways, they have the capacity now to plant thoughts in your head. And once they're able to do that from a distance, and they're also to plant images in your head, regardless of we have nanotechnology. What are you going to do about it then? What are we going to do about it? What is their intent? And you know what? If this realm really in which sacrifice and offerings are important, which it seems to be the case, in order to get the next level of technology and control and stay on top of things, how are they going to go about doing it in the future? You know what I mean? I mean, this is all interconnected. Yeah. All this stuff is interconnected. Yeah, holograms could be a bigger thing. Absolutely, holograms. We have plenty of. Listen, we've known about this for a decade now, just in the general public, right? About even China and other places, and whole cities, holograms, faking spaceships, holograms. I mean, everybody pulling over and saying, "Oh my gosh, there's the UFO." It's clear that what the intent is, they're going to throw everything in the kitchen sink at us, each and every one of us. Why is this important to do what we're doing? This is not simply about to make a name for ourselves. This is all part of, and the religious communities. Okay, they talk about spiritual warfare, but they're not the only ones to talk about that. There's a whole bunch of people that call themselves the elite that believe in it. And they believe that they're at war with us, that we're the enemy. It's not on the other side of the world, right? We are the enemy. Okay, thanks, Brandon, for hanging with me. But they say that we are the enemy. That means you and I, we didn't do anything except exist. This story is so much bigger than Bigfoot. Bigfoot's just a part of it. Why is it important to pursue this stuff? To see clearly about what our reality is and what we can do about it and how we can help each other do what we can do about it. People say, oh, it's too late and there's not enough time or we're already lost again. You know what? We haven't lost until we lost. Says, I've thought a lot about these ancient sites and where holograms done on computer that became solid instantly somehow. I think I might understand what you're saying. I think that, when you think about these pyramids, if you think about the sacrifices of innocent human beings, and there had to be blood involved, right? Also crystals. Mirrors, some type of mirror technology or some basic mirror for reflecting of this stuff. You know what? You do enough of this stuff, and they see who their masters really are, who they're really serving, right? These people that they call the priestcraft, and they're real men in black. And for a reason. And they show it to us right in our face. And the problem is how do we wake up to this? How do we accept this? How do we even, what do we do when it's just you out of 1,000 people that even comes close to care about or recognize it? What if it's 10, you out of 10,000 or 100,000? Most people give up. But I argue we can't give up. If we have even the least bit of compassion We can't give up. This is not about making a name for ourselves. If it happens, it happens. If the world loves us or not, it has nothing to do with that. We still have to pursue the truth. Why? It's not just simply for ourselves, although it seems that way. It's so that truth can be built upon. Maybe it won't even be this generation, but we have to do it. If we care, if we have compassion. I got a back packed and I'm ready to live in the woods right now if need to, hate to, but will. A lot of people talk about that. And here's another thing. Okay, so what if someone like you, Diesel, have to do it? I think it's very wise to know what's actually in those woods, don't you? Like our ancestors used to how to navigate properly in that, because it's clear that that's what they want to do is snare and trap us in all these smart cities. And they clearly have demonized the whole thing. And because I honestly think that part of this whole thing that the psyops is this scary stories. The next thing, and oh my God, it was scared me and it was terrifying and they were going to kill me. And you know what I'm saying? I mean, these things are frightening. That's absolutely true. But you know what? Our ancestors dealt with it. So how do they deal with it? And they lived for thousands of years intermingling with these things, interacting healthy and properly with it. This is what I suggest. What I suggest is, there is such things as Agenda 21 and Agenda 2030. And this whole idea of putting us in smart cities and keeping a whole bunch of us out of these areas. Why is that? Oh, is it simply for the logging industry? Really? Oh, anyways, let's listen to the rest some more of this. I mean,
so this is something that I think Tim sort of touched upon in The Company They Keep essay, is that like these things tend to conglomerate together. I mean, like, so you have places across the country, because I'm just sort of being, U.S. centric here, but places across the country where you have high incidence of Bigfoot encounters and anomalous lights. And you also find that those are the places where people find like these large anomalous black cats. Lauren Coleman said that it was very easy to find, these large black cats in areas of high Bigfoot sightings. And then you'll find, you'll dig a little bit deeper, like, this is where UFOs are sighted too.
I just want to say one thing too. I've noticed as well, I've observed on several videos in which people have filmed mountain lions and wild cats, that if you slow it down or take stills, you can find entities surrounding these things. Just something to think about.
And it speaks to me, if this is an actual animal, it doesn't seem to me that it would necessarily congregate or, sort of manifest in this area where all this other garbage happens,
Yeah, that's a good point. You wouldn't think that they would. Going back to a lot of questions that I have, regarding why don't we find dead bodies? And I have a hard time with the status quo argument that you get on that, even though I like Grover Krantz and, he brings up a great point. But at that time, when Grover was saying, well, you never find bear bodies, you never find it, which is true,
but people have, like, in the history of mankind, people have found bear bodies. Like,
well, it's rare. It's rare. I'll give him credit on that. Yeah. It's rare, but here in the Pacific Northwest, the forest will consume anything that's dead. Yes. I mean, you kill something and it's going to be gone within a week. My argument to that, Sasquatch is seen in Arizona. Sasquatch is seen in New Mexico. It's seen I had a Border Patrol agent on right there down. I've been down there where they saw it. And I can tell you right now, there's no forest down there. And so, so why are we finding dead bodies down there? And to this subject, a lot of these self-proclaimed researchers, they'll give you the status quo answer. As long as you don't ask any follow-up questions, you're okay. They're okay with, the minute you start asking follow-up questions is where their argument falls apart. And, Sasquatch is seen in Russia, it's seen in China, it's seen in Australia, all over the world. And everyone has a different name for it, but we're all kind of describing the same thing.
Oh, yeah.
And we haven't caught up with this thing. I mean, it's not a mouse we're trying to find. This thing's enormous.
It's the universality of this that makes me think that it is internally generated. And that's probably a very controversial thing to say, but if you look at, again, sort of the Jungian idea of archetypes being something that people are just born with, like human being has to deal with, it makes sense that anywhere people are there, that you will find this sort of wildman archetype. The correspondences between Bigfoot and the wildman archetype of Western Europe are just astounding. And that's the thing that I think Tim really brought to this is Tim's like, let's look at this through the wildman archetype. And it never really occurred to me, but like the wildman archetype, and by archetype I mean like things like the trickster, the mother, the goddess, the father, the warrior, those sort of archetypes, those sort of Jungian things. Tim said, let's look at this through that archetype, and it never fails to sort of yield greater depth. And I really thank Tim for that, for pointing me in that direction, because that was not something I was thinking about at all.
On the topic of bodies, Wes, the thing about I talk about evidence, and again, this comes more in the second volume, but I talk about it in terms of like primary relics and secondary relics. If you think about relics from the church, so a primary relic would be a piece of the saint's hair, the saint's fingernail, the saint's body. A secondary relic is something the saint touched. So it's the saint's Bible, or the saint's prayer cloth, or the saint's garment, anything like that is a secondary relic. The best evidence we have for Bigfoot are secondary relics, are the footprints, and they're very, very compelling. The primary relics we have, the hair, the scat, the blood, it's very, very controversial, and no one can agree on it. First of all, it goes missing with an incredible frequency. Like this stuff disappears way more often than it should. Gets lost in the mail or otherwise disappears. But no one can agree on the primary relics at all. As in terms of a body, there's been a lot of hoaxes. I know a lot of people have claimed they had a body, and it ended up being a hoax. But there's also been a lot of people who've claimed to shoot one that seem very credible. Or they claim, and otherwise they have a body, one way or another. And every one of these bodies is gone. 100% of them. Now, they'll say either like the government black van came up and went away, took the body and went away. Or another Bigfoot came out of the woods and grabbed the body and took it and buried it, or Bigfoot took the bodies. I say it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how or why those bodies disappear. The fact is, they're gone. We can't observe them. We cannot do any experimentation on them. We cannot see them. They are gone. So it doesn't matter how they're gone. They're gone. The evidence has disappeared. One way or another, it's gone. So, if we're going to believe people see, giant ape men in the woods, then I'm going to believe in them. They say they shot them and killed them and dropped them. And then the answer is, the remains versus the body. And they're all gone. 100% of them. Every single one throughout time that people claim to shoot is gone.
Yeah, that's a good point. And it's like those two guys that always show up, and I started really looking into that, and, I would have eyewitnesses. It's usually when someone has real evidence, something tangible, or one thing I found where, and I mentioned that one time to someone, they go, well, it sounds like the Men in Black. I go, yeah, kind of. They aren't as sexy as the Men in Black. I mean, these two guys, I'm like, one's an ogre and one's kind of, clean-cut, goofy guy. But, and they show up. Even years ago, the English lady talking from Brenda. She's talking about how if you listen to her encounter, these two guys show up, and what's weird is they show up throughout time. I mean, I can understand if some guy told me that and it happened in the 70s. I'd be like, oh, it's probably some government worker. What's weird is their description stays the same, and they show up throughout time, which I find very, very strange.
Yes, that's strikingly consistent with Men in Black reports, because there's always this uncanny valley between what people perceive and the way they look. It's entirely consistent with that too.
I write about those guys again in volume 2, and the actual section is called "Plaid is the New Black," because one guy's always described as wearing a lumberjack shirt. So.
Yeah, the big guy. Yeah, it's fascinating. So the takeaway from the book, and again, the book is called "Where the Footprints Ends: High Strangeness and the Bigfoot Phenomenon." Definitely check it out on Amazon. Again, I love the cover. Whoever did the artwork.
Okay, that's probably good enough for that. So, anyways, Diesel, if you're interested, I sent you my Facebook, so you can find me as well. I'm not quite sure. Let me look and see. I think I always thought I was on Facebook. I thought you go by a different name. I thought go by a different name and send me a request. Oh, that's what it is. A tech Diesel. Confirm. I think we used to be friends at one time. I don't know why we're not now. I mean, I've known you as long as I've been doing it. You might have been paying attention to me, but I've been paying attention. I've been paying attention to other people. So I just accepted it. Anyways, thank you for that friend request. And I think I'm going to burn out. I think I'm only allowed to have 50 or 60 hours a month and live streaming. I have been pumping it, man. These past 2 nights is getting close to 10 hours and 9 hours of stuff. So it's been 6 hours again, and I think it's time to close shop. So anyways, tomorrow night, if it works out, it will be 12 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. That's midnight. That's supposed to say, or is that 12 o'clock p.m. or a.m. by the time it's midnight? Anyways, I guess it would be a.m. or a.m. I'm not sure. Anyways, midnight tomorrow night. Jared from Sasquatch Confessionals said he would join me. I'm not sure if it's tentative, but you'll know if it's for real because I'll post it tomorrow sometime. Then we'll talk about his experience and his interactions with quote unquote Bigfoot, Sasquatch. There's some of the things that we talked about tonight. There's some serious things to think about what we're really dealing with. I think it's to be very smart to there's videos on. You can find videos. Yeah, there's a lot of people that do videos on Facebook, Sheldon. I know that's what MK Davis. That's all he does now with his videos, and there's several other guys. That's all they do. There's serious things to think about when it comes to this, especially those of us who, and I don't even know if, they're always saying quote unquote researchers, investigators, whatever. There's people that just do our own thing, right? We'll just say it the way it is. We just do our own thing. We share our own thing. We explore. We investigate our own way. We go out in places, new places, and I just think it'd be very wise. I think, one of the things to look at is, once again, rock mounds that are surrounded by trees. I mean, how close it was to with Chris, what he went through, when we saw last night when he went to that property in that rock circle in the midst of trees. What were they up to? Just for the bare minimum. Also, just there's certain things going on. There's certain rituals that have happened. There's certain things that people wasted an awful lot of time and energy to believe in simply and to practice and to. There's more going on than meets the eye. I really do believe that. It seems pretty damn clear that there's a lot more going on than meets the eye. Not only to meet the eye, but also, as far as what other people are up to in the present time and in the past, and what they'll be up in the future. So it's always, I think it's very wise to have a little bit of skepticism. Wow, since oh yeah, Diesel just sent me some images of eyes within eyes, entities, these shadow beings reflecting off. It looks like they're reflecting off. Was it a rock or is that wood? I've done that myself. And look at those things. Look like baby. Maybe somebody might say, "Oh, it's a baby Sasquatch." Is it a Sasquatch? I don't know, man. It's pretty. That first one with the red line arrows is pretty damn wild. Huh. There's that one. It's almost like the lady in white that we talked about earlier. I don't know if you probably missed that about the lady in white, dressed in white entity. And it's interesting too. It almost got this lamb-like character to it, or mask to it, right? Very interesting. And is this looks like it's the growth, some of the fungus growth in there? I don't know. That's one of the things. We have to have you come on board and let's do a show together, Diesel, so we can talk about this. And so I don't just project and just say this is what it is. Once again, there's a lot of that dark entities, man. The jet black, blacker than the night. And once again, with those little slitted eyes and distance little eyes, I swear to God, it is a freak show. And everything's, people say, it's all, no, it's not all Bigfoot. We have to be honest about it. At least what they tell us Bigfoot is and what Sasquatch is. These are multiple entities of multiple different faces, and body types, and everything. Just like our ancestors told us. And there's nothing wrong to admitting that. Nothing wrong at all. In fact, it's quite wise to do it. Look at how jet black it is. I mean, it's blacker than night in the middle of the day. I mean, it's absolutely fascinating about that growth that's on these trees. There's some connection with it. And you realize that too. And you start filming it. So all credit goes to you about that. But I do think there's something absolutely going on when it comes to this fungal growth on these trees, which to me looks like deformation or mutations. I would put my money out that there's a strong connection of what's going on with quote unquote Bigfoot, these orbs, these other entities, and these deformations on these trees. Just like they have the ability to break these trees and turn them into tree structures. I think that they have this ability to manipulate these trees terribly, permanently. So anyways, that's the way it is. That's the way I see it. Thank you, Sheldon. Thank you, Brandon, if you're still there. Thank you, Diesel. Thank you for the friend request. And hopefully we will do a show together if you're interested. Man, I'm looking at these images. I don't want to post them just without you. You know what I mean? I don't want to just. I mean, there's that. Oh yeah, that's the one. dude, that's like one of my favorite. He's got this image of the stump, right? And it looks like a hooded man, old man, in his face, and just looks like a priest of some sort, some kind of human being, some kind of. It's fascinating to see how you see it too. You some good stuff, man. So this, by the way, this image that you just shared with me, when I saw that in that video, I took a still of it. I didn't share it with anybody, but I don't think I did. Maybe I didn't. I don't remember. It was so long ago. This is about a year ago when you took this picture, and God, it was about a year ago. Sometime last year. I don't think I put it on any video. If I did, I would have given you credit for it. Maybe I did. I think I did once mirror one of your videos, if you do remember. In fact, I know I did, and I did give you credit, and I did tell you about it. So, but that image is fantastic. In fact, if it's all right with you, is it all right if I share this image? Is it all right if I share some of these images, Diesel, on screen right now with these people? Because this one is fantastic. I won't do it unless you give me the go ahead. So, to name this. Sure. Okay, we'll do it, man. All credit goes to Diesel in New Jersey, man. None of this is my stuff. But thank goodness he does it. I must think I have given him credit for, and I will say it again. His ability to handle that camera while walking around. You know, a lot of people think it's no big deal, but it is a big deal. It takes a lot of concentration. It's a great way of breaking your camera or your neck, one of the two. Look at this one. Just you guys take a look at this one. This is just fantastic. You can see how the elemental spirits conform these things, froze this in place. This is kind of like think about Medusa frozen in time as stone. I mean, you can see it as clear as day. And maybe it's just a right angle, and I'm sure that's part of the whole gig. But still, I love this image. It's a disturbing looking image. It's a disturbing looking creature of sorts. You know, it makes you wonder what happens at night with these things. Did these spirits come alive? But, you know, one of the things I've wondered sometimes if they're frozen in time. Let's think about what was it? Was it The Hobbit with the trolls, the mountain trolls, or the woodland trolls? One of the two. And at night they're active, but at day they turn to stone. Was there a deeper message going on? You know, at first glance, it's just fables, right? It's just fun. Something's going on at night. That's undeniable. And some things are doing some stuff. You found another one that looks like that? I'm sure of it. Does this thing, you know, think of it this way, out-of-body experiences. When people astral project or leave their body, their spirit does, but their body's still there. Is there a possibility they're doing something very similar? I argue that there is a possibility. Do I know 100%? Of course not. I don't know 100% about much of anything, except that I'm pretty confident that we were just an example of this growth, this fungus that grow in his area, and they're in areas where he's finding other tree structures and all that. Could this possibly be something that has to do something similar to when somebody has cancerous, tumorous growths? Something that happens due to something more than just something, a fungus or a virus, but there's something else going on too along with it. Something to think about. Once again, you have another fine example of whether these entities as black as night in the middle of the day. You can see his dark eyes, deep, dark recessed eyes. Is this one of these things that they call an elemental spirit? And how many times have I seen one of these things that it almost looks like they're chewing on something? Like they're chewing on something like the bark or branch. Maybe an optical illusion, but there's many times that I've seen these things that look like they're chewing on a branch. I believe that the fungus is there. They just attach to it and mimic the texture and color like the octopus does. That's a really interesting theory. Oh man, look at that one. That's one right here. So this is brilliant right here. Look at that one. Oh, it's all just coincidence, right? It's all coincidence. And of course, this one was really good too. Look at that one. Now, once again, your perspective is everything, right? And you see the size of these things. I mean, how large are these things really, Diesel? Do these things have the capacity to shrink down to the size of an orb or expand depending on how much of the life force and energy of these other trees and plants to manifest to be 9 feet tall, 12 feet tall? These are not unreasonable questions to ask. These are very reasonable questions to ask. Perfect example of how dark these things can, how black this. And can you imagine what this is like? And when I saw that one, as quote unquote Sasquatch, it had the shape and the head and the body of a Bigfoot, man. It was jet black. It was beyond jet black. And as it was crawling up that ravine in front of my face, and the Crow medicine man that he wanted to go by the name Crow because he, I guess, lacked imagination, but regardless of the fact, and it got 15 feet in front of our faces. Every single hair, it seemed hair, shimmered like electricity. Like electricity. Because that's the only closest thing that we know of. That I know of, at least. Another perfect example, it might be something cloaking, or is it cloaking? I mean, it's one of those. Is it? Here's the thing: the eyes of the camera, the lens of the camera, sees the world different than you and I. This is an emphatic fact. So there's no way of denying that or saying it otherwise. So why is the camera able, in these certain language lenses, able to see these things, but our own naked eyes can't? Or only select times. This is one I have filmed this entity before. These are multiple of these things, and I do not believe for a moment it's a Bigfoot. And by the way, there's multiple entities in this. There's not just one. But this one varies. You see the two eyes is squinted. What we usually say, I would call them like coin eyes, or they're slits. They're like Asian eyes type of thing, yeah, but they're not really. I don't know any entity, any living animal that has eyes like that per se, but it seems like they're always squinting, or they're very, but they're not really squinting. It seems to me that they only can open up their eyes so much. Yeah, they have a wider spectrum. Well, certainly they do. They don't have ours, that's for sure, right? What's fascinating about this picture too, if you look to the right, there's other things going on. Once again, look at the size and perspective and all that, right? These monsters, like the size of what people say Bigfoot is at 9 feet tall, 12 feet tall. No, they're not. Why are there so many entities that we filmed that can fit in the palm of our hands? I'm not saying they're this small, but what I'm saying is they're a lot smaller than all the stories are saying. In fact, why are these part not of the story being shared? You know what I mean? They should talk about this stuff. The number of entities that I filmed with it that look like small apes or some kind of stuffed toy or some kind of little animal-like thing, but they're not Bigfoot in my book. Somewhere I do, and I would more happy to share with it, and I will share with it. Getting late though. Is there if we share with that? Could you be joining me again tomorrow night, Sheldon? As you know, you can do it at 12 o'clock Eastern time. That gives you a chance to see Sanji's show. And this one's fun. This is amazing. If you guys really look at this picture, the shadow entities and the shadows of these things. The big bulbous eye. Now, Sheldon has this huge entity, I believe is a collection of entities that he's filmed across the river, huge up in a tree, and they stick out like a sore thumb. There's also something else, a few other things going on that I see. I can't identify all of them, but look at this. Look at what you're looking at here. Look real closely. Not only the arrows are showing, just look. Yeah, but hey, man, there's definitely more than one there, that's for sure. And, it certainly could pass for what you're saying. There's more than just that one, and it's not just parallel. There is more than just one. This is what I'm saying. These things are never alone. The more you look at these images, you realize there are more than just two entities in this picture. I'll give you an idea. You think I'm kidding, and I don't know if you pointed that out, but there's one right here. You can see the two eyes, the nose, and his mouth, and his little crease. You can see its ear. You can see the hairline. There's one with white face. You see it right there, as plain as day. Once somebody points it out, and it seems to be projecting like all this other stuff out of the elements, the trees, and how this is happening. Multiple of them. By the way, Sheldon's image, that's the problem with Sheldon's, is Sheldon gets himself a decent camera, which I'm not putting any pressure on. If you ever scrounge enough money and get yourself even a P900 or something with better magnification, the images, cell phones is as clear as day that you film something, Sheldon. That's 100%. I know that. But just imagine if you had a higher resolution or a camera that had better magnification and it wasn't so pixelated. Of what the thing that you must have filmed. Not trying to put any pressure on you. By the way, when I first started taking these images, I was using the crappiest cell phone. It itself was 10 years old at 2017. Because when I first started this stuff, I didn't have money. I didn't have money for a decent camera, and also when you start out this stuff, you're just like, nah, I don't know if I want to spend all this money just to take. I don't even know what I'm looking at. But once I discovered what I was looking at, you can have. Maybe I could still, if you're still here, Sheldon, maybe we'll go for it. This picture is fantastic. This picture, you just look at that and you're just like, and big eyes. And can these things, shape shifts to the point that you can, you're next to one moment you're looking at an alien, next to you're not. Let me look into this, Sheldon. I see if I know I have it. I just got to find it again because I got it buried in my. Get out of here so I don't. You guys look at that That's the most bizarre picture. It's like looking at some big-eyed freaking monkey thing, Bigfoot baby. You can see what he's saying. I can see it clear as day. All right, let's see where we're at with this. I am getting tired, but we'll push along. We'll push. Sheldon, where are your pictures? It's got to be in the other file. It's got to be towards the end. I don't know if I have all your images, Sheldon, but we'll see what I can find. Now this one it's bizarre, and there is something going on. This is Sheldon's, and there is something cloaking. There's something going on there. Problem's distance. Here's a better word. Oh, let's. There is something going on here. Now you guys have missed earlier. Sheldon was hearing growls and footsteps in his around his house. Now, here's the thing. That's the thing I don't like saying too much about somebody's image, because what I see, it might not even be close to what you're seeing, but I do see something. It might not be at all what you're seeing, Sheldon. Let's see. Let's get out of the way. What I see is a black totem pole. A totem. That doesn't mean I'm right. And there's something going on right here. People talk about cloaking, all that. Just look at that. Now think about what you're looking at there, and think about tree branches and tree and look at the zigzagging going on there. There is something there. There's something. It doesn't. Okay, we'll get out. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just wishful thinking. I think you see some here. There probably is some there, but there's something right here, and it goes into here. And that's only. And then there's something going on right here. What it is, I know you were talking about Dogman. Problem is, everyone sees things differently, but there's something going on. I always focus the shadows. If they think it's really black, usually that's where they'll be hiding. There might be something right in here. There might be something right in here. There is something going on right up here. And you see that running along. And this is the reason why it stands out for me. If it was just a shadow, a universal shadow, they'd be universal throughout this picture. You would have more than just that one strip right here. What that is, I don't know, man. I can't tell you, but there's something going on. And usually, I find something there. There's something going on right here, and there's something going on right here. It's almost like it's just hanging on, wrapped its legs around it. What it is, I don't know. I don't know what that is. See, I have no idea what it is. I know you circled it, and it was around this area right here. And you can see that there's something going on here, but I have no idea what it is. That does not mean I know jack squat of what I'm talking about here, because these things come in different forms, shapes, and sizes. And you're talking about right in here, there's something going on right here. There is something going on there, but what that is, I don't know. So that's time to I chalk this up as tree spirits. So Distance, pixelation. It's son of a bitch. I know you saw something. I know you're seeing something. And this was so important to. Yeah, just imagine if you had it was so blurry. But there is something. My eyes. I'm not saying I'm right, but in my eyes, you see this thing right here stands out. Right in this area, and what stands out is this. Now, it just doesn't look right. It just kind of looks out of place. You can see it. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying it just, when you go back, it looks like it just stands out. And something's going on here, I admit, but there's something. I don't know what it is, man. Now, this one, you can see eyeballs. And here's the thing, too. I think what happens is, when you have closer images, you don't go so far away, you try to take closer images, or have the software to magnify and get it closer. I think you'll see things shockingly. Strongly recommend. I think you're using a phone, right, Sheldon? Well, good. Yeah, be safe and good luck in your new spot, man. On the bottom. Do I even have? I know it's got to be frustrating for you too, man. Like, how you can't see what I see? And I'm like, no, it's the way. I mean, I've had. You know how many times I've experienced that? I say, look at that. Look at what I see. Look at see. And somebody else says, no, I don't see anything there. Or they see something completely different. I think that's how they're part of the way how they took the camera and hide. I chalk it up as some collection of tree spirits, forest spirits. But what it is, I don't know, man. Well, you look at there's something going on right here. Something going on right here. Something going on right here. There's something going on right here. Is it just simple shadows? There's something going on right here. Something going on right here. There's definitely something going on right here. And there's something going on right there, but I'm not sure what it is. Is this splitting along? Is that all this? It doesn't look like it. Anyways, let me get over there. Thank you for sharing that with me, Sheldon. And please forgive me if I don't see what you see, because it's just, you know what I mean? Plus the fact, here's the pixelation. You lose, I have artifacts for every time that you transfer from one media to next media, so from your phone to wherever, or to straight to my computer, there's always something lost. So I mean, I'm not saying it's not so, man. But anyway, Sheldon, and please, once again, don't forgive me. Please forgive me. Please forgive me for maybe not seeing what you're seeing. This happens. You know how many times I remember once I spent a night with Sean G and oh God, I can't remember her other name. Two different people. All three of us saw something different. And I found that absolutely amazing. Quite an experiment it was. It was quite an observation how three people could all see something completely different in an image. What I saw clear as day, both of them couldn't see. More than one, which, were very, very clear pictures. But for somehow they just couldn't see it. For the life of them, they couldn't see it. So it's frustrating, man. You see something and you're like, man, I got to show it to you. I experienced something. And people are like, I don't see it. And I'm like, well, shoot. All right. Well, anyways, great. Good night, Sheldon. Good night, everybody. It's been another long life. I'm having fun doing this. And but I can't do this like every night. That's for sure. So I'm thinking about maybe Thursday nights. We'll see how it goes. If it picks up speed and steam and people really want to hang out with us, Sheldon, then we'll have to make a specific night. I'm thinking Thursday nights. Thursday nights might be good because, of course, Wednesday nights everyone's going to be with Sean, and then Saturday seems like everyone's going to be with Sean. I don't know who's doing what on Thursday nights, but Thursday nights might be a good night. It might be a good night. Friday nights is when people want to go. Yeah, good. God bless you, man. So I'm thinking Thursday night. You take care, man.